Alright, so last time we opened up with some of the rainfalls looking over the dragon eggs that they had found while conversing. There was a pretty lengthy discussion that was had about the way they felt about certain people before one of the eggs hatched and immediately imprinted onto Icy. They continued to discuss about that before we moved to Ash's house where Colonel Curtis and the other rangers were. Curtis had come so we could have a discussion with Saris and try to smooth things over between her and the others, maybe even getting the rainfalls there. It went very poorly, with Saris screaming and making very clear the different ways Ash had hurt her and made her feel over the years. We then swapped back to the apartment, where after a series of conversations, the Rangers and Lorelei showed up to bring the mysterious robot that the Rangers and Ash had found. Sorry, bring Krellin to meet the mysterious robot that the Rangers and Ash had found. It was revealed to be a robot soldier created by a long-dead race of peers of the Star Children. It showed a battle that had happened long ago where it had been injured trying to stop them from gaining the cubes. It then, after recognizing Davine as its ruler, would take them to that planet. On the planet they were going to, Julius and Icy went alone to obtain a beacon. They were attacked by Laughing Octopus. She took over Julius's mind and forced him to heavily injure Icy before Zanzibar was summoned from seemingly nowhere and broke the spell. After that, the then freed Julius made quick work of Laughing Octopus. After they had obtained what they needed, the rainfalls went off, while Ash was sent to a small frontier town where he could hunt Constable Namaste. Elsewhere, Icy, Davine, and Suletta were at the Time Tombs. They saw the futures of each other. Into a future where Davine had a young daughter, Icy has a daughter, and Sol, Memrian, and Carter are grown. After this, they had to leave while swearing that they would tell nobody what they'd seen. On the frontier, Ash's investigation would quickly culminate in a very quick shootout, a nice conversation, and was had, and it seems the colony may join EarthGov. The Rainfalls finished their day, having a wonderful time on a beach of mana water in a magical world, with Davine teaching Icy to paint, and I believe that's everything.
Yep, okay. So, it's 1 week later. Exactly 1 week later. It's early in the morning. It's about 7 a.m.-ish. It's wedding planning day. But the festivities and the plans and the acts of planning haven't kicked off quite yet. Icy and Davine are still sleeping. Some people are still sleeping. Some early birds are eating some breakfast. In the kitchen, Hunk is holding Pequod's leg. She's doing sit-ups. And Julius is hitting a punching bag very hard because as every strike he hits, he hears Ash saying things from the past, even though he wasn't there to, hear that. Thinking about Davine's face when she was threatened to be killed. Plenty of other things. And upon his last strike, he sees Ash's face on the bag.
He sees Ash's face, rears back with his left leg and gives it a very quick strike.
Pequod doing her sit-ups, counting each one. 4, 5, 6. She's taking 5-minute breaks, doing reps of 40. Stops. 7, and looks at you. Hunk looking up at you. You good?
He's still in the position, balancing on his right leg, left leg up with the knee bent. Then he steps down from that position, puts his hands on his hips. I think I need a little break.
As you say that, you think about poor Integra hunched over in the chair.
They see him close his eyes, grit his teeth, start to charge up a key blast and put it up to the bag.
Pequod, hey!
He closes his hand, takes a couple of deep breaths. Yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool. He rubs his face.
Pequod, you two points at Hunk, points at you, have been acting strange the past week. Now, Hunk has been acting strange. He's been acting almost manic, keeping himself extraordinarily busy. Hunk shrugs at Pequod. I don't know what you're talking about.
Same here, I've always been like this.
No, you haven't. Pequod looking between both of you.
He looks down at her, shakes his head, walks over to her. You been doing good with your working out?
I've been enjoying it. Just notice you're very much so enjoying that punching bag.
Yeah, it's a good punching bag. We should get more of them, just in case I accidentally break one.
Hunk, well, if you notice, that one's red. Last week it was a blue bag.
Oh.
I broke a few.
Oh, geez. He rubs the back of his neck. Well, I guess I have some catching up to do.
Pequod doing her sit-up, shaking her head. Hunk, just groan.
Julius chuckles, looks down at Pequod. Do you disapprove of us punching our punching bag? And he starts punching it again.
Not at all. Just what's on your mind?
He shrugs. What else but Ash?
Hunk, for me it's Integra, not so much Ash, but yeah.
Well, yeah. Ash is on my mind, and by proxy, Integra. You know what I mean. He keeps on hitting it.
I go, well, I wasn't exposed to him as much as you, so...
He shrugs. Yeah, just a lot of the things, a lot of the faces I've seen in the past from the things that you've said. It's all coming up recently. He chuckles and hits the bag a bit harder.
God shakes her head. Hunk, well, we have a game plan now. Tewa's you, Nicole, boom, done. Game, set, match. Ash, gone.
He nods. Then it's all done and dusted.
Pequod, I hope it's that easy.
It will be. It will be that easy.
She keeps doing her sit-ups. I quite enjoy working out. It is a
No.
stress relief. I feel better. I've been quite angry since the... Yeah.
You know, it's always been a good way to get high-toned emotions out for me. Specifically, he hits the punching bag with his knuckles, lightly tapping it. It's always been this and lifting weights. Everyone has their own vice, I suppose.
Pequod, yeah. Maybe I should have been hitting a punching bag back when the dual wedding was all the rage. Hunk chuckles. Well, we're not doing a dual wedding now, so.
And thank God for that.
Whose idea was that? Pequod shrugs. It's so long ago, and it was so stupid, I can't even remember.
Julius looks at the bag, looks down at his feet. Glasses, maybe? Can't remember.
Pequod doing another sit-up. Laz's or Ash? I think a joint effort, honestly.
He shrugs. Maybe it was Ash and then Laz had the idea about the airship or something.
Pequod, like I said, a wedding is supposed to be about that couple. I don't want to... That's just weird. Yeah. Still holding your legs. I guess he always was kind of attached to you guys.
Yeah, I remember when we first came back from the Majestic, a lot of people said we were sort of attached together, always joint at the hip and stuff like that.
Oh, did you enjoy that?
He looks at Unk. Does it look like I enjoyed it?
No, son, it doesn't.
I did not. You'd be correct.
Pequod, well, in the Headhunter days, it was nice, but got kind of weird after a while.
Yeah, I was pretty thankful that he did most of the talking to Integra and stuff like that. I'm still not very good at it, but I've gotten to the point where at least I feel comfortable with it.
Yeah, Always thought the dynamic was kind of strange myself, the old dude, but he saved your lives a couple times, so that's what counts, I suppose.
He looks at Hunk. You want to switch places?
I'm good. I'm good. I got her. I've already broken enough bags. Pequod, how many? Julius will have to ask his mom to figure that one out.
He nods. I'll try my best.
Let her sleep. Her and Nicole stayed up late last night rewatching Attack on Titan as the Chronicles of Young Davina.
He chuckles. Yeah, that sounds like him.
A good time.
It's good. It's good. He kicks the bag a couple times. Yeah. So, what do you think their favorite episode is? When Zeke Yeager first appears or something like that?
Honestly, I don't know. We'd have to ask them. I've been keeping busy as Towns comes in with 3 cups of black coffee and sets them down. Thank you. And Hunk gets up and starts drinking one. Pequod, I never saw you really drink coffee that much. Hunk, I don't. Just need to stay awake. Got a lot to do.
Julius walks over, picks up a cup of coffee, and starts drinking it.
Pequod's gonna get up as you say whatever you're gonna say and try to grab one, and Hunk's gonna take it. No, I need to. Pequod, what?
Julius hands her his cup of coffee and chuckles. Yep, lot to do, lot to think about.
If you stay busy, you just won't think about her dying down there. Pequod groans and just hands the cup back to Julius.
Julius groans, looks at the cup of coffee, and takes another sip of it.
Hunk downs his cup and then the second cup. Pequod, Jesus Christ.
Julius looks at him. You sure you don't want to take it at least a little easy on it?
Towns comes in with more. He packs them away. He's been drinking coffee like crazy. You've been up all night, and Hunk, yeah, he puts down more coffee.
That's not healthy, Dad.
No, it's not. But if I let my mind slip, then I'm gonna let my ethics and morals slip, son. And that means Ash is gonna walk past me, and I'm gonna break his neck.
Julius nods. Understood, sir. Understood.
He sits down here, starts drinking another cup, was a good woman.
She is and always will be.
Pequod is more accurate at this point. Doesn't even look like her. Pulls up the picture on her wrist computer over the week. Tal's giving her the pic.
He looks at the picture, sighs, shakes his head, and starts chugging the cup of coffee.
Pequod, I tried to warn Ash when we had a discussion on the Nova that he had his own problems, but all he did was cry and apologize, and yeah.
Yeah. Would you look at where that got him?
Suletta and Tal come in, Suletta waving at you. Ooh, coffee. Looking down at the coffee.
Yeah, Towns brought it in for us.
No tea? She's going through the cup.
No tea. You could probably ask him for a cup if he comes back in.
Yes, I'll go get some. She looks over at Hunk, bags under his eyes. I'll go get some. Tal has some questions for you, too.
Of course.
She goes into the kitchen to get some tea. Tal, you mind if I sit down?
Take a seat.
He sits down. Hunk, what kind of questions? Uncomfortable question.
Alright, hit him with us.
So, I'm in charge of filing multiple psych reports, my honest assessment of Ash, and a history of his strange behavior. So, I'm going to ask some questions that might make you uncomfortable. I need you and trust you will answer honestly. Now, the person in question is Dr. Contry. I can't use her on my report. I cannot use her husband on my report because it's her husband now. He could be considered as biased. I've already questioned a Lieutenant Maine, and he said he didn't really know what I was talking about. And I tried to track down some of the troopers. Most have been medically retired, except for one who's still in the military, but somehow in charge of Cadillac. Named Rob. He got all I remember him. Perks.
Yeah, he was a cool dude.
I guess he's working for Mr. Wiseau. Anyway, so this is a long time ago. He's just staring at him with great intent. Dr. Contry, when you think back to your first couple months at Raven Rock, do you remember anything strange going on with her?
He breathes in through his nose, looks up. That has to do with Ash, because with just her personally, I can't think of anything.
Right. Did she ever make advances on you, Julius?
No, not once.
What the hell? Han's looking right at him. Did she ever make advances on Ash?
No, she never made advances on him.
Did Ash, he's looking you right in the eyes, make advances on her? He got, oh god.
Yes, multiple times.
Would you, Pequod grabbing your wrist, would you say it made her uncomfortable?
He sighs. Yes, it made her quite uncomfortable. She, at one point had to medically induce sleep onto him so he would stop.
Siletta coming in with tea. What? Looking right at you. Pequod, oh. Face palming.
Julius rolls back and forth on his feet and just nods, takes a sip of his coffee.
Pequod, I didn't see it often, but yeah, it definitely happened at the beginning. Usually when she was, yeah. Wait, she really had to medicate him? Pequod looking up at you.
Yet, at one point he was hurt, flirted with her, and she stuck him with the needle and he fell asleep.
And so he continued these advances up until Cyrus, I assume.
Up until he got a couple shells from her. Yep.
He groans. Suletta had to give a cup of tea. No, I'm going down to Ash's abode with the squad soon. I don't have the stomach for anything right now. Suletta hands the cup to Hunk, and Hunk, no, just coffee for me.
Julius sighs. Is there any other awkward questions you need to ask us?
No, I think that's about it. Just that Dr. Contry did not want to discuss these times. Ash made her very uncomfortable, and it's being looked into to be used against him should he flub up one more time. The Ranger General, when she's got it out for you, she's gonna slam him with the book.
Julius nods. Well, yeah, if there's one thing I know about the Ranger General, it's she does not take prisoners.
Pequod, yeah, I didn't see it that much, but it made me kind of uncomfortable. But I'm a girl, so she points back at herself. You can kind of pick up on when another woman is uncomfortable in a situation like that. At least he didn't go out of his way to do it to her, I guess. Pequod just squinting, looking at Suletta. Suletta,
Julius looks down at Pequod, and then at Tal. Yeah.
Tal, are you sure he didn't go out of his way?
He starts thinking. I think he went out of his way to talk to her quite a few times.
Right.
Past
Why am I
just,
not surprised?
Yeah, past just getting us some med darts.
I mean, it's one thing to go up to somebody and be friendly with them. How you doing? Good day. But if he was going up to pursue... Did anybody tell you two that you cannot be doing this in the military? I mean, sure, you got away with it, but Raven Rock was there's three. Oh, forget it. He puts his hand up, puts his hand on his stomach. My stomach is just sick thinking about this.
Yeah, I don't think anyone ever directly told us. We just sort of found out that you weren't allowed to flirt with other women on the base, or any other woman on a squadron or anything like that.
Taletta sips her tea. They came from a feudal civilization, and they were essentially given the choice: jail or basic service, or boot camp. So it's excusable in my opinion, but maybe it's not. Or she starts thinking. You see her eyes trail. Poor Dr. Cautry.
Yeah, poor Dr. Contry.
Well, it's half and half excusable, I suppose. Suletta sips her tea. Tal, did she ever just tell him to stop?
Yeah. I believe at one point she just told him that her and Hamer were dating together. I'm not sure if they were fiancés at that point or anything like that, just probably dating.
So he kind of went from one to the other, her to Saris, and the rest is a mess of history.
Rolls his lips together and nods.
Great. Great!
Yeah. Very...
I didn't know about any of this. Looks at Julius.
Looks at Hunk and shrugs. No one's ever really asked, and it's not something we usually talked about.
Pequod snaps her fingers. It was a blink in an eye, really. I'm not standing up for Ash, but it was like there and gone, because then the shells were there and Ash just full ahead sprinted towards Saris.
Yeah. It was like...
And I'm the idiot that told him what she liked, but what did I... Oh, Pequod starts groaning.
He rubs her back. Yeah, it was like 2 months within the 5 years we were in the Headhunters. With hindsight, that's not a very long amount of time, so it's not something we usually thought about.
Hunk groans. Alright, well, I really don't want to file these reports, honestly. I wish somebody else had this job, but he's on our squad, so we have to watch him and give honest evaluations of whether we think he's fit to continue duty or should be jailed and or sent to the firing squad, in which Lorelei will let them shoot him and heal him over and over and over. And yeah.
Right. Are you in charge of all that kind of paperwork for your squad?
When it comes to after action reports, that's Lake's business. The Ash stuff is all three of us. We all have to file 3 individual reports on him, and if one of them doesn't basically decide the fate of his career, if one of us doesn't think he's fit, he's probably going to jail.
Right, gotcha. Of course.
Or being tortured or whatever. Let us shivers a minute. Whew. Pequod, well, what do you think? Looking at Tal and Tal. I mean, he seems okay. I think reality's hitting him in the face. So, but still, some of the answers he gave about his actions and stuff leave more questions than answers, and that's whatever. So, I don't know. I really don't know. I'm in the middle of the road when it comes to Ash, whether he should continue in the military or not. Believe it or not, I don't want to see him tortured. Or sent to jail. But the more I find out, Tal kind of... Oh.
Julius nods. Yeah, no, that's understandable. Ash isn't my enemy. I don't like him, but he isn't my enemy, so I wouldn't want to see him tortured with some of the ways Lorelei has described to us.
Tal, it's all relative, really. If Davine was my wife, or my mother, I would feel different. That's just the truth. So, I don't know really where the Colonel and Lake stand on Ash currently. He just needs to continue trying his best and doing the best he can on our missions and hope and pray we give him a pass. And he's got a pass selection again. Or, not again. For the first time. Earn his Ranger rank, so... he fails out of that, he'll be sent to jail.
Yep, yep. He nods for Ceres and Integra's sake. Hopefully he does.
Suletta, after seeing Integra, puts her hand up, sipping her tea. I think he's getting his just desserts. Every day he goes home, he has to live with that, and the way Ceres is. Nothing I can say or do to him will ever cause as much pain, I believe, than what he has to live through at home. She shrugged.
That's probably the correct way to look at it.
Yep, sure is. Yep. Finishes another cup of coffee. Now, up here, all the way up in the bedroom, Icy and Davine, at the same time, sleeping in different rooms, but they're both dreaming. They don't know they're having the same dream, though. But they're being chased by gigantic Titan Ash, and he's just bound, and they're running down a brick road with brick walls on either side of them, and Ash is just screaming, "Mom!" And as they run, they both run right down this brick road street. There's a fork in the road, so to speak, left and right. They both take right and immediately hit a dead end. As Titan Ash's hand goes on one of the big built the wall, turns the corner, and I can kill you. Mom. And they both wake up. Icy immediately starts screaming. What's Davine do?
Davine sits up, grabs a knife off her nightstand, and starts screaming, holding it out.
Huh? Hunk drops his cup of coffee, starts running this way.
Julius starts to run.
As you run out into the hallway here, you and Banksy run into one another. Just face into his helmet. Fuck!
Shit! Rubs his face. Go!
Pequod shrugs, looks at Suletta, and just starts screaming as Banksy runs this way.
Julius turns around. Why are you screaming?
I don't know. Starts walking this way.
He starts to run to the other guys.
Hunk and Banksy, almost in unison, kick in each respective door. What's wrong? And they both say it exactly the same.
Davine's still holding the knife out. Hunk! Hello, darling. She, hand shaking, sets the knife down.
Zap, crawling out of bed in his underwear. Julius, what the hell's going on? Scar, out of the way! Comes pushing Julius this way into the wall. Pequod is laughing at the top of her lungs.
Julius just stays leaning on the wall and starts chuckling to himself.
Is this a usual occur? Oh my god, put some clothes on, mate. Chillin' needs some help. Goes. Pequod comes over. Hug. What? He comes over to Davy and cups his hand around hers with the knife.
It was a bad dream, thankfully.
As she says that, Zanzibar comes bounding on all fours into the room. Suletta turns, no. And stops before he can crash through the four of you. And just stares at Suletta. Hug, what? Give me the knife.
She hands him the knife.
He takes it, sets it down. Sits down on the side of the bed with her. What were you dreaming about?
So, you know how we were watching Attack on Titan, me and Nicole, last night?
Everybody's in the room now. Yep. Yeah.
Well, I dreamed that I was being chased by a giant...
Ash?
Ash. Yes.
Brick road, brick wall, we took a right. Mum. Hug. Oh my god.
She leans forward. Are you reading my mind right now, or did you have
That's
the...
what I was dreaming. She points at herself, Banksy holding her. Oh god.
Davian puts both of her hands on her cheeks. Oh my god, we had the same dream.
Hug licks his lips and looks back at Julius. I just
Julius has his tongue in his cheek and is just shaking his head with his arms crossed.
Titan Ash. He's gonna take Davian's hands and hold them.
Yes, Titan Ash, he rounded the corner and said, I can kill you, Mum, and that's when I woke up in a dead end.
He holds Davian's hands very tightly, lets go of one, and runs his hands down his face. Davian notices he looks like shit. Okay. Well, it was just a bad dream. Maybe no staying up maybe past 2 a.m. watching anime. Cut off point, you know.
Davy nods. It's probably a good idea. Might want to minimize the chance this happens again.
I see we were up really late. We watched a lot. Tal and Ash has been around and about lately, and I think there's a proximity thing from my understanding, so...
Davy nods at Tal. Yes, exactly. She starts to scratch with her free hand Hunk's cheek. That's what we believe, at least. A proximity deal with the Sherian.
God damn it. This happens more than you'd think. Scar looking around the room. Everybody turns and looks at him and realizes he's in his underwear, too. Hug, why don't you go... looks back at Zap. Standing in front of Suletta in just his underwear. Please go get dressed and get out of my wife's room. You got it. Okay. Suletta laughing at them.
Julius covers his mouth and snickers a bit. Davian chuckles. At least we know they're here to protect us.
Yeah, they do a good job. Quick response time. Heard you guys screaming all the way from the damn ship. I see, it was kind of scary.
I'd hate to see actually scary in how much you scream.
Pequod, that was loud. Really damn loud. I'm glad we don't dream about Ash. She looks up at Julia.
Julius blinks a couple times. Bites his bottom lip. Yeah, not once.
Pequod, you've dreamt about him. Hunk, hands in his eyes. Oh.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I have. It was about the dual wedding. How I was gonna be his best man. Listen here, brother. You will be my best man while you get married to little sister.
Pequod's shoulders go up. Yeah, that's not happening. I was not gonna come to my own wedding if we were doing a dual wedding.
Julius chuckles, puts his arm around her shoulders. Yeah, we could have just ran off and had it in Vegas or something.
Elope. I was just gonna beg you to elope while... Yeah.
I would have accepted.
Well, I am taking Ash off station. The squad and I are going down to the hellhole that is his house of depression and misery. I will let you know if the door is open today. That's our goal. He nods his head.
Davy nods. Thank you, Ta.
Hunk, yeah, thanks. Barely his head's bobbing, trying to keep himself awake. Well, I'll take Tal. Get dressed.
Julius chuckles, looks over at Hunk. Should probably get some sleep or something. You look not that great.
He looks at Davy and then up at you. No time.
Davy tilts her head. I happen to agree with him, but if there's no time, then okay, you should get some more sleep, darling.
We've got a wedding to plan. I've slept like 4 hours this week. Banksy, more like 2.
This week, honey? That is not good.
No, it's not, but I can't relax.
Davine holds his cheeks with both of her hands. Okay. Well, if there's anything you ever need to talk about, darling, I'm right here.
He looks at her. How about mom and dad go out to breakfast? Just the 2 of us. I can't relax since seeing Integra. Knowing we have to go see her like that, it's mom and dad are going out to breakfast. You guys, you'll go to Tommy's. You have to square your business away with Tommy if he's gonna stand us up for a wedding.
Julius nods. That sounds good to me. And Davine hugs him. I would love to have breakfast with you, just the 2 of us.
Good, we'll go to Amels. They have, well, we go there all the time. They have good breakfast, but you're driving.
Yeah, probably a good idea. You don't seem fit to drive.
Right. He stands up, get dressed, and then we'll leave. Icy watches him leave. He kisses David on the cheek, leaves. Icy, we should get him some sleeping potion.
Yeah, if he can't relax, there's nothing that a sleeping potion won't fix when it comes to that kind of thing.
Banksy, I just keep hearing... What? Make sure he's gone. He's up late at night in the gym. And I just keep hearing him say things like, that's one mum he did kill. Peacock.
Julius sucks in some air through his teeth. Oh. Well, he isn't wrong.
Icy quickly throwing on clothes to get dressed. Peacock. Yeah.
Julius sighs, shakes his head. Yeah. That's terrible. I can see why he's broken a few punching bags.
Icy, maybe Tommy has some sleeping potion.
Yeah, we can always ask him. I'm sure he does.
She shakes her head, walks out to the kitchen to go get a drink. Peacock, let's let your mom get dressed. And then after today, we get all the planning done. Let's make sure that man sleeps.
Yes, please. If Tommy doesn't have any sleeping potions, I'll make him some.
Peacock, I order you, points her finger up to Banksy, who looks down at her, to force feed him the sleeping potion tonight. Banksy, understood. Nods his head.
Julius chuckles. I'll give you some backup just in case.
I'm pretty sure we can easily overpower him in this state without much of an effort as he walks this way.
He shakes his head, picks Pequod up, and starts walking out. Yeah, when it comes to that, I'm not so sure.
Peacock, I wouldn't count him out as Davine can get dressed and leave. Coming into the kitchen. Punk's in here too. Davine's free to roam around whenever she wants. Everybody is laughing at a picture Towns emitting from Towns' wrist computer, and Hunk is first one in the kitchen because he was the first one to leave of the main group. And here's the picture, and Towns says, "Yeah, I had no clue. This is one of the creepiest Malcolm monuments I've ever seen in my life. Like Malcolm surrounded by kids and a dog, and I blew it up. They're all over the Aridness system. They called him Mr. Kearney, Mr. Malky. It was weird."
Julius takes a look at it. Oh, God. Colonel Rogers.
Think what Colonel Rogers. Look at him.
Yeah. Oh, God. Julius covers his mouth and gags, and then shakes his head. Colonel Rogers' Neighborhood.
Hunk, oh, another movie you've filmed. Can I have another cup of coffee? And Suletta will slide him over a cup of coffee.
No, it was a children's show. It was about, Malcolm and the advice he would give to children and stuff. Ash played the mailman. It was based off this really old show, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
A children's show. That's interesting. Blinks very hard to keep his eyes open. Why did he start doing children's show?
Nothing was impressing Davine. It it was it was after Golden Kernels, and he thought, well, if that worked, maybe this idea will work too. And then he started producing children's shows like Colonel Rogers' Neighborhood.
Hunk looks around. Where is your mother?
As she walks in and sits down next to him.
Oh, perfect timing. He's gonna pull her in.
She hugs around his chest, looks at the picture, and immediately gags.
That seems to be par for the course reaction.
She looks away. Yep. I wish I was not on set that day.
Hunk, did you, were you in the show or did you direct it, honey?
Thank God wasn't in the show. I directed it, though.
Pequod examining the photo. Children's show seems like quite a leap, even if he was running out of ideas. Scar, better than when he switched to animation. We didn't know why back then, but all of a sudden we went from like a movie production company to a shitty TV show production company to an animation studio. Back then we thought it was strange, but in reality it was because the Rangers at SIS were on his 6 and he had to keep us mobile. Asshole. As he pours a cup of coffee.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, that was a lot of drawing. Me, Rolly, Scar at some points. Didn't he, dye you blue because you were playing Beast, even though it was still an animation?
Yes. He said it would be easier for you to draw the flea bag. I see the flea bag. Starts laughing.
Yeah, that was Scar's name in the show.
The show was god-awful. The only good voice acting, I know he's not popular around here, but was Ash's. Malcolm's voice acting was terrible. Mercurius had no idea what he was doing, editing so he just took clips from combat with Malcolm and put them into the show. So if Spider-Man, Colonel Man, the air quotes, was being attacked, it was just Malcolm screaming the whole time. It was actually kind of realistic, given the few times I saw Malcolm fight. Either way, it was horrible. And Tennessee has a small cameo. Yeah, I did. Julius. I think Julius played Craven the Deadbeat. I see Craven the Deadbeat points at Julius.
Yeah, I played Craven the Deadbeat.
And of course, Ash played every AAA villain. And I had the shitty villains like Scorpion. Except Rolly played Shocky. Pequod Shocky?
Davy nods. Yes, poor Rolly had to go and play Shocky.
And it's not like we even did the voice recordings in the sound booth. We just did them in the med bay. So there was all this ambient noise. Apparently the show was very popular on the frontier. God knows why. He sips his coffee.
He shakes his head, starved for any kind of entertainment out there.
Sasha, yeah, Mr. Colonel, Mr. Malcolm, whatever, neighborhood was... It was decently popular. Actually, there's footage. It's been lifted from the Majestic's computer logs before they orbital strike the place. There's footage of a day on set where apparently he just kept vomiting on Ash. Hunk, you don't say. Starts chuckling.
Julius looks down at his feet. Yeah, that's the day I'm thinking of. We filmed pretty much the entire season in a couple of days. That was one day of it.
Hunk is resting his head on Bavine's back. It didn't. The children's show didn't impress you, sweetheart. Rubbing her thigh with his hand.
No, especially since I had to direct it and then witness Malcolm throwing up all over Ash multiple times.
Daywin Sulligan, stage name.
No, Denoria Xanthos.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, I got your name removed from Colonel Huckdown, honey, as he rests his head harder on Davine's back.
She starts to pet his head. Thank you, dear.
Towns, I have the footage of that day in particular right here. It's pretty popular around SIS. He starts typing on his wrist computer, pulling up the footage.
Yes, yes, you've got your hat on, boy. Now you're going to need to leave. You're going to be coming up soon. Right, my darling?
Devine looks up. Yes, you're going to do the whole thing where you put your shoes on, and then there'll be a knock or doorbell at the door, and you'll answer it.
Alright, and that, I'm assuming, is me.
Davy nods. Yes, exactly. You'll open the door, say, I have a package, or I believe it's a letter. She looks at the script. And Denaria, it's a letter, Davine. Stupid bitch.
Scar, cut that out. Get over it, Denard.
And Denaria looks over at him. Good day. She starts playing with the leaves of the little plant in the corner.
Tennessee eating from the snack table. Is there any ships for me to pilot, sir? You're looking over at my, why am I on set?
You are here to keep track of the table and help Davine. That is it.
Copy that, as he takes a sip of coffee and starts shoving pastries in his mouth. First time I had anything solid to eat in months.
Don't get used to it. Now, Mr. Deadbeat, the cop, Deadbeat. Are you ready for your portions after we film this?
Yeah. What do I do exactly? And Denaria, Davine looks up. It's quite simple. After Ash leaves, you'll come into the door, ask Mr. Rogers how he's doing, and then Mr. Rogers will go on a whole escapade about how police are there to protect you, but not this one, because you're a deadbeat. And she looks down at the script and shakes her head.
Yes, my wonderful darling. Your memory truly is astounding. Now, get out of this room, Gunslinger. Nobody needs you here. Yeah, right. He's gonna turn and walk out of the room. Good. Now I will get in position. My darling, it is now time to film. He's gonna go and settle in and wait.
Julia steps behind Davine. Denaria, I think you're in the shot. Could you come over here behind the camera? And Denaria looks over at him. So you do want me near you? Of course, Julius, I'm on my way. She walks over to him, and Julius takes a step away from her.
Fucking hick.
Tennessee shoving food in his pockets, Malcolm notices. Gonna take some of these back to Upworth, Eloquent, and Gonzalez.
You will do no such thing. Put them back before I have Globnock search you.
Fuck. He starts putting them.
You're only allowed to eat when I say you are. Now, he's not in the shot, is he?
You got it, Captain.
No, he's in the blind spot. He'll be fine. Just right there.
Good. I'm ready.
Okay. She looks at the script one more time, looks up at him. Alright. Quiet on set, rolling, and action.
The theme song begins to play for about a minute as Malcolm walks around the room taking his jacket.
Achoo!
Cut. Davine, you need to cut.
Achoo!
Cut. She looks over at Tennessee. Are you okay?
Yeah. All these avocados on this table. Whew, it's strong. Achoo!
Leave the avocados alone. Move away from the table, Utah.
Yes, sir. He's gonna come over.
Julius, make sure you clean off Washington's face.
Julius looks at Malcolm and then at Tennessee. Right. He just reaches over, grabs some wet wipes, and gives them to him.
Thank you. Starts wiping his face off. Here you go. Hands Julius some food he put in one of his pockets.
Ah, thank God. I haven't eaten in weeks.
There's enough there for you and Mom. He winks at you and continues cleaning his face. Sorry, Captain.
It's fine. You see him start shaking his hands and his head a bit before settling back in. I'm back in character, my sweet. Ready when you are.
She lets out a long sigh. Foot on the set. Rolling and action.
Again, theme begins to play. Malcolm moves around the room, putting his jacket on the hook and putting his small, the indoor slippers on before you hear, "It's a wonderful day in my neighborhood. Won't you be my neighbor?" "Oh, hello, kids! It's wonderful to see you. I didn't expect you to show up today. Today we've got a lot of fun things planned. We're gonna have a good time with our neighbors." And that's when you hear the... Who could that be? I didn't know we had a visitor. Come, let's find out. Walks over and opens the door. "Oh, it's the mailman." "Yes, good to see you, sir. I have a..." As Malcolm bends over and vomits across his chest. "A letter. Had a letter. No, it's good. It's our good friend, the postman. Can I have the letter, please?"
Davine puts her hands up. Cut! Why did you keep going?
Why are you cutting? We can finish the scene.
No, we can't. You just threw up all over Ash. What the hell?
Jesus Christ. Scar pitches a wet towel to Ash.
Thank you. There's a shower in this house, right, ma'am?
There should be somewhere. I'm not sure where. Julius almost had a pastry up to his mouth, and he's dropped it on the plate, staring at what just happened.
I'll go off and find that. He's gonna walk off this way. Good. Julia's deadbeat. Get me a towel. I need one.
Sure, Malcolm. Sets the food down, walks over into another restroom, grabs a towel and throws it over to him.
Good. Now, Hick, clean that up.
She lets out a big sigh. Yes, sir. Picks up the towel that Malcolm had and starts wiping the floor down.
Pour it in the planter if you want. It'll help your natural world.
I don't think that's true, Malcolm, but whatever you say, darling.
Scar inspecting the monitor. It was good framing, Davine. You've got an eye for this.
Thank you. I just wish I didn't see Malcolm throw up on Ash like that.
Scar, yeah. Oh.
Oh,
Yeah. Malcolm, why did that happen?
he has now moved over to the commissary table and is beginning to gorge himself on avocado toast. What?
Malcolm, you might want to slow down if your stomach's upset.
What do you mean? I feel fine, my boy.
Are you sure that was the worst vomiting I've ever seen? Said Julia.
Julius nods as Denaria over here says, "By God, how much corn did you eat?"
Quite a bit.
Tennessee. Captain, I think maybe we should have Eloquent take a look at you.
No, I'm fine. I just saw Ash. Trust me, I'm a professional. I can handle another scene like this. It will be no problem, as he has pulled out a full bottle of avocado water and downed the whole thing.
Scar leans into Julius and Davine. I mean, Ash looks ugly as fuck right now, given his... Yeah, but... It doesn't make me want to vomit.
Davine shakes her head. Neither it makes me not want to throw up either. And Julius chuckles. Maybe it's just Ash that he wants to throw up at.
Scar, that postman hat is fucking ridiculous.
Fleabag, go check if the gunslinger's ready.
You
He's
got
not
it!
ready.
Comes in here, Ash.
Yes, Scar, I think I'm done cleaning up. That was horrific.
Okay, you know you're wearing a dead man's hat there, right?
I am.
Malcolm killed the postman on this local colony, and that's where the uniform comes from.
Oh, wonderful. Not only
I don't
am
know if you want to make a record for it for when we get back to your superior officers, but might want to get him put in jail for a long time.
I'll hopefully executed. No, thank you for that. I'll write that down.
And do not eat from the commissary table. It's all avocado.
Good to know, thank you. I'd assumed there was something going on, but, yeah.
Okay. He walks back up this way. Thumbs up at Malcolm. He's good to go, whatever you are.
Good. Are you finished cleaning, Hick?
Yeah, I think I got everything. She walks over, stumbling over, and sits down. I think.
I'm Miss Cornstalk, Captain. Tennessee speaks up looking at Malcolm.
Cornstalk? Who is this Cornstalk?
Oh, nothing.
If you enjoyed his company, he must be someone I need to speak to. A fool, probably. Alright, he scarfs down like 5 more pieces of the toast before sitting down. Alright, ready when you are.
If you throw up on him again with that avocado in your gut, we're gonna have to rush him back to Eloquent.
Good to know.
Oh god. Scar Grove!
Davine shakes her head. God. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
Tennessee walking this way, preparing to call Eloquent.
Julia says just set down the plate of food. I'm not hungry anymore, strangely. And Davine sighs, rubs her face. Ash, are you all set?
Ready when you are, ma'am.
Okay. Quite on the set. Rolling and action.
Malcolm goes through the routine of the opening credits again before, oh, hello, children! I didn't see you there, so you've come to have a wonderful day in the neighborhood with me. Well, we have a lot of fun planned today. We might even get to go swimming. And I know there's plenty to... Oh, someone's at the door! Let's go find out and see. Opens it. The mailman! Yes, sir, I have a letter for you. Good. And as he goes to grab the letter... had the letter. Give it to me. Snatches it from him, and even though it's covered, he starts going to open it. Oh, who could this be from? Oh, it's from our good friend Deadbeat the Cop. Says he'll be over later tonight.
It's a cut! Tennessee, you should call Eloquent now.
Ash starts going into epileptic shock.
He goes to say something, and at this point, gurgles are just coming out as he stumbles into the room before sliding down the wall.
Christ! Comes running over, pushes Malcolm this way, sticking a piece of cardwood, I should say, a cup holster into Ash's mouth to stop the convulsing biting off of his tongue.
Julius shakes his head. Tennessee, hurry up!
She's already on the way. He comes out here holding Ash's legs. This is fucking ridiculous, Captain.
No, it's not. Leave him. Keep filming, Davine. This would make great television. The death of Ash.
Davine shakes her head. This is terrible. Oh god, my name is gonna be on this. She looks over at Denaria. Denoria, do you want to be the director for this show? And she puts her hand up to her chest. I knew you would see the light eventually, that I'm just better at everything than you. Of course I'll be the director. I'll be the best at it. Good, good. You can even take the director's chair. And she starts to run over and help Ash. And she sits down. Nice and comfy like I always imagined it.
At this point, sorry.
Good.
At this point, Malcolm has moved back to the commissary table, picked up a thing of avocado butter, walked over and thrown it in Ash's face. There we go. Now I'm sure Engine Woman can't save him. Run along.
Cutting back here. Sasha has stopped eating her food, just watching from Towns' wrist computer, utter silence. Scar, yep! That's what almost every day was like on that piece of shit ship.
Davine sighs and rubs her face, and Julius just nods. Yeah, it was.
I see the first time he puked on him was funny. Not the second time. Scar, not the first time it happened in general. He'd throw up on Ash very often.
Yeah, I honestly don't know why we were surprised the first time it happened. It sort of started to become like an almost weekly, daily occurrence after that happened.
Sasha looks up at you, and then Pequod, then back at you. Was it just the lazy eye and the tortured Ash look? Because that is kind of gross, but...
Julius shakes his head. I don't got a clue. Malcolm had seen him like that multiple times over the months.
Seen him? He was the reason he looked like this guy.
Davy nods. And then suddenly, whatever happened with that. Maybe it was the hat that did it.
Scar, I have no idea. I mean, when he would throw up on Ash on the ship, I'd always hear him say things like, oh, the backstory, and then Ash made him vomit, Julius gave him irritable bowel syndrome. Because
Julius nods. Yeah. Weird things would happen with that man's body because of the curse.
Hunk snoring on Davine's back.
Davine tries not to move at all and stays very still, letting him sleep. Yeah. Well, that's good at least. He gestures over to Hunk.
Sasha, what's wrong with him? Points out.
He hasn't been sleeping lately. If he is on the go for long enough, he looks over at Sasha. He won't think about Integra.
Blaze comes in, sits down, looks at Hunk. Yes, he's been spending quite a few hours at night with me, sire. An unhealthy amount. Cleaning guns, prepping guns. We've gone down to the kill house, shooting targets of Ash all night.
Right. Well, if he ever gets like this and me and Banksy aren't around, we'll make you some sleeping potions to give him.
Blaze, probably for the best. He is human after all.
Davy nods and starts petting his head lightly as to not wake him up.
He wakes up.
Damn it.
What's wrong? More dreams about Ash? He looks around.
No, darling. No. You can go back to sleep.
No, we're going out to breakfast. He stands up, stands Davine.
She stands up, holds both of his hands. Are you sure? Because you do need some sleep, darling.
I don't need sleep.
She sighs, shakes her head. You can sleep on the way down, okay?
I'll be wide awake, but you drive.
Yes, I will drive, and you will sleep in the passenger seat.
He snaps his finger, points at Icy and then Julius. You guys get everything squared away with Tommy. Make sure he's going to let us have the reception there, and we'll meet up back here and go from there. We're going to go I gotta plan a list of everything we're gonna do today.
Julius nods, gives him a little salute. Yes, sir.
All right, meet me upstairs. Can we take the Escalade? Do you mind?
Julius looks down at Pequot. It's up to her.
Peacock, of course you can. I'm good. I'm driving. Starts walking upstairs.
Wait, what? No, you said I would drive. She runs after him to follow him.
They go upstairs. Siletta, oh well, looks down at her wrist computer. I suppose we should square things away with Mr. Wiser.
Yeah, no better time than now.
Banksy looks at Blaze, who is holding a sleeping potion. I have a leftover. I found it. I found it in the armory. I think at one time Ash may have been taking them. Banksy, thank you. Takes it, jiggles it in his hand at Julia.
Julius nods, points at it. The best sleeping cure.
Put his ass down.
Exactly. Yeah, he nods. We'll have to get more of those.
Pequod, I'll take care of it. You want to come? Looks down at Sasha and Towns, and Sasha, as long as we're not going to watch videos of Malcolm vomiting on people, I'll come to Tommy's. Why not?
No, I think those kind of videos are actually banned in Tommy's restaurant, hopefully.
I see. Imitating.
Julius winces, gags a little. Well, that one you're too good at.
Siletta.
Come on, you two.
Pretty funny, actually.
He sighs, chuckles a bit. It is pretty funny.
Had a letter. I see. Poor Ash. Scar, yeah, don't say that. Looking at her, and she just stops talking.
He chuckles and shakes his head.
Run off, kids. Go get your stuff planned out with Tommy.
Yes, sir. He'll pick a Pequot up, head up the kitchen.
We'll look after the babies while you guys go down. Fledwick and Krellin are down there.
At Tommy's?
Breakfast date.
Oh, right, of course.
The thing with the spoon into the mouth. It's kind of cute.
It is pretty cute. They do that all the time?
Sasha, their friendship has helped Krellin move on from his hatred of Ash, or at least that's what Krellin was telling me, so I'm all for it. She's right. Yeah. True love, I guess.
I guess so. True love trumps all.
Towns will pat Soul on the head. The kids will stay here with Scar, Mama Lad, Zap. You guys will make your way down to Tommy's to begin your day. Down at the Valorious household, Saris talking privately with Colonel Curtis. Tal has tea and a plate of food. He's holding it. Comes out of the kitchen. Whatever you want to call this room exactly. I call it a kitchen. Comes out of the kitchen, and as the door slides open, you hear Saris intensely crying. Tal just shaking his head. Bumps into Ash.
Hello, sir.
How you doing?
Not great, but living.
Yeah.
How are you today, sir?
I wish I didn't have to be here.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I wish you didn't have to be here.
This is for your mother. Listen, I gotta ask you something, mate. Why the fuck were you dogging Eloquent back in the day? Don't tell me you don't remember. Don't say it was the right thing, or you just thought it was the thing to do. Because we have to file reports on you. And if one of us doesn't see you fit for duty, you're going to jail or getting shot or worse, mate. The Ranger General's out to get you.
No, she was attractive, and I flirted with her. It's as simple as that.
Okay, that's a lot better than anything else, saying anything else. You saw a good-looking woman, you didn't understand your place in the world, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. There's nothing more to it. I flirted with somebody that I did not understand I shouldn't have been. It was foolish, and I'm don't look back on it fondly.
Tal looking over at you. I'm privy to certain things that went on around that base nowadays. Did you ever stop to wonder why Integra was so hesitant to let you touch her daughter?
No, well, I did, but now that you're saying it, I feel I didn't connect dots that were there with Eloquent. Yes, that makes sense.
4 women on base, mate. Word
And,
travels fast with girls. They like to talk.
and I flirted with one and ended up with the daughter of the other. Yeah, I wonder why she hated me at that point.
At least you didn't hit on Commander Integra.
No, no, I did not. That, I think the two of them would have killed me together.
Yeah, probably.
Probably would have been better off if they had at this point.
Well, things are not going so well in there.
I can
He's
tell.
mumbling about you took everything from her, so.
Yes, and I did. There's nothing I can do to fix it. That's the hardest part, isn't it?
Yeah.
At this point, I'm resigned to the fact that I'm probably going to be getting the papers any day now.
That could happen, yeah. But she depends on you. Your money. I mean, she didn't serve that long in the grand scheme of things. She doesn't get that much money a month. You got her in a financial bear trap, mate.
I, well, even if she did want a divorce, if she asked, I'd be perfectly happy with continuing to pay for wherever she lives. I would rather her be happy. It's really all I want.
Yeah. He looks down at the plate of food and tea.
Just, hurts that I can't give it to her.
I can imagine, though I've never been in this type of situation.
And I pray that you are never in it in your life, sir. But
No, I'm not going to screw up the good thing I have going.
I assume you
Plays with
won't.
his scarf with his free hand.
I assume you won't. They all doing good? I know Icy was very ill a little while back. Is she doing better?
She's pulling out of it, mate. Yeah, she's doing fine.
Good. That takes a load off of me.
It
Worried about
was,
them too.
it was, she'd see Davine and Julius and remember what she did. Blech! And vomit all over the place. Not good.
No, I can imagine. I can have empathy for it. I mean, we all have those moments where we relive our worst moment over and over. I dreamt about mine for many years, but I'm assuming it's far worse for her. Magic and all.
He shrugs. Similar, but yeah, probably. I mean, shooting somebody, the first thing you feel is the recoil of your rifle. Eh.
Yeah.
Torturing somebody, twisting them about with magic, that goes against. Yeah.
One is a worse offense than the other, especially to a magic user. I understand.
She'll pull through. Shouldn't worry too much. And there's a plan to, if we can ever bump in. Well, I say it like I'm going to be there. I probably won't, but you bump into Mr. Taywalls again, they're going to go for him. Nice and abrupt like.
Good. He deserves it, and I can think of no better people to wipe that blight off the universe than Julius Rainfall and Nicole Rainfall.
Yeah, get him, then the problem's solved. We have to give this to your mother. He hands you the.
Alright.
Your Sarah said she's not eating. She's going downhill. I let's just go in there and try to get her to eat. And yeah,
Yeah, let's go. He's gonna come up and knock.
door opens.
Hey, Mom, I've got something for you.
Hunched over in the chair, looking at the ground.
He's gonna come over, set it in front of her, and, gently under her chin, lift her head up. Come on, you doing alright, Mom?
Arrgh.
Yes, it's Ash. We've got you some tea, some snacks. Come on, you need to eat.
She looks at the plate and just puts her hand up.
Come on, Mom. You need to eat. It's not good for you.
And what would you know, Ash? Starts violently coughing.
He's gonna rub her back. Well, I know a hell of a lot about what's not good for you. So, come on. Yeah, I don't know. I'd rather you eat so at least you can outlive me. How's that?
Tal, try feeding.
He's gonna pick one up and pick one up off the plate and move it towards her mouth. Come on, just take a bite.
Smacks it out of Ash's hand.
Fair enough.
Tal shakes his head. Picks up the little cookie Ash was trying to feed her. Just puts it in his pocket because he can't find the trash. He's walking around. I don't want your help, Ash.
Okay. Just please eat a little. I mean, nobody wants to see you get worse and worse, Mom.
She looks down at the plate and then just her head hangs there.
He's gonna come closer and look and make sure she's still awake.
She is.
Come on. Just a little bit and then I'll leave you alone for the rest of the day.
Not insulting like, but Tal has taken his mask off, points down at her and points to his nose, and then puts his hand up like, when was the last time she bathed?
Ash is gonna kind of hiding to where she can't see him, nod knowingly.
Tal shakes his head, puts his mask back on. Perhaps I can feed you, ma'am. Sits down next to her.
That'd be a good idea. I mean, Tal's a good man. Have you told her about you and Miss Suletta, Tal?
She perks up, hearing a name she remembers.
Yes, Mum. It's not. Well, it's your business to tell, sir. If you're all right with that.
With her one good eye, she's squinting at his scarf and Tal. That's right. Yeah, I got knighted. Kinda Integra. Chuckle.
Seems he's a good fit for them. I thought so, but it's good to see that the Rainfalls agree.
He'll hold up a fork with some eggs on it and she'll eat a little bit of it. There you go.
There. He's gonna very lightly put his hand on Tal's shoulder and whisper thank you.
He nods his head.
There you go, Mum. That's better, isn't it?
He's looking at the scarf, slowly chewing. Tal, yeah, it was a great honor. I haven't taken it off since except to wash it.
Yeah, it is a great honor. Not many people get those scarves.
Good. Good. After. It's good for Suletta. The rainfalls were good for her. And in turn, she is good for them. Well, he'll lift the tea up to her mouth and help her drink.
Yes, they're all good for each other, Mum. They've all been doing very well. Happier than I've seen them in a long time.
Tal, it's wonderful spending time with them.
It is. Even as
Their plans to open an academy with Davine's gear. Going to be living at this place called Rainfall Lane that's currently under construction, believe it or not, in Hunk's hometown. Commander Integra nods her head, pushes the fork away, hearing Hunk's name. Not hungry.
Okay. It's alright. You've had some to eat. That's good. That'll be okay for now, Mum. They're doing well. Oh, he's gonna kind of uncomfortably shuffle before getting up. I'll get this cleaned up, Tal. Thank you.
We should feed her a little bit more.
Alright. Do you think you can eat a little bit more, Mum?
She points down at the plate. She just wants the sweets. He breaks one of the cookies, puts it up to her mouth. Rainfall Lane. They're all compound, going to be living there. The academy is run by Davine, but it's a military installation. One day there'll be, I don't know, Ash, what do you think? Squadrons of people using that fancy gear. Honestly, I have to learn how to use it, and I'm kind of afraid. I think I'm gonna shoot it out and go 80 miles an hour into a wall. Commander Integra starts chuckling.
Oh, trust me, you probably will for the first few times. She let me put it on once, and I cracked my head on a door jamb.
Commander Integra, Ash never understood boundaries. Tal.
In more ways than one, ma'am. In more ways than one.
He wanted that scarf and more. I'm glad they never gave it to you.
So am I, Mom. So am I. Yeah.
It's
But
just unfortunate that Nal will share in your fate.
I,
Tal, looking at her, just holding the cookie while she's slowly biting it, just looks down at the ground.
uh, you don't have to stay if you don't want to, Mom. I can find somewhere better for you, if that's what you prefer.
Where am I going to go? Just keeps chewing the cookie. You've doomed me and my daughter.
They'd have you in a heartbeat.
Good luck facing them. I'm sure you cower at the sight of them after what you've done.
I do. I know as well as you do that I've done plenty to have lost the right to even look at them. I know.
I can't believe every day you were gone. Pushes the cookie away, Tal. Just looking at the ground. On that ship with Malcolm, I cried for you. And Julia. Every single day I regretted every decision I made to push you to be on a council strike squad, assuming you were dead because of that man's incompetence.
And a man who came back was not the man you were crying for.
She should have left you when she had the chance.
Yes,
I stuck up for you. Sasha stuck up for you. Nicole stuck up for you.
yes, they did. And she probably should have. I've. I know I've ruined everything for you both. Just. Just let me know what I can do. If anything.
Take me out back and get it over with. Trigger puller.
I'm sorry, I can't do that.
Tal gets up and leaves.
I can't do that.
May as well finish the job.
I. As. I don't know what you want me to say.
I want you to leave. Get out of my room.
Okay, I will. He's gonna stand up. I'll leave the cookies here if you'd like them. He's gonna, move the cookies onto a smaller, like, napkin or plate. I'll take this out. And call if you need anything at all, Mom. Thank you for eating.
She does not respond. Head slumps back over. Tal's just uncomfortably standing with his arms crossed, looking at the ceiling.
He'll walk out over here, set the plate on a small table, and just sit down next to him. Well, sorry you had to see that.
He's just staring up at the ceiling. No problem.
Whew. Well, at the very least, that was the most lively I've seen her in a little while. I'll gladly take any amount of beratement if she gets a little bit of a spark back.
Yeah. He shrugs, looking at the ceiling. Yeah. That's something else.
Yeah, it is. Gotta try to find the light in it, right?
If there's any to find, sure, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's just illusion. Not wanting to admit what's real. I don't know. I hope he's able to convince her to let them come. I
If
really do.
Sasha and Saris were good friends. Because it sure doesn't seem like it to me. She's in there motherfucking Sasha left and right. They stuck up for you, I guess, and
That they were the best of friends.
well, that's going to complicate things, I'm sure.
It always does. Really, I don't think she's mad at Sasha. I think it's just her anger at me, the situation and everything, and it just overflows onto other people.
I was never that clingy with my wife. Uh, Never had problems like this. When somebody wants space, you gotta puts his arm out, give them the space. And my wife was just a civilian. She wasn't like Saris. She was a nurse, you know.
Oh, that's good.
But Saris is very proud of herself, proud of all of her accomplishments, and just bing bang boom, and all gone, all taken away, and yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, like I said, she ain't gonna get that much money, but from the military, it's one thing to get the money, even if it's just a little bit, but to just refuse it outright, I mean, she is delusional. She refuses the money. Here, he hands you a bunch of letters, like old school letters. Close the bank account with the military, you know, the EarthGov bank account they give you when they push you out of boot camp with your boots strapped up to your ass. And so they were just piled on the kitchen in there, and yeah.
oh, she's not taking any money then. That's God. Is there anything I could do to make a place where these can be deposited?
Oh, you could go open an account or cash them and put them in there, something like that. Yeah.
I think I will. Even if she doesn't want it, it's her money. I think I'll make a small savings account that hers can be deposited into.
Probably a good idea. In the meantime, when you're not here and on the frontier, you should be working on training, physical conditioning, because you're going to have to make it through selection every stage. So, and that includes the psych screenings, which I can see why you'd fail, given your history and being around here. So, uh, when selection comes around, and it's going to come around quicker than you think, if you can ever finish your mission as a squad, I would distance myself from this place.
I think that's for the best. Although at that point, I think won't have the apartment to stay at, so suppose
Ranger barracks, and then you're off, boom, to selection.
suppose that would be the best choice. And I think distance from me would do them wonders.
I hope so.
I
She's drinking, smoking, glassy eyed, so that means something else in the mix.
And there's nothing I can do to help her with that. Oh boy. Yeah, I felt worthless against some enemies, but this is what it feels to be really useless, isn't it?
Powerless. Yeah.
That's the word. Even against a really strong enemy, I can still shoot. There's nothing I can do here.
Well, not when you're the judge, jury, and executioner of the problem, mate.
Yeah, I'm a mon. The life I live now is a monument to my sins. And,
Shakes his head.
and there's no way out of it. Just gotta do the best that can be done and earn as much money for them as I can, right?
That's about all you can do, yeah.
Well, at least I have the best profession to do it. Gives them
Yeah, well,
space.
you're gonna be very far away from them.
much as that can sting, I think it's the best for everyone right now.
This isn't a joke. His hand hits your shoulder. Not a joke. I think you've legitimately caused post traumatic stress disorder in people, mate. Just the repetition of saying things over and over and over, causing traumatic events, dogging people, hounding people. Family, family, family. It's gone one day. You fucked up.
Yes, I did. I was so consumed with things in the moment, myself, my wants, other things in the moment. I hurt everyone that I care about. Permanently burnt bridges with all of them and hurt them tremendously. And really, even with everything going on, I don't think I'll ever really know the full depth of how bad it is. Believe me, I understand.
Let me tell you something, mate. The world's not fair. I've read your file, what you claim happened to you all those years ago. Your family killed, taken in by lizard folk, beat you, berated you. Nobody gives a fuck. The fact that you still gave a fuck after all those years shows how weak you were. And that weakness carried through, and then you got manipulated by a man like Malcolm, though none of your actions are his fault. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is you come back and you fuck up and you fuck up and you fuck up. 400 million years ago, mate. Who the fuck cares?
Yeah, who the fuck cares? Shouldn't have just. Shouldn't have let it rule me for as long as I did.
No, and oh, you didn't have a family. Well, you had one. So the goal is, oh, now I have what I wanted. Be there for them, and do what they want. Oh, give me some space. I'm tired of being cooped up. Grabs hips.
Yeah,
Maybe you have excuses and reasons to not understand social interactions and what's right or wrong, but that doesn't make it right.
no.
Hitting on Eloquin, she had to drug you, mate, to get you to get off her back.
Oh, um,
Doesn't excuse it.
no, it doesn't.
Julius didn't do this stuff,
No.
and he had it worse than you. You at least had your act together. People had expectations for you. Everybody knew he was going to get kicked out after Malcolm, but he turned it around, which we're not bringing up to him because he's tired of hearing it. So my point here is, if he didn't act that way and had it far worse than you, I don't see why you would have. You know what I'm saying?
I understand completely. I have explanations, but an explanation is not an excuse.
I would rather the fact that Julius and Davian are where they are now. I would rather have my mother be dead because I don't know if I could have come to terms with her. It speaks a lot about them, how strong they are.
It does. They, I've said it before. They're two of the best people I know, strongest people I know. They're just good people.
Yes, they are. And they didn't deserve to have to deal with this, and they sure as hell don't deserve to have to come down here and have Cyrus cry in their face and see that. He points it to the door. How do you think that's going to affect them?
Even worse than it's affecting me.
I, you probably share the greatest burden because you feel the responsibility, but still. For every action, there's a reaction. Your actions have repercussions. You're 40 something fucking years old. You think you would have figured that out back in Gallia when you pulled the trigger on some stupid bandits and shot some chick and felt bad about it. That was your life lesson right there. That's when you should have learned. But you didn't.
No, I didn't. And everyone else has to suffer for it now.
Yeah, and we gotta watch you, dog you, file reports when we would rather not, and hope you can make it through selection. But we gotta move on and live with you, they're gonna send you to the fight. God knows what they're gonna do to you. So shape the fuck up. Get your shit squared away.
Yes, sir. That's the plan.
Thank fucking God. As the door opens, Colonel Curtis comes out. There's a door slam. He still has his mask on, but one of the lenses is cracked. He's just staring at Lake, not saying anything. Repeat of last time he talked to Sarah.
Everything alright, sir?
Need a new helmet.
If you'd like, I can requisition it for you, sir.
I will never try to stick up for you again.
Understood, sir.
Oh, he turned his life. He's turned around, Sarah. Bam. She's still got a hell of a right hook for how skinny she's gotten.
That's Ceres, after all. I'm sorry. Thank you for the attempt, but I'm sorry that's how it turned out.
She doesn't want to see the rainfalls, or Sasha, or anybody from that apartment.
I understand.
But she said they can come down and see Integra, because she thinks Integra's got maybe a couple more years left. If she's lucky.
That's very good. That's wonderful. That's a step in the right direction. Given more time, maybe she'll be willing to see them. But, I think Mom needs it more now.
Well, they're doing wedding planning today, so, I don't know the particulars, because I don't think they're planned quite out yet, but, I will message, Hunk, and, let him know.
Okay, thank you, Tal, I appreciate it.
Colonel Curtis just takes his mask off, looking at the cracked lens in the eye visor, shakes his head.
I'll make sure to get a new one requisitioned for you if that helps them. And next time you ask, I'll pay for our tabs at the bar.
That's what we're going to do. We're going to the barracks, and we're going to have some drinks. Tal, no thanks. It's too early in the day for drinking for me. Colonel Curtis, well, I needed a couple drinks after getting screamed... Well, not screamed at, but just dealing with a crying woman. Like that.
Yeah, I can
Especially
understand.
thinking back to the girl she was back then to now. I didn't see the progression. It's just, there she is. That's what she looks like. Boom. I see her a couple years later, and she's destroyed.
Yeah, she's destroyed.
If I had kids, if I had a daughter, I would have been like, model yourself after your mother, whoever the mother would have been, and after Sasha and Sarah's. Now I can't say that about Sarah.
No, you can't. Seem to have to take a deep breath and rub his face. Yeah. I wish that wasn't the case, sir. I wish she'd have, chosen a better man than me, sir.
Tal, if she's not accepting the money, Colonel Curtis, the envelopes, Tal, yeah. If she's not accepting the money, where's she getting the money for whatever she's down in the alcohol? Colonel Curtis, I mean, there's tons of alcohol stores in this place, so I think that's where she's getting that. Where she's getting whatever she's doing, the other thing, I don't know.
I don't know, sir. And I'm afraid it wouldn't matter even if I asked.
Tal, best not to ask her.
Yeah, that was my thought. It's not gonna go anywhere except her getting even angrier. And rightfully at this point, I don't have any right to try and control even that aspect.
Like, pops his headphones out. Colonel Curtis, the only one with a brain between the four of us. Lake starts laughing.
Yeah, I suppose so. What you listening to, Lake?
Like, country. Colonel
Okay.
Curtis, how's Integra? Is she presentable? Can she be seen by people? Or Tal, she hasn't bathed in a while, I think.
She'd need a bath, sir. She would. She's not presentable right now.
Colonel Curtis, well, offered Sarah's live-in nurse to help with Integra, especially if she's going downhill, but she said no. So.
Gods. I don't know. If I ask her It wouldn't matter if I did. She'd get angry, but even if she wouldn't, she's not going to bait if I say anything. So I don't know what I can do.
Can't do anything.
And that's the worst part of it, isn't it?
Made your bed. Now you get to sleep in it.
Yes, sir. And I get to sleep in it for a very, very long time.
That doesn't mean you can't drink in it. We're going back to the barrack.
That sounds like a plan, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's move. As they start to shuffle towards the door, you guys heading back to gate. Hunk and Davine have made their way to Amol's. She's on his lap. Nobody's in here. They're not even open yet, but they're such good customers. They let them in 30, 45 minutes before they open. Hunk is scribbling on a piece of paper what to do today, just mumbling to himself.
Davine's looking at the piece of paper, then at him, then at the piece of paper. I have a suggestion of what we could do today.
What's that?
You can take a nap right
No.
here.
No.
She sighs, shakes her head.
We're going to eat. We're going to make sure you eat. Clean your plate. And then we're going to leave and start the day. We've got a lot to do. We've got to... He writes down... We've got to go get Julius and Banksy and me tuxes. You guys have to break off and take Pequod to... There is a wedding dress store in the strip mall. The mall. A couple blocks that away. He points over his shoulder with his thumb. And the bridesmaid gowns and all that kind of stuff. From there, we gotta go look at... He's writing it all down, Watertown. He's just not stopping as this guy comes out, just looking at him confused.
Davine sighs, puts a hand on his wrist that he's writing with. It was your turn to tell me this a while ago, and now I'm going to tell you this. Relax, darling, relax.
He looks up at her, sets the pencil down. Okay. As this guy sets down some eggs, Mediterranean breakfast, and some tea. No coffee for me, please. Yep, that's odd. Never drinks coffee. Mumbling to himself.
Davine chuckles, shakes her head. Now clean your plate, mister.
I will, but you first. He repositions her in his lap.
She raises an eyebrow at him. I'll hold you to it. She takes her fork and starts to eat her food.
He sets his head back and just sighs.
You can take a nap, darling. I would rather you do it.
Yeah, I think I'll sleep in a few months.
She does a long sigh. Not getting enough sleep will hurt you in the long run. I can understand not getting a lot of sleep because you stayed up too late and you had to wake up early in the morning like me and Nicole did, but just not sleeping, it's no good.
He looks at her and nods his head, starts picking at his plate of food. Yeah.
You'll start to worry me eventually. In fact, you've done so already, just a tiny bit.
Sorry. He looks at her, kisses her on the cheek.
She lays her head on his cheek, sits back up and starts eating her food. It's okay. It's okay. And try to lay off on the coffee. That much caffeine cannot be good for you.
Beats the Red Bulls I was drinking earlier this week.
You were drinking Red Bulls, how many? Per day?
6 or 7.
A day?
Hey, you should see my shot grouping on some of the weapons in the armory. Me and Blaze were putting thousands of rounds into the ash targets.
She giggles slightly, shakes her head. No matter how good your shot groupings are, I don't know if you should be drinking 6 or 7 Red Bulls a day.
You should have seen... I thought Blaze was kind of, indifferent about Ash. And then he, just got really into it. Freezing the targets and then setting them on fire with these wrist flamethrowers he's got, if you've ever seen him fight. It was, his cackling as he set the Ash targets on fire and they just said, moo. It was almost scary.
Davine chuckles. I would love to see him in battle. That is something I've never seen before.
Well, God willing, we don't have to.
Exactly, God willing.
Clean your plate.
You too. She starts to eat quicker.
Yeah, and we're gonna go golfing today. He starts writing down, not eating. We gotta go to Watertown, and then to see if whatever Julius and Pequod want, if they want to have it there or somewhere else. Then to go then golf. It's a rainfall weekend, and then I don't know what we'll do after that.
She takes her fork, spins it around so she's holding it and hits him with the hilt of it.
Ow!
On the wrist. Relax and eat your food, darling.
Okay. He starts picking at his plate, sets the pen down again.
She sighs, shakes her head. Is there anything you need to talk about? It is just the two of us in here. And the waiter, I suppose, but I don't know if he much cares for our gossip and tea.
You know, I didn't even... When I joined the military, got through boot camp, then I ended up at the Headhunters. When they told me, after you graduate boot, they tell you where you're going, you know. And if you have good drill sergeants and officers, they'll send you where you really need to go. Like, whoever Pequod and Sasha had knew it was good at his job, or her. Sent her to sniper school, sent Pequod to pilot school. But when I heard I was going to the Headhunters, I was so disappointed.
She tilts her head. Why is that? I've only heard good things about the Headhunters from Julius.
I had heard guys talk about it throughout basic at lunch, dinner, breakfast, in the chow halls, saying if they send you to the Headhunters, that's where they send the grade A fuck ups. People with talent, but they don't have they don't have it all up here. He points to his temple. They don't have it all up here, or their skill set's so unique that you could. It seemed more of like a dishonor to go there, at least back then.
She nods, takes another bite of her food. But I'm assuming once you got there, things changed?
Well, when I first got there, yeah, after a while, after about 6 or 7 months. The reason they sent me there is because I just couldn't function in a squad, so we would do war game drills, blah blah blah, and I just couldn't talk, couldn't adapt, right?
Right, that doesn't sound like you, but I could definitely see it.
And then they sent me there. And then I met Integra, and I feel so bad that... Yeah.
She looks down at her plate. We always regret the things we've done in the past. When...
I was horrible to her. I was terrible. She would tell me, make sure my bed's made to specification. I never would do it. She would let me have all my, elf spreads. She was very understanding. And helped shape me on the path I needed to get, which led to you. But he looks it right in the eye.
She smiles at him, gives him a kiss on the forehead. We always regret things we've done in the past when faced with the problems of the future.
I drove that woman nuts.
She chuckles. Now that does sound a little bit like you.
Drove her nuts, yet she still cared about me and getting me where I needed to go to be successful. And she covered for me like she covered for Julius and Shitbird.
She was a wonderful woman. Is a wonderful woman, I should
No, I
say.
think was is right.
She clacks her teeth together a couple times, takes another bite of her food, and shrugs. It's okay, darling. She holds his hand. I'm sure she forgave you, has forgiven you. It's not any issue.
I just know I'm gonna, he hand to his eye, lose it when I see her. I'm just dreading it.
And I'll be there for you when that does happen.
I almost don't want to go see her,
But we must.
but we will. Yep. I won't make it far without you.
She shrugs. I know. I would have never made it far without you. It's quite literally the least I could do to help you.
I'll need it. I'm gonna be a wreck.
She gives him another kiss on the forehead. I'll help you through anything, and I'll try to fix you, my sweet little wreck.
Be a hell of a wreck. 18-wheeler or 18-car pileup, probably.
Oh my, I must have to call in the cranes and have a cause to help with that one.
Yeah. There'll be time for sleep later.
She lays her head on his cheek again. Yes, there will be sleep later. Like in the passenger seat of the car as I drive us to the strip mall.
You look good behind the Escalade.
I do, don't I?
Yeah, you do. We'll get one. We'll go up and pick the kids up and then bring them all down to the mall.
She nods. Yeah, we should. But we should also enjoy this right now. She takes some of her food and puts it up to his mouth.
He eats it. Haven't been eating that much yet. This is good.
She nods. Yeah, I have noticed that. I've also noticed that the punching bag has changed color a few times ever since I've been waking up and going into the gym.
Yeah, Julius really likes to hit it.
She looks at him. Well, that may be true. I don't think it's just Julius.
It's not. It's
Yeah.
me.
She nods. I know, darling. And if you were going to say, it's not, it's Banksy that's punching it too, I probably would have believed you on that.
I've said it so many times. He takes his finger and starts making a circular motion. I just want this done and over with and Ash gone.
And we'll get there as soon as possible. With all the developments that have been happening the past, what? She puts her hand up, thinks for a second. The past month? I'm sure it'll be over very soon.
I hope so. I really do. Yeah. I don't even like the way it makes me feel, like being assertive with the kids. I don't even like doing that with them. I really don't. But I just don't want Ash around them.
She nods. Well, I think both of them need it. Nicole is... I hate to say it, but I do believe she's too nice for her own good at times.
Ain't that the truth? He kisses her cheek.
She giggles, and Julius, for the first time in a very long time, I'm having trouble reading him. His facial expressions and everything like that. When he looks at Ash and thinks about him and everything like that, and that is scary to me.
Hunk nods. Yeah. I worry Ash is gonna stroll into the apartment and then Julie's just gonna start beating on him. But yeah, I couldn't blame him. That's the thing. He puts his finger up. I just couldn't at this point.
She nods. Hopefully my training has gotten him this far, and I'm sure you've taught him quite a bit of control whenever you would train him back in the Headhunters. Hopefully our training will bring him far enough to cross the finish line of this whole ordeal.
Mostly yours. Yeah. He rubs her thigh with his hand. Mom's training. He's just that. Yeah. They've both been through a lot. Nicole and him. Yeah.
She nods, and they're quite possibly some of the strongest people I've ever known.
Except when it comes to shared dreams.
Yes, apparently, except for when it comes to shared dreams. That's. She looks at him. It's freaky, isn't it? That we both had the same exact dream.
I remember a long time ago, I can't think of their name. It was one of Ebenezer's first, not Malcolm, one of Ebenezer's first students under his tutelage. But we did ops together when I was in SIS with this guy. That's where I met Ebenezer. If you share like a strong enough bond, you share dreams. This guy, and this is why I say not Malcolm, this guy and Ebenezer would have like the same dreams. So, yeah. Not being chased by giant nude Ash, but yeah.
Right, that.
Eb was like a brother to him. The brother he never had kind of thing. So, yeah.
Of course, that makes quite a bit of sense. There's so much about spellcasters that I'll need to learn, even now.
They would share, like good dreams, like going on successful missions together, him, graduating from the Arcane Council school, stuff like that. And, I think they would talk about like, embracing and hugging the day he graduated and got his, went to officer school. Not being chased by nude Ash. So that's another reason why I want Ash gone. I don't want to see you or her waking up screaming in the night.
She sighs. Yes. Once we're gone and away, I'm sure it'll all end. Give or take a month or two, I suppose.
I tell you, when the talk of Rainfall Lane first started and it was going to be so fortified, I used to think to myself kind of like, well, look, I don't really want Ash around that much, but I think this is a little overboard, and now I completely understand.
She nods. Oh, so do I. I always thought he was going a bit overboard myself, and then more and more came to light, and I started to agree with him more and more.
He's gonna squeeze her hand tight. If he ever threatens to kill you again, please tell me this time.
She looks at him and nods. I'll tell you at his funeral after I kill him.
He laughed. How would you do him in?
Well, he would look me in the eye, say that. I would knock him up the side of the head, just so his eye became lazy once more, and then... I don't know, it's between strangulation, a very torturous method that I've considered using only on enemies, and just straight up breaking his neck.
Give him, I think Nicole called it the glob knock. Give him the glob knock.
Oh yes, a knife between the teeth type thing.
Yeah, say goodnight, vamp, or whatever that fiasco was.
She starts to laugh. Apparently Towns uses that one quite a bit whenever he interrogates anyone.
I mean, it works. He smiles at Davey.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. She smiles, looks down at her plate, and takes another bite.
Oh, he runs his hand down his face. Where is my coffee? Let's look here.
She scratches his cheek and slides over her tea. It's not caffeine, but it does have some sugar in it.
Yeah, I need a Red Bull or two. That's what I need.
She shakes her head. I would have to disagree.
As the guy, he had to brew coffee, comes out, thank you. And just leave the whole pot. Huh? Okay. He leaves the pot and walks this back. He's a good waiter.
She giggles. Yes, he is. I don't think many waiters would have actually just left the pot for us.
No, well, we are their best customers.
Yes, we are. And the best dancers that come here.
That's true. I've gotten a little better taking lessons.
Definitely true. I have to lead less and less nowadays.
Hunk's playing with the bracelet he got Davine for winning the Oscar. You gonna cry when Julius and Pequod? I do.
She thinks, sighs. Oh, who am I kidding? Probably. I'm seeing my son get married. You know what? I'm probably going to cry when me and him have our first dance. If that's still something people do
Yeah,
nowadays.
it is. It is.
She sighs, shakes her head. That's probably when I'm going to cry, me and him dancing together.
Good point to cry. I'll probably cry when I do, since I was there from, well, not the exact beginning when they started, but I've seen a lot of the major events play out. You remember when she was pregnant, screaming his name every day?
She leans back, hanging her head over his shoulder. Julius!
Oh, Christ.
Oh, whenever I would hear that in the gym, even I got a little scared.
I would always, and he like jumps in his seat a little bit with his hands. I would always do that. Like, oh god, that poor kid.
Yeah. I remember one time I was in the kitchen with him as it happened, and his shoulders went up against his ears, and he just lowered them and sighed to himself.
Yeah, I was in the gym with Sasha, and we heard it once. She was working out. I just come in. She had a bottle of water, and she was holding it up, drinking it, and we heard it. I think you were a couple steps behind me that day, and yeah, she just squeezed the bottle of water all over her face.
David Crick covers her mouth and starts to laugh. Yes, she is, I might have to say she's even scarier than me when she is pregnant.
At least to Julius, that's for sure. Face goes white. Look of death.
Poor boy, he's so pale already. I didn't even think he would be able to get more pale.
Yeah. Nicole said it went from when they on the Majestic, just Pequot crying all the time and wailing and moaning, which was rough on her, to just Julius's name at the top of her lungs.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
I always thought they were cute together, and then I can't remember who told me. It was, I think it was Integra. Yeah, it was. Because one day at the Raven, you never been there, but there was a small heliport, nothing worth seeing. Anyway, we were talking about the two of them, and she told me, you know, that's Rico's daughter, and I almost fell off the heliport.
Oh, she shakes her head. You know what? I probably would have been terrified. What? Do you know what his reaction was to it all?
Sasha ended up telling him in private, from my understanding, and he vomited in a trash can a couple times.
She nods. I would have probably done the same.
I asked Integra, I said, have you told Julius? She said, no, he needs to find out on his own so he can understand and learn for himself. And I was just like, why would you take a risk like this? I asked her, because any other officer, your ass is getting fried. Or at least that's what you would think. And she said, they just need each other, or they need each other to grow up together. She was right. Some people just need somebody to grow up with.
She nods. A very smart woman, huh?
Just like she used to say, some boys just need spreads of Playboy elves.
She starts to laugh. By God, did you need those Playboy elves?
Yeah, I did. Well, I mean, you could definitely fall in love with an image of somebody. I married a fucking hag, and then I had a literal goddess beating me up in the gym every day. What a miserable experience. Not the beating up, just, yeah. It's hell to not be able to have what you want.
She starts to laugh. I know that to be very true. She scratches his chin. It wasn't easy on me either, you know.
Oh, I can imagine.
Here I was, seen as absolute, forgive the pun, an absolute hunk of a man, sitting across from me. When you first took off your mask, I quite literally said to myself, why the fuck does he wear the mask?
Yeah, that's not the first person to say that.
He's like literally the most handsome man I've ever seen.
Did you think I was like Jason Voorhees' face?
I definitely thought you had some type of scar that you were trying to hide, like one that's across your face or burn marks or something that you didn't feel confident enough in showing people. But no, she gestures towards his face. It was that.
He starts chuckling, kisses her on the cheek. Yeah, well, trust me, I didn't take it off around many people, but I took it off around you. Well, I gotta use what I got.
And trust me, what you had worked.
Oh, I know. No mask rainfall weekend got you to stop at Tommy's door like a little girl.
She looks at him. I'll have you know, I was quite embarrassed with what I just did, and then hearing that, I had to think of your face, because of course I did. And yes, it worked. It worked.
Not embarrassed anymore. He's gonna go to try to start kissing her.
She lets him.
They will start making out before the restaurant opens. As at another restaurant, the Rainfalls find themselves, the children, and Sasha Downs and Sulet as accompany them, find themselves in Tommy's restaurant. Krellin is opening his little slit of a mouth and Fledwick with a spoon. Tommy's over here working, counting some money. Saint making some smoothies. Suletta just watching what's going on.
A bit of like oatmeal spills onto Krellin's mouth, and Fredwick takes a napkin, wipes it off. There you are, Quellin. All nice and clean now. He pats him on the cheek and sets the napkin down.
Thank you. Good friend, Fledwick. Here. Lifts up a frappuccino to his mouth.
Fledwick takes a sip from it, and Julius is looking at the two of them. Looks over at Icy and nods. Pretty good friends.
Icy in Banksy's arms watching. It's that, or he's putting Semtex in random inanimate objects.
Julius starts to laugh as he rubs his lower back. Alright. Okay, Tommy.
Pequod, come on. We have business to. As she looks over here, Krellin, how frappuccino, Frederick?
The frappuccino is perfect. I do believe the saint made it perfectly. It does help that you're the one that's helping me drink it, my dear Quellen friend.
Symbol of love. When at Rainfall Lane, eat every day like this.
That sounds perfect, my best friend.
Towns is gonna come down. Just ignoring the two of them.
Julie starts to chuckle. Man, I think even them have us beat, Pequan.
They're gay for each other? I see under her breath. Pequan, oh, totally. And it's kind of sweet. She looks at you.
Julius nods. I think it's super sweet.
Suletta just sits down.
Julius chuckles, goes to sit down.
Pequod's gonna come sit down next to you. Tommy's counting money, mumbling to himself. Hasn't even noticed you guys. He's over here now.
Julius looks at Tommy and clears his throat. Tommy?
Oh, Julius! How are you doing today? The Saint walking back here.
I'm doing well. I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
No. Just transaction. Had to get some things printed, Julius. Many things, actually. Have to pay this out. Guy who print things for me wanted in cash.
Well, okay, new menus, I'm guessing, or something like that.
Something like that, Julius. He's gonna lean in.
Oh,
What can Tommy do for the rainfalls today?
we actually had a bit of a favor to ask.
Absolutely. Anything for you. As Saint Guillotine comes out with a huge stack of, well, 2 huge stacks of some, look like cards, but they're in plastic. Tommy, I got the wedding. Not now, Saint! Put them away! Okay. He just goes back. Anyway, well, how was your sex life?
Julius's eyes widen.
Be quiet. That was the shittiest line in that movie, Tommy. Tommy, still may as well want Oscar, trust me.
Yeah, thank God for Marianne. Submitting it as a comedy. Chuckles, shakes his head. The favor we were gonna ask. Me and Pequot are currently planning our wedding, and we're wondering if we could have the ceremony and reception, or just the ceremony at Watertown and then the reception in the restaurant.
That is excellent idea, Julius, and of course you can. We'll have reception here, we'll bring whole family. Except, he points up to a picture of Ash that says banned from this establishment under penalty of jail time. No, Julius. I don't care if he's your friend. Do you understand me?
I mean, I wasn't gonna invite him to the wedding anyway.
Pequot, come on, Tommy. Well, have to be sure. Ash insult me.
Julius nods. Trust me, we understand, Tommy.
You want wedding at Watertown?
Yeah, it's technically what I at least consider, and I think Pequot thinks the same. It's where we had our first date.
Pequot nods their head. Scarf and euro.
Exactly. That's where I got her first scarf and some euros.
Tommy, well, it's a good place. Euro stand gone. Watertown, Tommy buy it, turn it into a resort.
Oh. He leans forward, scratches his chin. Is there any way you think we could get a euro stand? Doesn't have to be the same one, of course.
Absolutely. Well, a woman that manned the stand still work there. She still live in Watertown. I'm not kicking anybody out. They all live and work there. Just spruce the place up. Big water company, big water plant to make and bottle Watertown water. I buy it when I buy a Nova bottling company. Tommy starts handing out a Nova water. First one to ice. Thank you. She starts drinking.
Right, makes sense. The water business from that planet doing well?
Yes, doing very well. Mayor Jeff doing well. The midget guy, you remember him? To let him.
I don't think I'm the one that met up with him. But
Must have been Ash.
it was probably Ash, yeah.
Yes, we could go to Watertown. It's a resort now. I can get you in. We'll get you into Watertown. You can look around. There is even 5-star golf course on the planet now. Tell me how to put in.
Wow, that's awesome.
I see Dad did want to go golfing.
Yeah, he looks over at Icy. Do you think he knew about that golf course beforehand?
Good question. As she sips her water. Tell me, well, golf course, not open. But I will let you on. Not open yet. Have to get employees. It's stocked up, ready to go. You can go play some holes. Show some golf. Even these little golf cart things for little kids.
Oh, that's really sweet. Age requirement to drive, safety implements, of course.
You can drive it as 8-year-old. Don't worry about it.
Okay, good, yeah. That'd be pretty cute looking at all the kids in little golf carts.
That will be fine. Under the tutelage and care of Marianne, handing such a bottle of water.
He chuckles. Yeah, I'm sure they will be.
It's not like they have Integra around to watch them anymore. He comes over here. So let it grow.
Julius immediately looks down, taps his finger against the bar.
You just know where to twist the knife, don't you, Mr. Weiser? Tommy, wow, what can I say? Just keeps making, counting money.
You know, Tommy, if there's one person I never want to make angry, it's probably you.
Oh, I will make your life a living hell. He turns and looks at you. Trust me, but I will never do it to you. You're a good boy. Think about this. I own most major companies. All of a sudden, no supermarkets you can go to. No stores, nothing. Starve Ash out like a rat. But I will not do that to him. I, fixes his hair. I'm the better man.
Julius nods and leans over to Pequod. Tommy's a little terrifying, isn't he?
Because he does own the vast majority of businesses in Earthcom space. And money on the frontier. Still counting huge stacks of cash.
He shakes his head. Terrifying.
Do not worry. Tommy will take care of everything. Who are we thinking about inviting to this wedding? Everybody in the apartment, but I'm talking about extraordinary. Sasha, definitely Lorelai. I think she's gonna show up one way or another. And Gondar in turn.
Yeah, that's right. Lorelai, Gondar, Pequod's parents, of course. They have to be there.
Pequod, I'd like Hamer and Contry to be there if it's not too much to ask. In Maine, from the Headhunter days, they should be there. It's where we met. They never ratted us out to anybody. They could have. Lesser officers would have. Lesser people would have.
He nods 110%. Do you think Rob should be invited too? I mean, he did walk in on us multiple times. I think it's the least we can do for him.
Pequod, and he did save us extra MREs because he always would say we burned so many extra calories. And yeah, I can get Rob. Don't worry. He's very busy, but he will come to wedding. Very happy to see you.
Julius nods. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Sasha, do you think Lorelai's gonna object? Looking at the ceiling, and looks down at Pequod and you. Pequod, oh god.
Julius bites his lip. God, I hope not.
Town's crazy old Lore. Ow! And Sasha elbows him. I mean, cool old Lorelai.
Hopefully with Gondar there, she'll be a bit tempered, maybe?
Pequod, I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, neither am I.
Tommy,
then-
yeah, you should definitely invite Lorelai. She will love to be there. Tommy will take care of all the food. What do you think about this? You take wedding photos. Brandon Law, your photographer. Your wedding photo, you wrap your arms together and you both holding Euro. Pequod, great idea. Looking at
I think that's a very cute idea. I'd love to do it.
I'll make sure Euro stand there just for you.
Thank you, Tommy. And, I can't remember what it's exactly called. The mediator, the orchestrator, the one who marries the two.
Ordained minister. You're looking at him. He points to himself.
Yes, exactly. I was actually just going to ask you if you would be willing to be that.
It will be the greatest honors of honors for Tommy to do that. And I will do it for all the children.
Thank you, Tommy.
I will do it for you two as well. Points, Icy smiles at him. Anybody who wants it from Rainfalls, just ask. Even you two. Points. Not those two though. Points. That was
Julius,
just kind of weird.
as Fludwick is having an airplane go into Krillin's mouth.
Suletta, I don't think it's like that. I think they're just good friends.
Yeah. I don't know about that, Auntie.
Suletta stares up at them. Tommy, well, I'll bless the hell out of him coming down here, ask for smoothie all the time, then pull out these little vials and pour it into smoothie. One day, Krillin come down, give me a banana smoothie. Tommy said, of course. I think for the final star child in existence. Pulls out vial, pours it in. Stirs, and then walks out. Tommy pick up vial, say smallpox on it. Suletta has spit taken in this direction.
The fuck?
Icy kill Ash, remember?
He looks over at her slowly. With smallpox? Don't we have a vaccine for that?
Tommy, for Asha's sake, I would hope so. But seems to be a happy man, a happy alien, I should say now. So all is well. He comes and leads back in. No more coming down trying to get smoothies to poison. Bubonic plague, anthrax, you name it.
Julius's mouth is wide open.
Where the fuck did he get those? Speaker. No idea.
Did he make them? If so, that's sort of worrying.
Let's just put it this way. When he wants somebody dead, I think they're going to die.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tommy.
Best to stay in the graces of the vindictive Star Child. And not ask about why.
Noted. Not even duly noted, just straight up noted.
But the law of friendship destroys hatred. As he looks over and gestures with his hand as Krellin's feeding Frederick some oatmeal.
Oh, Fledwick looks up at Krellin. You know, we should do other things than just the airplane. We could do things like a choo-choo train, too.
Show me. What this choo-choo?
He holds up the spoon and goes, Here comes the choo-choo train, choo-choo.
He opens his mouth while clapping. Very good.
It's very cool, isn't it?
The coolest. Cooler than spiky hair elf.
It is, isn't it? As he puts the spoon in the oatmeal, Julius looks at Pequod. Didn't we used to do that for the kids? Or at least last?
Pequod, I mean, we still do sometimes.
Julius starts to laugh and shakes his head.
Tommy watching them out of the corner of his eye. So, we take you all out of town. I will get you in. We have reception here. Problem solved. Extraordinary guest list. We sort that out. I will take care of everything. Catering, you'll name it. And Eurostand. As promised. Only question left really is, what is there left to do? Tommy never planned a wedding. Currently in process of planning a few though.
Julius looks up. Well, me and Hunk, Banksy, and Julius leans back. If you don't mind, Towns, you too. You don't have to come with us this time. I know you're a busy guy, SIS and all that. But we have to get our suits, and the ladies need to get their dresses.
Towns nods. I've got time if you want me to come.
It's up to you. I would rather you be out on the frontier blowing up those Colonel Rogers or whatever it's called.
I've got none to blow up currently, but whatever you want.
Sure, if you don't mind coming, that'd be cool.
I'll be there.
He nods. So yeah, we have to get our dresses. I think we have to pick out some flowers to use at the wedding.
I will take care of the flowers.
Oh, well, thank you, Tommy.
I'll take care of everything. This is very good that this is happening right now. It will be test performance for future endeavors. Pequod, what? Sipping the what?
Julie squints his eyes. What do you mean by that, Tommy?
You'll know what I mean, Julius. Or dare I say, some people in this room know what I mean. I see. Because she was drinking her water.
Julius squints even harder. Looks over at Icy, then at Tommy. Alright.
I don't know what he's talking about. Just goes back to drink.
Right. As he leans back in the chair.
Say Guillotine walking the long way around because he's the saint. Pequod turns, looks at him, watches him walk by. He walked this way, pat Julius on the back. How you doing, Julius? Saint got out of here. Sorry.
Julius starts to chuckle. Is everything okay between you and the Saint right now?
Yes, everything is good. He's very busy right now, you understand. One moment, have to meet somebody outside restaurant, pay him. He picks up 2 big stacks of cash, goes out. Here! Pequod, those wedding invitations said Carter, I think. I couldn't see the other name.
Is he planning the wedding of our child? He's 2, or not even 2. He's like 8 months old right now.
Best not to ask. Siletta drinking her water. I see, yeah.
He sighs, chuckles. Well, if Tommy's planning it, I'm sure it'll happen in the future. I'm definitely happy about it.
Trust me, it will. Pequod turns. Everybody turns in their chair. Tommy, time to him's right here. Points to his lazy.
Julius blinks. Oh my god, that explains so much.
Yes, it does. Slides Julius another bottle of water.
Julius takes a big drink from it. So do you have to stare at the person to see in the time tombs, or can you just do it at any time? Because you used to say, "Look me in the eye, Julius."
Have to stare into their eyes. It is a side effect of spell Master Yen put on me years ago. I am a good-hearted person. He said, good-hearted person will be rewarded by this spell. Bad-hearted person, I explode.
Well, I'm happy you've never exploded.
Pequod, I explode? Tommy, yes, could have been very bad, but Tommy was at a low point of his life back then. Meet wonderful Master Yen and his teacher, who was Elfman, helped me turn life around.
That's good. Is that why you're also so good at investing in companies and things like that?
Yes. Watch the news, look into the eyes of CEOs talking or giving interviews, and know what to do.
Huh. That is very interesting. Wow. Just takes another big drink of the water.
He pats your hand lightly. Do not worry about it. Tommy will take care of everything for everybody. Just as Tommy take care of you and Pequod's wedding. Long time ago, couldn't even remember her name. We'll call her Pregnant Lady. Pequod,
I definitely remember that.
she let it beat the hell out of Fire Crotch.
Julius spits up some water into the bottle.
Such a Fire Crotch? Tommy, Fire Crotch. Good nickname.
Yeah. He looks over at Soletta. I'm not gonna ask. Because I
She
do
just
not want
sips
to
her
know.
water, giggling.
He,
I see. Yeah, I wonder who gets called Firecroc. Banksy beats the hell out of me.
Julius looks at everyone. Yeah, I wonder who. He leans over to Pequod. Do people call me Firecrush because I have red hair?
Pequod, I never even thought to call you that. I can start if you want, Firecroc. Banksy, it's a good nickname with the red hair kind of thing. Pequod, oh!
He looks over at Banksy. Oh! Looks down at Pequod and shrugs. I mean, if you want to call me that, go ahead.
I will. Tommy, there is a saying when the drapes match the carpet. It is Firecroc.
Julius starts to laugh. I've never heard that before, but I'm sure my wife will start to use it now.
Pequod, you should have told me sooner. Looking down at Banksy and Icy just shakes her. Firecrotch is a good. I bet you that's what Lorelai calls him behind closed doors.
Oh god. I never even thought that she would call me a nickname like that.
Pequod, I never thought I'd see the day where she, like a child, throwing darts at a picture of Ash, but stranger things have happened.
Yeah. I never thought I'd see the day where she was fawning over me, but weirder things have definitely happened.
Tommy, you can say that again. Going to be excellent day. We take you to Watertown, groin is feeling better. Pequod, I see both start laughing at it.
That's good time. Were you on the down and down for a while there?
Wow, Soup Bowl hit me. Oscars. I was fire across.
Julius covers his mouth, starts to laugh into it, uncovers it. Right, yeah, I forgot about that.
Third degree burns, Julius.
Oh god, that soup was definitely kept too hot. Are you okay now?
All is taken care of. Master Yan fixed me up.
Okay, good. Very good, yeah, I wouldn't want anything bad like that happening to you.
Everything was fine. Just was in moment of shock, Julius. Did not think we would win. Bowl of soup on me for quite some time. Thankfully, Auntie Suletta helped me out to let it grow.
Julius nods, yeah, thank God for Auntie.
How is the yacht? God,
It's
it's amazing, yeah. Looking at Julie.
Yeah, it's wonderful. We've had quite a few nice times on it. On that weekend where we won the Oscar.
Suletta, we had the whole week off. Lorelai gave us the whole... It's the first time I've had a week off in 280 years? Something like that.
Damn. That is quite a while.
Indeed it is. He looks over at you. Tommy, well, very soon, all problems hopefully be solved, and you can have many weeks off at the academy.
Julius nods. Exactly. We just need to take care of everything before then.
Worst pain in my life I ever feel had many heart attack during our Naki crisis. Then soup on crotch. That was actually the worst pain I ever feel. But mini heart attack, second runner up.
Julius sucked some air in through his teeth. The soup was kept hotter than... It hurt so much it was worse than a mild heart attack.
Yes. Our Naki was quite scary. Levitating bowls of pasta.
Julius nods. Yeah. Arnaki was terrifying. Looks around. I'm glad you took down the crosses after a while, though.
They are always on standby, ready to go. Have them in the back. With many other things. And wedding cake. Tommy will take care of your wedding cake, too. Don't worry. Even get a little statue of you two holding a euro. Pequod, Dad? Thank you. Looking at her with a big smile.
Tommy, you've got to be the most thoughtful guy I've ever met.
I know. Flicks his hair. He walks over this way. Julius's wrist computer starts ringing.
Julius turns around in his stool, answers it.
It's Hunk who looks like fucking death, because he's drank more coffee and he hasn't slept. Julius?
Yeah, Dad. What's up?
We're coming to pick you up. Me and Mom, and then we're gonna go down, so round up everybody, go get the kids, and then we're gonna go to this place to pick out dresses and tuxedos.
Right? Yeah, of course. You're not driving, are you?
No, your mother is, and she's doing an excellent job and looks gorgeous while doing so.
Right, thank God. I don't think it'd be a great idea for you to drive right now.
Good, we'll be up there in about 15 minutes. Give me a... Are you at Tommy?
Yeah, we're at Tommy's.
Give me 2 cups of coffee.
He stares into the camera for a couple seconds. Yeah, sure. We'll get you 2 cups, cream and sugar.
Black. Strongest he's got. Thank you, son. And he hangs up.
Alright. Julius spins around in the stool. Well, we have to get going soon. We do have a to-go order, real quick though. 2 cups of coffee. Black, strongest you got?
Absolutely. Tommy starts pouring them, brings them over in to-go cups. Here, take this. Stronger sleeping potion. Think I need it.
Oh, thank God. He looks at it, puts it in his pocket. Do you have the supplies to make sleeping potions? We're plumb out.
I will send them up to the apartment for it.
Thank you, Tommy. It will be very helpful.
I will meet you all at Watertown. Finish your water and then go meet your parents.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He walks off to go back and discuss things with the Saint as you guys will pack up and get ready to go down at the Ranger Barracks. Ash, your last one in, coming in.
He's gonna make his way in.
You hear the sound of a beer can opening.
Well, that looks good right about now. He's gonna find a place to sit.
He's gonna pitch it one over to you.
He'll take it and open it. You know, never had much of a taste for beer until the last few months.
Yeah, you're gonna need it now. It's Pabst Blue Ribbon. It's the cheap stuff. That's all you can afford.
At this point, it's better than nothing, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna take a nice long drink of it. Cheap stuff indeed.
Oh, it's god awful. Trust me, but it does the job.
It does. I mean, it's only like around the same level as a lot of the shite you got back in Gallia, so it's not that bad.
You'll need it. He downs the whole can and opens another one.
Yeah? Well, trust me, I get it. Been doing a lot of thinking about that as of late, trust me.
What's on your mind?
Time, actually.
Time?
Yeah, I was told that Saris and Mom didn't take the spell that makes them stay young forever. Which got me thinking, did you know that, at least in Gallia, half-elves would live to be about 200, 220?
It's around about the same here. Higher, though, because standards of living in modern meds, but yeah.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot as of late. If they don't have that spell, that means I'm gonna outlive both of them. And if we do have a child, I'm most likely gonna outlive our child as well.
Well,
It's,
oh.
yeah, something that didn't think of in the moment, but now...
Well, longevity spells can fix that, but yeah.
She'd have to be willing to take one.
Yeah, Little Miss told me she rejected it, and so did Integra, and then she surmised they just don't have the will to live, and that is all she said.
That's about my understanding of it. I mean, let's be fair. Would you want to take that spell if you were in their shoes?
Colonel Curtis drinks about half the can of beer. No. Tal, yeah, absolutely not. I can't identify with Cyrus. I can't. I don't know. I mean, I guess I can. If somebody just stripped all my accomplishments away, my rank, my standing within the Rangers, that I don't think I would take it well. But the other part of it, no, I can't identify with. But yeah, I don't even know what I would do with myself.
Yeah. I was thinking about that too. I've had all that. I basically handed all of that for myself away, and then stripped them of that as well. And, well, like I said, I don't know what I can do except keep working as best I can with you boys.
Colonel Curtis, I don't know, maybe some time and faraway space you can. I don't think your marriage is ever going to be the same. I think it'll be held together by spit, duct tape, and some glue sticks. So, if it stays together.
If he's gonna take another long drink. If indeed. Well, I hope eventually she decides to take a longevity spell. Just because I really don't want to see her suffer like that.
Well, maybe she'll come around. I don't know.
Not anytime soon. You heard her. Well, three of us did. Like you said, Lake's the The only one with a brain, apparently.
Still listening to more music. Colonel Curtis crushing the can, opening another one. He is the brains of the op. Always has been since he joined the squad. Tal, ain't that the truth?
Seems like it now.
Avoids the drama, goes home to the wife, loving relationship, doesn't want anything to do with the Ash drama.
I can't blame him. Trust me, if I could... If I could wipe away the drama in a moment, I would.
Colonel Curtis, I'm not showing you this to fuck with you. I'm showing you it because I think it's a good way to learn. He's gonna pull up his wrist computer. You see it's security cam footage from Gateway, and just as Julius described to Tal, Ash like creepily tiptoeing up behind Saris and grabbing her hips, and he plays it for Ash.
Gods, that's how it looked.
Look at her face. He lights a cigarette. Tal, now he smokes too. Jesus Christ. Lighting his own cigarette.
He's gonna take a good look at her face.
She looks dejected.
Gods. Trust me, sir, I've learned from that. Not gonna be...
Tal, I don't have a video to show you, mate, but what I have is Suletta. And she was telling me about... She didn't know what was going on, and honestly, she just told me the story of she came into the apartment and wanted to watch the news and saw Integra and Saris with their heads slung, moving all Integra stuff to the Mrs. room. Little Miss.
Yeah. I've thought about that too. Fucking selfish decision from me. God. I really did a number on them, didn't I? All of them.
Colonel Curtis opening up another beer. Technically, we shouldn't be drinking like this. We're on QRF, Quick Response Force, but we'll be fine. One more beer for me.
Oh, I might take one more. I can do
Oh,
that.
have another. Trust me, I'm not holding this against you. I'm not writing you up for this.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And let's be fair, I'm sure the General's understanding of your position. I don't think she'd hold it against you.
God, I hope so. He cracks open another can. Tal, yeah, is on the easy assignment. Dealing with you. Not so much dealing with you, is the trying to build this bridge to your home for people. It just, I personally, if I didn't get to know the Rainfalls personally and they didn't allow me in, I would say we should not have gotten involved. But I understand she was in. They are important to Saris. So. Colonel Curtis, honestly, I wish I never got involved. Drinking his beer.
I can't blame you there, sir, but I do thank you for getting involved. I think it'll be very good for Mum.
She won't see Sarah, or she won't see Pequod Julius. She doesn't want to see anybody. Sasha, nobody. Motherfuck Sasha more than you would think. Sasha slept with you and they cheated on each other or something like that. Like, it's.
Yeah, I don't think she's mad at Sasha, sir. I think she's mad at me and herself.
Probably, yeah. She just kept saying she was young, dumb, and able to be taken advantage of.
He's gonna finish one and... Can I get another?
Absolutely. He pitches you another one. Boom.
He's gonna open it and basically drink a third of it in one go. I didn't intend to take advantage of her, but I guess that is what I did.
And Tal, maybe. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't either. I hope with time she'll let them see her again. I really do. Fucking eats me up to see her, because it's the same thing you described, sir. I see her right now. She just looks so horrible right now. And
She looks like hell. And then her mother looks like death.
I see both of them, and there's not a damn thing I can do to help. All I can do
Tal,
is...
at the very least, you got a rise out of Integra. So she's still got the fighting spirit.
maybe I should just make her angry at me, see if she'll hit me. Probably be for the better.
Hand her the saber.
At this point...
Suddenly, she's reinvigorated. He starts chuckling.
At this point, that is a trade I would be glad to make.
Run for your life out the front door. Somehow, she's keeping up with you.
Somehow, I think it'd be pure spite that allows her to. I'd guarantee
Jumps on
it.
that bicycle she's got parked outside, coming at you.
She'd be swinging it like a cavalry warrior.
I like to make light of situations where there's little light to be found. It's all I know how to deal with that type of stuff. But yeah, if my mother had that opinion of me, I would feel the same way. I would be disappointed in myself. So.
He's got a kind of cracked, slight smile, and it fades away off his face. Yeah. No, you're right. And I thank you for trying to make light of it. I appreciate it. Just wish there was something I could do.
Colonel Curtis, drink, smoke.
Yeah, I can do both of those. Oh boy. Probably best not to do both back to back, but who knows?
Blake taking his headphones off. Did you guys go down to the new kill floor they have? That's like this big thing and big square, and it says like Rainfall Lane, and they do hostage rescue missions. Tal, I've been down there a few times here. Colonel Curtis, no, I don't want to go down.
What's it like?
Blake looks at you. It's Rainfall Lane, portions of it, and those Spartan kids are like protecting, defending it because they're at this point attached to protect Pequod, so they're her bodyguards now.
That's good. She deserves the best, and they are the best.
Tal, yeah, it's a pretty fun place. Yeah.
Good. Although running drills in Rainfall Lane, interesting.
Like, well, they have to protect the like if somebody comes and takes her hostage or stuff like that. It's gonna be a huge ass place.
I mean,
And the academy, they've got the floor of the academy there.
makes sense. I mean, there's quite a few Rainfalls now, and you gotta have more space because that family's only gonna grow with time, eh?
Tal nods. Yeah, I'd say so. All the little ones running around.
Those little ones are gonna get big, and the cycle continues.
Maybe you can have a child and teach them the error of your ways so they don't follow the same path. Colonel Curtis, you were hitting on Contrary, looking at his wrist computer. I'm having another beer.
Yes, I was.
Jesus Christ, he starts drinking another beer.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it, but I know I said it earlier. I'm just reading the report. I just... Oh, whatever.
No, I can't blame you. Looking back, what can I say? I was a bloody muppet, right? What else can be said?
I always thought Contrary was hot myself. He's...
I mean, she's a very pretty woman. At that point, the first pretty woman I'd seen in 5 years.
No ships that passed in the night in Gallia?
Nah, I said it before, Ceres was my first. I never got much of a chance up until 18, and then was just kind of more focused with staying alive than ships in the night, right?
Yeah. Makes sense.
But, you know, I mean, I'd had some flirt with me when I was behind, upper ages of being behind the counter at that damn gun shop, but that's it. Kinda avoided people a lot because I thought I had a bounty on my head.
Did you interview Contrary? Tal, yeah. I ask questions. Again, we can't use since she's the subject of the. Yeah.
Uh, Based off the way you're talking, I'm guessing I really fucked up there too.
Well, it was, she it creeped out a bit. Yep. She filed injunction reports on you, but never submitted them. Maybe
Right.
one day you can thank her for not getting your ass sent to the brig all those years ago.
If I ever see her again, I'll make sure to.
Yeah, well, she is a lovely woman, so.
She's a wonderful woman. I regret doing that to her very deeply because she was very good to us. She could have gotten all of us in trouble if she really wanted to.
It's like I tried to tell him, Colonel. Contrary, Saris, Pequod, Integra, word traveled fast around the base. Yeah.
Yeah. Can't blame Mum for hating my guts at that point, like I said earlier.
Being suspicious, I think, of your motives and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, perhaps she was right to be suspicious. Perhaps she was right.
I don't think so. I think you just proved her right.
You know, that one hurts a lot more to think about. As he's gonna polish off the can.
Yeah, I can understand. Like I told you, your actions aren't excusable.
No, they're not. You can explain something all you want, it doesn't make it alright. And,
You should have been on the fast track to be. I'm not saying you'd be a colonel right now. You wouldn't. But you should have been on the fast track to be a high-ranking officer, something that recruitment posters, people look at you and see, I want to be like him. Just like the recruitment poster I saw of Lorelei. I want to be like her. I'm not joining because I want to touch her bum. I want to be like that woman in her ranger armor on the frontier, foot on some, I don't even know, bullywog alien creature's mouth on some planet in the Leo system. That's what I want to do. I saw that at the recruitment office. Basic, rangers, boom. It took me a long time to get there. But it didn't happen overnight. Let's just put it that way. But that's what I want to do. That's what you should have been. Now, you're never going to make anything higher than captain, if you're lucky. So, in other words, if Sasha feels pity for you, I suppose, because the Lorelei's never going to promote you.
no, she's not, and she'd be right not to. But, yeah, that's what I should have been. I could have been. I mean, the first person to pilot a mobile suit in however long, I could have been that, and I pissed it away.
Too much time worrying about Malcolm. Worrying about stupid shit that has no relevance. And then doing stuff like that as he gestures over to the wrist computer. He has it off, but it's still playing on loop. Because he just forgot to turn it off of tiptoeing up behind Saris and grabbing.
Yeah. And too stupid to look at what was right in front of me.
Did you really hound her at the comic book convention?
I did. I did. Well, honestly, at that point, I just was trying to make her feel better. Got too caught up in a combination of me wanting to make her feel better and me not wanting to give up appearances in front of everyone.
Like shakes his head. When that time of the month rolls around for girls, they don't like to be touched. Well, no, it wasn't Saris's time. But long story short, you gotta give anybody space when they want space. Puts his headphones back and it goes back to listening to music.
Well, rest assured, at this point, I'm not going to touch her again unless she asks me to.
It's a novel concept, really. Tal, rubbing his helmet with his hand.
Quite novel, isn't it? Just wish I'd gotten it then.
You got it.
Listened to it, I suppose, would be a better way to say it.
Yeah. And don't even open up the can of worms with the rainfalls. Oh, God.
Yeah. You know, I can understand why they may hate me, and I can't blame them. Just, hurts even worse, because I really did think of them as family.
Yeah, and I think they thought of you as that way. So your actions, betrayal, mate. Ah,
A knife in the back. I get it.
yeah. I've talked to them. I hang around them. I'm very privileged. I realize, but all Pequod would say was, "We're not going to let Krellin defame Ash." No, no, no. That's all she cared about at the Oscars after Julius had won and hoping Davine would win, even though they all didn't think she'd win because the room was garbage. Is garbage. But yeah, thankfully somebody had submitted it as comedy. So
On hearing that, you see him kind of start breathing heavier before taking a couple deep breaths and calming down. Yeah.
you wonder why he didn't go up there and I hate Ash and he's a rapist or something. They still hold their heads high.
Yes, they do. And
You probably thought they were going to send Krellin up to say things like, "I'm Ash, I'm going to smother children," or God knows what.
didn't necessarily think they would, but the moment I saw me going up with everybody else sitting at the tables, I did get scared because I made the connection.
Yeah, well, they took the high road and are still walking the high road.
Yes, because that's who they are. They're some of the best people you ever meet.
Finishes his beer. You'll have to dig yourself out of the 90-foot grave you've dug, then climb the mountain again to find the high road.
It's fine by me, sir. What's the old saying? Do you know the nice thing about hitting rock bottom? There's
Can't go any farther down.
Can't go any farther. There's nowhere to go but up.
Ain't that the truth?
And it's gonna be painful, but I am ready to start the climb yet again. Maybe this time.
I hope so.
Huh? What can one do but try, right?
Yeah. Curtis finishing his final beer. The last drop.
I'll make sure to restock you on those, sir.
Yeah, we'll stop and get some later. Smart of you to live down here.
Yeah, for the time being, you guys are right. This is the best place.
I think you being up at the apartment can only create tension. And if the universe is on the line and you're creating tension, not good bedfellow.
No, it's not. And it's better for them to be focused. Because gods know, even as strong as they are, we're gonna need it.
Nods his head. Yeah.
I know Julius can take Tay-Tay-Was. But it's the other people I'm afraid of.
Yeah, I would prefer to be there. But I probably won't be. But yeah.
I'd be glad to have all of you there if you could. You're some of the most competent men I know, and gods, I'd rather have you there.
Probably be out on the frontier talking to some bumblefuck tortoise.
Or a Nemiste.
Yeah, how's that? How was the bonus pay? What'd you do with it?
It's squirreled away at this point.
Good. Yeah, that's for the best. Make your payments to Mr. Wiseau. Keep the roof above the family. What's left of the husk of a family's head.
I'm putting as much of it into a savings account as I can. Hopefully collect some interest. If I was more confident in getting a lot more, I'd look into investing it, but what do you even do then?
Colonel Curtis nods his head. We got the Rainfall's foot in the door to at least see Integra. As far as I'm concerned, hand out, slashes through the air. I'm never going down there again. I'm not gonna try to bridge to Ceres to them. I've done my good deed of the month.
And I'm grateful to you, sir. Thank you. I don't expect you to ever show up again.
No. I don't want to go down there again.
That's fine.
Here, he pulls out from his pocket. It flicks it to you. An old picture of him, Ceres, Sasha, and a couple other rangers. Not Tal and Lake, though.
She's gonna sit there looking at it.
I don't want it. I don't want to look at it anymore. Maybe you can give it to Sasha or something, or you can just have it, whatever. I don't want it.
That's fair enough, sir. I'll find a good home for it. Yeah, thank you. Do my damnedest to make all the hard work you did not in vain, sir.
God, I hope. He goes and reaches for another beer as the door opens and Lorelai's standing there with her two guards.
Ma'am? Up and saluting.
She looks at Ash's beer. She's just staring at the beer.
Just sitting with the squad, ma'am. I should not have been doing that. Apologies.
Colonel Curtis lifts his beer can. Don't you think it's early in the day to be drinking?
Yes, ma'am.
Colonel Curtis, not after the morning I've had. She starts chuckling. And what morning? What did you have? What type of morning? Colonel Curtis, I don't want to talk about it. And puts the beer in the trash can. Well, somebody debrief me.
He came over to my home, ma'am. He wanted to see if he could convince Ceres to let the rainfalls come over while I was away.
And how did that go? Depressing.
She said at this point she doesn't want to see them, but they can come over to see Mum.
Excellent work, Colonel Curtis, at the cost of a lot of my brain cells and I think some sanity. Yeah. Lorelai starts snickering. Troubled home front, Ash.
Bit of an understatement, ma'am, but yes.
She flexes her fingers and makes a fist and every knuckle crack. Finish your drink.
Ma'am?
Finish your drink.
Yes, ma'am. He'll finish the drink.
Now that you're done, report to Docking Bay 73.
Yes, ma'am?
Gear up. You're going to the Dread Forest. There's a lost little girl. You'll go find her. I assume she's dead already. Colonel Curtis. Oh, great! The Dread Forest. Wonderful! Just where I want to... You know what? It's not as bad as Ash's house, actually. He picks up his shotgun and cocks it.
Yeah.
Lorelai, I believe it.
Yes, ma'am, will do. I'll be ready as quickly as possible.
The squad will brief you on the particulars of the forest. Best of luck.
Thank you, ma'am.
They leave. Tal, wonderful.
I'm gonna regret asking this, but what's the Dread Forest?
Oh, you'll see. Go get your gear. We'll tell you when we get there.
Understood, sir.
Back down Earthside, the Rainfalls have made their way to the mall. Kids are all here in the car, and the men are going their own way, separate way. And Hunk has gotten out of the car, and he's head down, bobbing, trying to keep himself awake to let out. Oh my god.
Oh god, I think he's about to fall asleep standing up. Banksy. Help him.
Banksy will punch Hunk on the shoulder. Ah! Where's your mother? Oh. Hey, he smiles at Davey.
She smiles back at him. Hi.
Good. Okay. Are we at the mall? Starts looking around. This is where I taught Julius how to drive.
Oh, is it now? She looks around.
He's in the driver's seat of the. Yeah.
She leans forward. I think uh we are at the mall and you need to get your suit with the rest of the boys.
Right. It was right up there. See that crosswalk? That's where he almost ran over Guillotine. I pissed him off or something, and he floored the gas. He looks at Julius and starts laughing.
Davian looks over at Julius, raising an eyebrow, and Julius shrugs. I was a bit more hot-headed back in the day than I am now. And Davian puts a hand up to her chest. No, I would have never guessed that.
Hung. Oh, okay. I'm awake. Puts his hand out in front of his face, shoots it out. Let's go, man. Walks this way.
Yes, sir.
Almost forgot. He's gonna come back in, stumble to the window, and try to kiss Davy.
Davian gives him a kiss. You be safe and try to relax, please.
No, we'll be fine. We're gonna get the tuxedos. Anything but baby blue, Julius. Come on. He walks in here.
Yes, sir. You'll follow after him.
Girls will all lead. Pequod kissing Julius before you leave. You guys get the kids. Bexy's got the two boys. Into the mall. Towns is just looking around confused. Hunk is hand on the door, head bobbing, sleeping.
Julius just shakes his shoulder.
Ah,
That.
what's up?
He just sighs, shakes his head. You need to get some sleep, man.
You know, I went through seer training, which is where they torture you and keep you awake for hours, waterboard you, blast music, keep you in a box. I was not this tired going through that.
Stress being... I'm not gonna try to reach into your mind, but I might be presuming some things. Stress, being depressed about something, everything like that. It can happen to a person.
Do you worry? He looks over at you. You guys walk in this way. Just worry what's going to happen when I see her. You know what I mean? To me. How I'm going to react. How I'm going to take it. I always assumed it would happen with my mother when she got old and died. Right? You think about these things. But...
He looks at him. Whatever you feel in that moment is what you should show, I think. I'm not worried if you start crying or you get angry enough that you punch a wall or anything like that. If you do something like that, good on you. You're showing your emotion like a real man does.
yeah. Maybe you're right.
He shrugs. I'm a bit worried about what will happen to me, though.
Yeah, I'm just worried for me and then, like, everybody. He makes a circle with his hand. It just... You have a family, you worry about them. You don't like to see them go through anything bad.
He nods. Because you're a good head of household.
Damn right I am.
He chuckles, pats him on the shoulder. But seriously, no baby blue? Not even
No.
a little bit?
This isn't the 1960s.
Oh, darn. He snaps and
I'd expect Tommy to walk out in a baby blue suit.
Julius starts to laugh. You think the ladies would like it if we got the kiddos little tuxedos too?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're getting them. Absolutely. Spare no expense. Dad's covering it.
He looks at him, pats him on the shoulder. You don't have to do that, you know?
You're my son. She's a daughter to me, Pequot. I'll do the same for Nicole's wedding. That's what parents do.
He nods. Alright, thank you.
Assuming I'm alive by the time they get married. He gestures over to Banksy, who's looking around, confused with the kid.
Julius starts to laugh. Oh, I'm sure they will be.
Oh, God, I hope so. Let's go. He walks you over.
Alright, I was thinking for me just, the normal groom suit. Black suit, one button, black bow tie. Nice and presentable looking. He looks around at the three of them. For you guys, I was thinking pretty much the same. Unless any objections or anything like that.
Towns, what if you're in red suit? Because I think she likes you in red. From the discussions I've been around to here, and we're all in white juxtaposition. Banksy, that's not a bad idea.
Julius snaps and points over to Towns. See, that's why I brought you along. You're smarter than you look.
Intel gathering is my specialty. He points to his head.
Julius starts to laugh. Definitely. He turns around, starts to look at his suit, and looks over at Banksy. So I had a favor to ask you, actually.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, and, if you're not...
I am not being the ring bearer.
No, of course not. I was actually thinking of, having Honey or Rocco do that.
Definitely, honey. The look on her face.
Looking terrified as she walks up the aisle.
Towns, yeah, that poor dog.
He starts to laugh. No, I was actually wondering if you would be willing to be my best man.
Banksy's head tilts for a second. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
He shrugs. Not a problem.
Good thinking. Hunk puts his finger up. That way, dipshit has to be involved in the wedding and can't be laying claymores outside on the 0.0% chance Ash is stupid enough to show up. Banksy starts groaning or growling at.
Exactly, and now this way he has to wear a suit.
Yeah, and you'll take the helmet off. Banksy, fine. Thank God.
Julius chuckles. Trust me, even with him a part of the wedding, I think the rest of Reaper Squad will be there to take care of everything.
Security detail. Hunk nods his head, playing with the reds. She does like red.
You know,
in red.
Yeah, whenever I would wear a suit or any, she definitely liked me in the red suit the most when I wore it last time.
When's the first time you guys wore suits? I can't even remember.
Yeah. Me, at least. I'm not sure about Ash. Maybe he had something going on.
Oh, Christ. Oh, God.
Julie starts to laugh. But, that was definitely the first time I wore a suit. And I guess I wore it well. Mom would probably be proud of me back then. She always used to tell me, presentation is everything, Julius. I didn't listen to her at the time, but definitely should have.
Well, now you listen to her. That's all that matters.
He rolls back on his feet a bit. Yeah, definitely.
I listen to her all the time. Banksy, then why aren't you sleeping right now? Hunk, shut up.
Yeah. He shakes his head. I understand, definitely. Probably more than most. But you should get some sleep.
I will. That I promise. Let's just get this day out of the way and definitely be in the room to make sure they're not up like two teenage girls watching cartoon.
He starts to laugh. I can just imagine them with their chin on their palms, kicking their feet back and forth while they're watching Aaron do some stupid crap.
Banksy, it's not too far and away from what I saw when I brought them in snacks.
No.
They have a good time together. He's looking at the red suit.
Julia starts to laugh. Oh god, I was just making a joke. Jeez.
I mean, they were having so much fun. I was like, you think I could just get in bed here, and then they're like, no, you can come back later. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, it's 2:30 in the morning. I guess I'll go stand in the kitchen.
Damn. He rubs the back of his neck. I guess when girl time is girl time, not much else room for it.
Hunk nods his head. Yeah, I was. Well, it's not like I was sleeping anyway, but yeah, she said we're gonna watch some, rewatch Attack on Titan. I really like the show. And like, well, can I come watch it with you? No, just mother-daughter time. Oh, just like when they locked us out of the damn production meeting.
Julia starts to laugh. Yeah, the only one here that can identify with being locked out is that one over there, and he points to Towns.
Towns, it was. You didn't miss much, honestly. Just talking, Lorelai talking about putting you in weird positions.
Ah, sounds like it. Let me guess, my wife and mom were talking about Hunk and me too.
Yeah, Pequod playing different movie roles, Hunk and you starring in them. Shirtless, sweaty, wet, covered in oil, grease. Something about a movie named Speed. Towns thinks back, and Hunk could play Keanu Reeves, and Davine's driving the bus. Hunk, what?
Julia starts to laugh. They certainly got some plans for us.
Do you really think we're gonna have to do that? Like, make all these movies and be over-sexualized? Banksy, yes.
Julius nods. Happy wife, happy life, right?
Yeah, well, I'm glad your mother. Well, I'm glad she won the Oscar, but I'm glad she has another hobby she enjoys doing. And if directing's it, then I will support her in whatever way.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna wholeheartedly support her no matter what.
Honestly, I'm shocked Malcolm even let her have a chance at directing. Just what little I know about Malcolm. I gotta admit, him throwing up on Ash was great, though. From what I only saw the first vomit. Towns, it's one of the most. It's not a widely known clip, but in SIS circles, it's one of our favorites.
Julia shivers a bit. Yeah, but it wasn't funny at the time. I hadn't eaten in like a week, but it still made me somehow not hungry. Oh god, you're even better at it than Icy is.
Towns, he chunked all over him.
Yeah, avocado chunk too.
Towns, first time I got drunk, I was like 16. It was shortly after I met Dale, and he just was like sliding the fucking cups across the table to me. Like, keep drinking, and I'll take care of you. We'll be good friends. And I vomited like crazy the next morning. Nothing like Malcolm. That was incredible. And Ash just took it like a trooper.
Yeah, it was like projectile for a solid 3 seconds, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got the lazy fucking.
Juliet starts to laugh. The lazy goddamn eye.
I'll tell you this. Hunk puts his hand up. It's like, it goes to show you, I wish things had turned out different with Ash. Because I wish I could look back at this and feel sorrow for my mistake, not anger as I feel towards him now. But, like, Lasley's bunker door opens. Banksy, hearing Lasley's name, turns and looks at Hunk. Long time ago when they came back from the jet. Lasley's bunker door opens. They all come filing in. And here comes fucking Davine. And I'm like, you see the woman you know you want. And I was just like stunned. And in my almost trance looking at Davine, Ash had been wheeled past me in a wheelchair. Broke the trance. I was like, Jesus, my stomach is huge, and here's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. I am pathetic. And then I heard Nicole talking. I looked over, and I just saw this guy sitting in the chair. I'm like, whose grandpa is that? If this is Julius's mother, this must be Julius's grandfather. Oh, Christ, it's Ash!
Julius laughs loudly. You thought Ash was my grandfather.
Did you see him? Look.
Yes, I saw him. I had to live with that for 2 years.
Well, I missed the whole introduction of getting to greet him and hug him and oh my god, you're alive, because I was... Well, your mother.
Julius nods. Yeah, she was too busy calling you Cyrus. Starts to laugh.
Yeah. Luckily, I didn't say, yes, it is me, Cyrus.
Yeah, she probably would have kicked your ass.
It's like, out of the corner of my eye, there's this poor guy sitting there. And I was like, oh, okay, so this is his mom. They found his grandpa, too. No, that's why he looks so ancient. It made sense up until he called me dad. And I was like, oh my god, what happened to you?
Yeah, that was...
Who did this to you? Like, tell me now. Oh, it was Malcolm. Oh god.
Yeah. He was pretty damn bad.
Looked like fucking hell. Somehow Arnaki did look worse, though.
Yeah, Nicole definitely has a talent when it comes to polymorphing.
Yeah? She'll probably teach it to Soul.
Oh, God. He leans forward a bit and then up and Hunk. Me and Pequod's kid, can you imagine how bad that's going to be with all the polymorph she's probably going to teach her?
You, Pequod, combined together, rambunctious times 1,000.
He breathes in heavily and sighs. Yeah, that's going to be fun.
Towns, are you guys really gonna kick into teaching them to shoot when they're like 2? Banksy, starts growling at Town.
Julius turns around. What? Who told you that?
Towns, Sasha.
Julius starts laughing. No, we're not gonna teach them how to shoot unless they want to know how to shoot.
But she said Ash's plan was to teach somebody's kid to shoot when they were 2. Banksy, nobody's shooting when they're 2.
Yeah, he at one point said, "I'll teach her how to shoot soon," when referring to little Leslie.
Town shrugs, probably for the best. I got the feeling Ash didn't like me when I was first around, because I'm sure I did crazy, ridiculous things in Gallia. So, yeah, he puts his hands.
Julius shrugs. And like I told Sasha, even with a crazy weird curse on you, I still thought you were the coolest guy in Gallia.
Brought him a cool gun. He just kind of rubbed me off, and then honestly, when we got into a fight with Globberknocker or whatever that guy's name was, and I was dragging his sorry ass away from artillery, I considered just leaving him there. Because it's like, well, I'm going to drag him and then get hit by an mortar round too, and this guy's a dick to me. But I thought better. And then he was pleading with me to save Saris, and I was like, God damn, he's a good guy after all. And then I did, and then Globknock got away from Davine, and she got really angry.
Julius nods. Yeah, she definitely got angry.
Oh, well, she got him. You got him.
He nods. It turns around. It honestly takes her a lot to get to the point of where she got with Globknock.
Banksy, yeah. Or you can tell her something stupid, like naked Ash running at Icy. It made for a good scene. I would argue her scene is the best acted in the room. Banksy starts laughing.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, the simplest lines, too, but it's definitely the best acted.
Hunk playing... Good.
Raw emotion, as Tommy would put it.
Hunk chuckles while playing with some of the hangers with the tuxedos on them. Can I ask you guys a question? Well, I mean, I know I can, but Towns turns and looks at her.
Yeah, shoot.
Was he like this at all in Gallia and you just didn't want to say anything? You know what I mean? Because it's like... Towns, it's spotty for me. Lorelai cleared up my brain, but what I can remember, he was just like... Bang, 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 shooting and killing things. So I was useless. Most of the fights we were in, him and Dale got us out of. That's not to be mean to you, Julius. It's just, yeah.
Julius shrugs. It's the truth.
I was fucking useless. Tom shrugs and starts laughing. I have memories of just missing every bow, but Ash hardly ever missed. And then Dale would throw fireballs and just laugh.
Julius stares at the tux for a couple seconds and nods. Looks up at Hunk. To my recollection, I just really thought he was an eccentric guy. Older. Nice beard at the time, but yeah, I just didn't think he was like that. He just seemed really eccentric.
That's a good way to put it. Determined to. But Dale always shut him down, so.
Yeah, Dale definitely shut down a lot of his ideas.
If Dale didn't need us to get through time, he probably would have killed all of us.
Yeah. He thinks for a second. Yeah, probably.
I do remember one time Dale yelled like, "Fireball!" I just looked at Ash, and Ash was rolling his
Julius chuckles. Yeah, I think at one point all of us, even what were their names? Amir and Magni, even they rolled their eyes a couple times, I think.
Then there was this time on a boat with like this rigger. Hunk, what? Town's rigger, R-I-G-G-E-R. Anyway, Hunk, oh, he started chuckling, looking at the tuxedo. It was like the rigger on the ship. Anyway, Dale got all like happy, like haha, and he flew up in the air. I remember he even said, "Watch this, Towns, it's gonna look cool." And he flew up in the air and destroyed the mast of like this alligator man's boat. And yeah, okay, we're safe. And then the boat kept coming, and Dale was just.
Julius chuckles. Come to find out, it had a steam-powered engine.
Dale legit shit his pants. Towns speaks.
Oh my god, he did?
I'm pretty sure, given the look on his face. Hunk, I just thought maybe there was signs back in Gallia, that's all. But if he wasn't, then, whatever. Just curious.
Julius shrugs. Honestly, I don't remember much, or choose not to remember much of Gallia either.
No, it's probably for the best.
He nods. Yeah. He looks at the kids. Alright, what colors do you think would look good on these two?
Banksy, if we're in white and you're in red, let's give them black.
Yeah, white, black, red. All good colors to match up with each other.
Hunk, do you think this place has like suits you can put on dogs?
He looks back at Hunk. Never hurts to ask.
We get some of those. We get one for Zanzibar. I'll have to have it custom. Hand on the the suit hanger display stand, sleeping. Towns, jeez. Looking at.
That's honestly impressive. He leans over, snaps a couple times next to his ear.
Banksy, this is pathetic. Looking at him, where's your mother?
Out, getting dresses with the girls.
Banksy, do you wake up and just immediately ask where Davine is? Yeah. Towns, that's good. She should be the first thing on your mind.
Yeah, no, that's
I do the same with Sasha. He puts his hand up. Banksy, yeah, if Nicole's not around me, that's what I do.
Yeah, same with Pico and me. It's really sweet.
One of these days, I'm going to wake up and where's Mum? And just get punched in the face.
Oh, God. I really hope you never say that.
God, well, that's what I called my mother growing up. It's a normal thing. I mean, unfortunately, the word's been... Ugh.
Yeah. Luckily, I was never taught to say it like that. I would call her like Ma or something like that.
Oh, what if he had called her Ma? I can kill you, Ma.
Oh, God. I wouldn't call. I've called her Mom my entire life. I wouldn't be able to call her that.
Yeah, well. Do you think this place has coffee?
It's probably in the food court or something like that.
Go get me a couple before we start trying these on.
Yeah, alright. He'll start heading towards the food court.
Ash finds himself here. Lake's talking to a husband. What looks like a husband and wife, but they could be a mother, daughter, or a boyfriend, girlfriend. Not really sure. Colonel Curtis is gonna walk his way up to them, start discussing some things as Tal comes off the dropship rolling a cigarette.
So, we're going to the Dread Forest, I was told.
Yeah.
I get a feeling that that's not a good place.
I wish I had a lot of answers for you. I really don't. I think it lines up with places like Dudley, anomaly sites. This place is freaky. It plays and preys on your mind. Two P's. Standard operating procedure when we go for a rescue mission in here is dropship always above us.
Okay.
What we go through, but the tree coverage is so dense, you probably won't even see or hear the dropship. Blake will most likely be piloting the dropship. The three of us are going to go in and hopefully can find this little girl. I've been in here quite a few times. You got to be on your game.
Okay, you said praise and plays on your mind. How does it do that?
Honestly, I think it's a mix. You're going to see things you probably wish you'd never seen. Ghosts. Something happened here long time ago. I've seen schools of little children. You're going to see, well, they look like children walking to school or something, but futile children. So, like, whatever happened here happened a long time ago. You'll hear children playing, laughing. That's what I've seen in my time here. Women crying, but that's the play on your mind. The prey on your mind is I went in here once and saw my mother after she had died.
Oh. Okay.
You gotta be. He taps the temple of his helmet. You gotta be on your game when you go in here. People get lost in this because they don't know. It's cordoned off, but the little kid doesn't know any better. And those two, he gestures with his head, should have been keeping a better eye on her, especially around this fucking place. But either way, it's a reserved judgment for now. You get lost in there. You start hearing things. They'll got it. You'll get lost, and you join the forest, so to speak.
Oh. Reminds me of old stories that kids in Gallia would get told of will-o'-wisps and boggards that would lure you into a forest at night and you'd never leave. But this is real.
They steal your soul.
In some tales, ghosts, things like sirens on the sea, right? But this is real.
It's kind of like Dudley, I think. If you stay in Dudley too long, you're going to join them and relive with them the end of their life over and over. But here, you're just a lost soul. So let's say I go in there and get lost. Well, I'm going to spend the rest of however long this reality, I guess, is around, wandering around.
Cursed to wander the forest forever.
Yeah. There's structures in this forest. It was a long time ago. Nobody's been in here that long. We ain't gonna send people in to do scientific research. Not worth the risk. But you'll see homes. You can see homes, houses, burial sites. It was probably a very large. I would acquaint it to a county, like down Earthside, like the county of Los Angeles or something like that. Not
Okay.
like a town. It was a large place. This forest spans 300 miles.
That's a lot of lost souls.
Yeah, and luckily, they lost her somewhere around here. We have the trail to follow. Hopefully, we can find her. But once you get lost, it usually doesn't take too long. You don't die of dehydration. You don't die of, exposure. whatever's in there takes you. You'll find the body dead, cold, as if it's been there for sometimes days. Sometimes all you'll find is some skeletons. Whatever controls that place or manipulates the place or whatever cursed spell, nobody really knows. The Ranger General, honestly, has been petitioning for years to have this place nuked. And I'm in agreement, but that's not our decision to make.
If it's half of what you're saying, then it would be for the best. But then again, gods know what would happen if you nuked somewhere like this.
Yeah, or there is colonies on this planet and fallout and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
a lot of people, I think it's on average about 60 people die a year. Usually people coming off planet, coming down to, they don't know any better. Or thrill seekers, ghost hunters, brain dead morons. Start smoking a cigarette.
Teenagers going in on a dare. I remember that.
Yeah. Hunters, even though we've never seen any live wildlife in there.
Makes sense. If you just are looking for food, why not go to the virgin forest that nobody goes to?
Yep.
How often do you find them alive?
In my experience, never. That's why the Ranger General said she's probably already dead. But that doesn't mean we're not going to try.
Right. Well, we'll have to. Hopefully.
I think the Colonel's pulled a person out or two over the years, but I have never recovered any. I've recovered the bodies, but never a live person.
Well, let's make this your first, aye?
Yeah, I'd hope so. I'd hate to have a dead girl on my mind.
It's not fun. But we'll get her out.
Yeah, I hope so. As this lady's wailing, Colonel Curtis talking to her and Lake Tal. Yeah. We're lucky the Colonel didn't bring a six-pack, probably drink his way through the forest.
Maybe. Although knowing him, the moment a mission came, it seems he's gonna snap his fingers. Focused.
I really hope to God, once you all win and get rid of this menace of it's a black hole or whatever you say, all these places go the fuck away.
I hope so too. Honestly, a lot of the stuff we've been seeing, I'm not good with magic, but it all gives me that same sinking feeling in my gut that the Void people do. It's, how do I describe it? You remember when you were a little kid and you got caught by your parents doing something you weren't supposed to?
Stealing the candy bar from the gas station. He starts chuckling.
You remember that, sick, sinking feeling like somebody had just dropped a 10-pound weight down your throat?
Yeah, like you got caught in the bear trap. Like you're done.
Yeah, that's the feeling I get from these places. Gives me that feeling in my gut. It makes my hair stand on end.
No, I think they're related. The Colonel, like he said when he first met you, a lot of things make more sense once you got back to civilized space and started saying what was happening.
And it makes sense if something of that power did roll through the galaxy, causing genocide after genocide. It's gonna leave some scars behind the same way a glacier does when it recedes.
Just need Malcolm with us. We'll go in and melt the throne in the forest, solve all our problem.
He'll go in and just challenge whatever spirits they are to a duel, and we'll have to watch as our spirits get ripped from our bodies.
Yeah, that's probably what. Well, maybe he'd become the king of the forest since he was cursed.
He'd bring a Ouija board in.
Try to demand the spirits kill you.
Oh gods, can you imagine him insisting we all sit with our hand on what's the little thing, the planquette or whatever it's called, the little piece? Have us all sit down and, what is your name? In the middle of that place?
Spells back Asherion.
Oh god. And that's when the fireballs would start.
I'm telling you, you gotta be on your game in here. We've lost a ranger or two in here over the years, not on Curtis's squad, but other squads that QRF try to get in here find people. Fruitless endeavor, really, in my opinion, but we're gonna try.
Of course, I'll be on my game. You gotta be able to flip that switch, right?
Anything you see in there is real, but don't listen to it.
It's not what it appears to be.
No, it's not. Don't listen to it. You get lost, then we'll be pulling your dead body out too. Which, I mean, maybe that's for the best, given what we saw today. But if you're dead, you are not earning paychecks for Sarah. So
That too. And maybe it's selfish, but I'm a little bit attached to being alive at this point.
good. Grab a hold of it, because you need to maintain your sanity in a place like this.
So I should expect the devil to come as disguised as an angel of light.
I mean, I saw my mother about 7 months after she had been dead. You're gonna see things you wish you never saw.
Okay. You see them when you're with the squad or alone?
Both. They try to drag you off, As you said, will-o-wisp. Same leads you off the trail, off the path, away from people. Split people up.
Easier to do whatever they do to someone who's alone. Can't
And that's
have
why that's why SOP is dropship right above us, though it's so thick, and sound works differently in there. But if we all go dark, like crash down into the forest and hopefully pull us out before we're all lunch or whatever is actually in there pulling the string.
That makes sense. You crash down like that, you're sure to catch at least one of us.
Exactly.
There's no point in asking, but I'm assuming we don't have anything of what's behind the illusions. We don't know what's in there, right?
No. Nobody's gonna go in there to study. Nobody, as I said, no, we have no idea.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we'll never know, because when you guys win, this will be gone. Or High Command will let Lorelei nuke the fucking place, and we'll just relocate the colonists somewhere else.
I think that if it doesn't, vanish when we kill the thing, I think that might be the best choice, because I wouldn't... it's not my choice, but I wouldn't want people living next to this thing if it's half of what you say.
Lakes makes his way back onto the dropship. Tal, well, I guess that's our number. Looks up at Curtis, who's already walking into the forest. Tal, come on, mate.
Let's catch up.
You guys make your way to catch up with him. As in another portion down the street, same mall, big mall, the girls have made their way here.
Davine looks around. This is a bit bigger than the last dress shop I was at.
Suletta, I haven't been here in years. As everybody starts moving this way, Pequod, do I smell soft pretzels?
Davine sniffs a couple times. I think you do.
And gyros? And everybody walks down this way. Pequod, oh my god.
Davine lets out a long whistle. I do love good hero and pretzel.
Sasha, why don't we get the dresses first and then we can get the food to go? Pequod, yeah. Looking down here.
Davine looks over at the soft pretzels, scratches her cheek.
Icy's buying one already.
She bites her lip and then shakes her head. Yes, Sasha, good idea. Good idea.
Dresses. Suletta just groans and sets memory head down and comes over to eat some of the bread.
Davine chuckles. Yes, of course. She looks at Suletta. Do you know where they're sold at? Or which store specifically?
Suletta, I'm not entirely sure. Pequod, I know where it is. It's over here. Icy, just come over and have some pretzel, Mom.
Davine immediately walks over to her, takes a bit of the pretzel and eats it. You don't have
Nice.
to tell me twice.
Nice, warm, and buttery. Just enough salt.
Davine nods. They've outdone themselves with this one.
We'll get some food to go for the boys, I think. Icy looking down the bread.
Yes, they'll be jealous if we just come back with soft pretzels for only us.
Icy nods her head as Pequod's gonna go in this way. Sasha will follow her and Suletta. Icy giving Memory Ann some of the pretzel. It is really difficult not to say anything about her. She looks down at Memory Ann, who starts walking away to go with her mother and Carter.
Davine sighs, rubs the back of her neck. Yes, it is quite difficult.
Not as
Every-
difficult. Oh, good.
Every single time I see her and Carter like reading a book together, I just want to squeal and then tell Hunk all about it. But nope, can't.
When I first saw Julius, she's looking up at Davine. He was the most handsome man I've ever seen in my life. Like, oh my god, he is gorgeous. Somehow Carter outdid him.
Davine nods. He was quite a handsome man from what we saw.
By a little bit, though. I can't blame Lorelai. I even touched Julius's abs when I was 16. Did I ever tell you, as you're walking in with her, did I ever tell you the time I got undressed in front of Julius? Oh.
She blinks a couple times. You did not tell me that.
Icy sits down here. There's a butler robot going around. Suletta EarthGov games. She wanted to get dressed in the boys' locker room. Not to cast him in a sympathetic light, but poor Sherion had to leave the locker room as Nicole got undressed.
Ah, I see. And she looks over at Icy. I'm assuming you locked Julius in there with you? As she comes over and sits down next to her.
Icy winks at Davy and hands her the final piece of the pretzel. Pequod, EarthGov games, good times. Looking over here at the dresses, she's just going back and forth. Suletta, a word of advice, puts her finger up. To you, Davy.
Oh, of course.
I think you'll need to be assertive with Hunk, if you'd like him to rest.
Yes. Yeah, whenever I really want him to do something, I have to be assertive. It's pretty much the only time he'll listen to me. When he's like this, of course.
He's not feeling good. I see patting Soul on the head.
No. She shakes her head, taps her wrist. No, she is not. He is not.
Pequod looking at just like the picture of blue dress. I really don't like seeing him this way.
Neither do I. It's difficult, to say the least, to seem like that.
Sasha, he was telling me I can't remember particulars, but something like you just barked orders at him to make him come on Rainfall Weekend, and he did. She snaps her fingers, holding Laz. Just assert dominance.
Davy nods. Yes, I will. She sighs, rubs the back of her neck. It's honestly difficult when it comes to... He's the only man who I've ever really let myself be submissive to, I suppose you can say.
Memory Ann puts her arms up, wants Davine to pick her.
She picks her up, puts her on her knee, and starts bouncing it.
Suletta, well, you picked the right one.
Davy nods, but I suppose I should be more assertive with him at times.
Pequod playing with this dress. Well, I know I want this one. This is the one. Looks over her shoulder. But you have to do what you have to do to get his ass in bed, please.
Yes, I will, and if even me being assertive with him fails, we have the backup plan of Julius limit breaking and Banksy force-feeding him the sleeping potion.
We're gonna drug him?
Well, if need be, he's not getting any sleep.
I see. Actually, I've been with him the longest. Never seen him like this.
Really? That's worrying.
Yeah. She nods her head, kisses Soul lightly on the head.
Davine bites her lip, shakes her head. Yeah, I'll have to try everything then.
Just yell at him. Sasha, it always works with towns. towns! He jumps.
Davian starts to laugh. I'll have to try it out with him. I'll even use his middle name, which I only use when trying to be assertive with him.
The only person that can call him Mark under her breath.
You got that right, sweetie.
Suletta, yeah. Mark is reserved just for Mom. Mamacita.
That is his nickname for me. I am his mamacita to his daddy-o.
Daddy-o, Pequod speaks.
It was just a thing that I started calling him after he started calling me mama. It was the first thing that came to my mind.
Pequod, I think it's sweet. You wouldn't imagine some of the things me and Julius called each other. Nothing like fire crotch. I see gross, but yeah. Who gave you the moniker of fire crotch? I see Banksy. Pequod, well, I'm gonna start calling Julius.
Davian starts to laugh. I guess it's good for people with red hair. And pats Icy on the head.
She nods her head. Suletta, when do we get to go see Rainfall Lane? I hear it's begin construction. Pequod, your guess is as good as mine. She rolls her eyes so hard.
I'm sure it's going to take a while. More than a few months at the least.
Pequod, from what little I hear, but the construction is classified.
Davian chuckles and nods. Classified even to us, the people who are going to live there?
I see, isn't that kind of ridiculous? Pequod, take it up with your boyfriend. Or fiance, I should say, excuse me.
Davian laughs a bit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're the only one who would be able to get the information out of him.
I see, I'll get us in there. So that I would like to just see the land. I think it's fascinating to see where we're going to be living.
Davian nods. Definitely. I would also like to see where the academy is going to be located.
Pequod nods her head. There was a time where, believe me, actually, she turns looking right at Davina. I didn't want it this way. I would rather have you as close as possible. But there was a time where I kind of figured the academy would be at least a couple miles away from Rainfall Lane, which kind of... I didn't like it. I would rather have you and Hunk close as possible at all times, but somehow the academy ended up less than half a click, and it wasn't me who did anything. She's thinking.
Davian smiles, tilts her head. Well, it is the most easily defendable option out of everything.
Quad nods her head. Yeah, I'm glad he got the academy move close.
Definitely. Hopefully there's still that bit of forestry that I've recommended. It's easier to do that than having to build an entire obstacle course.
Pequod, yeah, there is tons of... I mean, I picked the land, but I can't even go... Anyway, there's miles and miles of redwood tree. So super tall trees and mountain ranges. So I hope that's good enough for your gear.
Oh, definitely. I've seen pictures of redwood trees. Hell, I've climbed basically an equivalent of it. And back in Gallia. She shakes her head. It will definitely work.
Pequod, so... where exactly are we having your wedding?
I believe Hunk said something about Lake Erie. We're going to have it more private than yours, definitely. Just family. And she gestures over to Sasha, a couple of friends.
Sasha smiles. Pequod, yeah. I've been to Lake Erie. Good place. Nice place. Are you really gonna wear a princess dress? Suletta starts laughing.
Davian chuckles and shakes her head. No, that's for after the ceremony.
Oh, straight into honeymoon.
Most definitely. I'm planning to wear a dress similar to the one that I wore to the Oscars. I'm very much considering just that one. It was nice, flowing, and Hunk certainly liked it.
I see you did look sexy in it. I was fighting back throwing up on it most of the night.
Oh, darling. She starts to pet Icy's head. But yes, I'm definitely just considering that dress.
So that would be an excellent one. We'll get you a flower tassel and everything.
That does sound amazing. I can even make myself a little flower crown.
Sasha, you take a couple months for the construction of Rainfall Lane? Pequod, I was told 6 months. But the first 2 have to be dedicated to the underground bunker and subterranean complex. They've got to move the earth, literally.
Davine shakes her head. That's something I never really thought I would hear in my lifetime, at least told with a straight face.
Pequod, look at it this way. Each house in Rainfall Lane is going to have multiple points of egress to the subterranean complex.
Davine nods. Yes? Good. Very good. She looks at Marianne. One that you kids won't be able to get to.
Marianne wakes up at her reading a book. So that it should be a wonderful time. I'm quite excited. I'll have to learn your gear, so will Tal. I see, I'd like to learn how to use it.
Of course, I'm willing to teach you all how to use it. It can be a bit dangerous, mind you. But once you get the hang of it, you got the hang of it.
Pequod, I'd even prefer how to learn to use it.
Of course, dear, not a problem. The first thing that I'll probably teach you would be taken from the show, actually, just learning how to hang correctly with the harness.
Pequod nods. I've been working out more lately. When people aren't screaming at the top of their lungs. I see, bro.
Davine clears her throat. Who would ever do that? Who would ever do that?
Suletta. Yeah. And look at it this way. Everybody's room in Rainfall Lane will be very clean and neat. No clothing on any chairs. Sasha, huh? Like Seraph.
Davine starts to laugh. At one point, I woke up from a nightmare and thought Ash was sitting in an office chair.
Oh, she starts nodding. I don't have nightmares about Ash. She shakes her head, but I have like moments of realization where like going through whatever I'm doing and writing a report or working out or the most recent one was me and Towns down in Orange Twist. We were going to get something to eat, a pizza, and it hit me like a bus. Like, oh my god, I'm gonna be in charge of Ash. What am I gonna do? She starts laughing.
Davine sucks some air through her teeth. That is certainly not a job that I envy, dear.
Suletta, well, just keep him on the frontier.
Yes. From what I've heard from Tao, they can choose to spend more time on the frontier, correct?
Sasha nods. Suletta, given what I think is going on at his house, I don't think Ash wants to be there. She, with her fingers, I feel pity, though he did it to himself, but I do in fact feel pity. Imagine every day you go into that house and you see the effects of your idiocy. It's one hell of a way to learn a lesson. Only this lesson ends in people dead that you care about.
Davy nods. I'd say he drives the point home more than Lorelei could.
Suletta nods her head. Pequod, we're gonna go with... I don't even like this dress, really. The more I look at it. Earthgov blue for the bridesmaids. Sasha figured. I don't even know why we came, but starts laughing. Pequod, I think I'm just gonna go back to my elf cos. I'm not gonna wear the elf ears for the cosplay, for the wedding, but the dress... Well, maybe I will. She starts thinking.
I'm sure Julius would like it either way. It was a beautiful dress.
Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I'll have to ask him if he wants the elf ears or not.
Davy shrugs. That I can't answer for you. You should definitely ask him, though.
Oh, I will. I prefer not to wear them. They chafed my ears last time.
Davy nods. Well, if they chafed your ears, I would recommend not wearing them. Beauty is pain isn't necessarily true.
Yeah, I'm not wearing them.
Davy nods, gives Marianne a kiss on the head. Yes, very good, very good. You said Earthgov blue for the bridesmaids' dresses?
Yep. And I'm thinking just well, it's up to you guys. What I know, Sasha and Icy, would you prefer to be in the audience, Davine, if you will, Pequot air quotes, so you can have the best view or be up there with me?
Davy thinks for a second. Whatever you wish.
I'd like to have you up there with me. And Sula. The four of you.
Of course, I'll be up there gladly.
Hell yeah. Pequot looking back at the dress. Or maybe we just go with red. Then you can wear the same dress again. And you guys will leave our reception to have sex, probably. You and Hunt.
If I wore that dress, most likely.
Well, it's gonna be a Tommy, so you can go, Sasha speaking up, have a quickie, and then come back.
Davy laughs. That is certainly an option, but I'm sure whatever dress I wore, we could probably do that.
Pequot, it's like a rainfall thing. It's just like you see it and you go for it. I experienced the same thing with Julius. Just swap the sexes around, right?
Davy nods. Oh, most definitely.
I see, I understand it for sure. When I was 16, I grabbed his abs and just kept doing this with my hands. She with her hands moving her finger. Pequot, exactly, yeah.
Davy looks down at Ice and starts to laugh. You know, no one ever told me about that. She points over to Icy.
Icy, I still think Julius is hot. I see him as a brother. I would never want anything beyond anything sexual, but he's you. How can you say he's not? Sasha, yeah. He always was good looking.
I mean, yes, he's a very handsome man.
Sasha, I don't like talking about Malcolm, but the fact that Malcolm didn't believe you two were related, though. When I first saw you, I was like, that's either Julius's mom or sister. You know, like the face is. If you grab Julius's face and put yours right next to it, it's like, yeah.
Davy looks over at Sasha and smiles. Well, I definitely appreciate you thinking I'm his sister. I must look younger than my years say.
Shaletta, you still look like you're in your 20s.
Davy looks over at Soletta, and so do you, Letty.
Thank you. I don't mind being so old.
Davy chuckles. Age is wisdom.
Indeed. I see they're not related. No way, Glabnak.
He would always say it's impossible. And then one day he just stopped thinking it was impossible.
He just came to accept it?
Yeah, I suppose he just came to accept it because he would call Julius his son and everything like that. Would take him out to baseball games.
Oh, I see. I heard about that one. Julius told me. It's like apparently he cut the brakes of the car, but he was the only one not wearing a seatbelt. So when they he starts laughing, and then you guys threw a party hoping he didn't pull through.
There were like 3 times we threw a party hoping he didn't pull through, and yet he somehow always did.
So how about we go to a baseball game and actually enjoy ourselves? You can have fun going to those type of events with people you enjoy, not somebody like him, Malcolm.
Yes, I think that's a wonderful idea. Going to a baseball game, actually knowing the rule. Do you know how confusing baseball is if you don't know the rules?
Siletta, I personally think it's a stupid sport myself. Sasha, yeah, it's too slow for my taste, but I grew up playing it. Well, just like not even little league, just like backyard lot with the kids on the colony I grew up on. But it's a little too slow for me, but it is very confusing. I guess Malcolm didn't know any of the rules. She looks at Dave.
She looks over at Sasha. He said touchdown when someone got a home run.
I say, touchdown, boy! Or what did he call Julius? Looking at David.
My boy, deadbeat, weasel. But my
Field goal.
Yes, and then there was also just goal, like he was a soccer commentator.
Goal!
Exactly that. And then whenever they would strike out, he would say, "That's a home run, Davine," because they're running home back to the dugout.
Still out of Frontier Baseball Leagues, I assume.
Yes, all Frontier Baseball Leagues. Team names you probably never heard of. The Nemesis was a team.
The Nemesis. Look.
Yes, the Nemesis, and then there was head coach Nemesis as their leader.
Oh my god. I see. That. No wonder why he was at a minor league baseball event when I shot him in the back.
Davine starts to laugh. It definitely makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
That was probably the minor league team for the Nemesis.
Yes. Yeah. I also think head coach Nemesis was coincidentally absent during that game.
I see. I did shoot him like 5 times.
You've probably scared him off.
Nemesis.
Oh, the Nemesis.
One day they'll be gone and somebody else will take over. Sasha speaks of it. The political powering maneuvering of the UIR makes no sense to me, but there's apparently another family currently vying for power called the Autist Zanes.
Oh, really?
Sasha nods her head. Yeah, but the Nemesis have the geopolitical landscape so locked down. At least that's what Towns was telling me. Like they're always doing surveillance and drone flybys on the UIR. Keep your eye on your enemy, kind of thing.
Yes, of course. Keep your enemies close.
I think it's Nick Dom, Autist Zane, and Nick something Ben Autist. I don't know.
Right. She leans back. Well, I'm sure there won't be any kind of problem. It seems that the UIR's leadership has gone at a steep decline ever since we took care of the lightning count.
AC nods her head. Sasha, yeah. We didn't know at the time who. Well, I guess it's the first time killed the lightning count, but once Julius killed him, he really destabilized the landscape of the.
Yeah, it really seemed that the UIR really just relied on one man to take care of everything.
And then Julius killed him for the first time. And somehow the Nemesis, with the help of Malcolm, rose to power.
Damien shakes her head. If I have to give Malcolm one thing, it is that he was an agent of chaos and could cause it anywhere he went.
Stiletta nods her head. Pequod. So we try on some Earthgov blue dresses for bridesmaids. And then we get pretzels, soft drinks, and euros.
Davy nods. That sounds like a wonderful idea.
Where are we going from here? I see Watertown. Okay, right, Watertown. Oh, and then we're going golfing. Tommy has a private golf course on the Watertown colony. It's a resort now.
Davy nods. Wow. That sounds wonderful. I've never been golfing.
Pequod, then after golfing, gotta put Hunk down for nappy time. I see. Yeah, Betty buys.
Yes, by persuasion or by force.
Suletta, I'm sure it will come. Persuasion. Just assertive persuasion.
Yes, Davy nods. Assertive persuasion. And you can see she's already getting into the mood of it. Her eyes narrowing a bit.
Suletta, really all you had to do was demand he come on Rainfall Weekend and he came. That's it. It was that easy.
Well, I leaned forward, yelled in his face a bit about his children wanting him to be there, and I ended it off by saying, I also want you to be there so I can actually enjoy myself.
Do the same thing. That throws her.
Davy nods. Yes, something along the lines of, your children are worried about you, your sister-in-law is worried about you, I'm worried about you, and whenever you're feeling this way, I feel this way, so can you please just go to sleep, is what I'm thinking.
Sounds good to me. Suletta says as we switch out here, Ashes deep in the fort. You've only been walking for about 2 miles, but nobody's said a word.
So, sir,
Huh?
I've heard that you guys see stuff in this place.
That's right. He's leaning down, looking at the ground. Little girl footprints.
Well, he's gonna look
You think
down.
what do you think, Ranger? Are these fresh?
Uh, let me guess, roll...
No, you don't have to roll anything.
He's gonna take a look.
Yep.
Look fresh to me, sir.
Yeah. But he follows them up here and they get lost in the... Well, I would call this a very small stream.
Great.
Stop for water? He's looking down at the... That's not good drinking from anything out of here.
No, or she just walked through it. By the way,
You drink water sources in here, mate, you're gonna lose your mind faster. Or whatever's pulling the strings is gonna pull you fast.
Oh, so tainted water. Beautiful.
Yeah.
He's gonna look over at the... I'm guessing he can jump over to the other side here.
Sure.
He's gonna come over here and see if he can pick up the trail on this side.
Nah.
Not seeing anything over here, sir.
Tal, like I said, points up to the tree line, the canopy. You wouldn't know there's a dropship up there. Watch this. Take off his mask. He'll yell, "Hello!" And there's no echo.
Oh, that's not normal. There's normally an echo.
Colonel Curtis. Yeah.
God. So we've lost the trail. What do we do now, sir?
Try to pick it up somewhere. He's gonna walk up this direction. Unless she's walking in the stream, we could follow the stream.
Yeah. At the very least, we'd probably have seen her by this point if she was, right? Walking the other way, I mean.
Tal coming over this way. Maybe she followed the stream, think the stream will lead out the forest.
Maybe. Although, that just leads deeper in, doesn't it?
Yeah. He comes over this direction. You start to hear what sounds like multiple people sobbing.
You hear that too?
Yeah.
That normal, or I suppose as close to normal as you can get here?
Spooks. Spectres.
Spirits, okay. Will-o-wisps. Joy.
If that's what you can call it.
Yeah, probably shouldn't. He's gonna keep looking for the tracks. So, Tal told me you've pulled people out of here alive, sir?
Once.
How bad was it?
I mean, heart trigger patch, resuscitation, and we had a high-level spellcaster with us that was able to, I don't even know what you would call it, pull them back to the light, I guess is how a layman like me would, I guess, think of it, you know?
No, no, I understand. I don't have much experience in healing magic myself, but back in Gallia, paladins were able to bring somebody back if they had died within like 30 seconds. So I get what you mean.
I mean, it was a full-grown man, too. This was like a strong man, not a child.
Not a child. Any marks on him?
No, negative. Besides the scuff of falling over, you know, some scrapes, but marks? No.
So just like he was there one moment and gone the next.
The wailing intensified.
He's actually going to take a couple steps back closer to the group. Sounds like... Reminds me of the stories I heard about banshees as a kid.
Yeah, probably a good idea, mate. Stay tight. Not like our weapons are gonna do anything good against spooks, specters.
No, but I'll be fair. He's going to tap the rifle on his side. It makes me feel a little more secure just having it.
As the wails intensify, you see that gigantic procession of mostly sounds like women. They're walking. They come from here as they walk through this direction. Some of them hands in their face, looks like they're trying to gouge out their own eyes, crying. Some just wailing, some flogging themselves.
Guessing this ain't your first time.
Negative. Though I've not seen that before. He's gonna come back and try to take cover as if it would matter against an enemy like this.
Slowly backs up with them. What I wouldn't give to have a spellcaster on our 6 right now.
Yeah, not getting to sit up in the dropship.
Gods, do I envy Lake right now?
Look like nuns, don't they? Colonel Curtis, kind of.
They look like nuns or priestesses or something.
Priestess of the Moon?
Not any that I've seen. But then again, the gods and goddesses from Gallia, they're different in a way than the ones here, right?
Whatever was here, yeah.
I don't know. All I know is I don't want to go anywhere near them.
They're just marching through the forest. Colonel Curtis, never seen that one before, but yeah. Watching them go by, he's got his shotgun in his hands, looks down at it. Yeah. Puts it on his back.
You know what's kind of funny? This is the same kind of fight or flight that I've only felt a handful of times. This just is something... I don't know. It feels like something almost instinctual about not wanting to be near them.
Tal, yeah, I don't blame you. I don't want to go near them either. They start walking through, most of them disappearing.
You ever seen eyes shine back at you in the darkness when you're sitting by a campfire?
Yeah.
It's the same feeling, isn't it?
If you, like I was telling you, whatever happened here a long time ago, these trails, they're very old. You can tell this happened a long time ago, whatever happened here. These people probably lived in this, as I said, county, kingdom, it was probably called, I'd say back then. 300 miles would be a kingdom in futile terms, I'd assume.
I saw kingdoms that size in Gallia, yeah.
So my guess is this was a kingdom. And whatever happened, happened. But yeah, the roads, you could tell they were made for carriages with the horse.
You can, I mean,
If you examine close enough, you'll see hoof footprints still here. Like time froze this place. Kind of. But just nobody's been in here to disturb this place. Weather can't get in through the canopy. Yet somehow the vegetation persists, which is... This is one of the creepiest places you'll ever find or encounter as a frontier ranger.
Well, that's, in a way, that is comforting, considering we can't get much worse than this, right? Uh, it's like it's dead but frozen in the moment of death at the same time.
Colonel Curtis. Yeah. Looking around, watching the whatever they are disappearing into the forest.
I am not scared like this very often, I'll be honest.
Tal, reason I got the rifle slung on my back is because look, mate, he starts flicking his lighter. Combustion don't work in here, so our guns ain't gonna do anything. You bring a flare gun in, try to shoot it off. Oh, somebody will see me. You couldn't even make a fire in here if you wanted to.
Ah, and I'm assuming magic in general doesn't do much either?
I wouldn't know. Colonel Curtis, no. Spellcasters can operate in here. I've been in here, like I said, once with a pretty high level one, but you ain't gonna find many spellcasters that want to come in here unless it's to save somebody. And any other reason beyond trying to save somebody's life, they're not coming in here.
No, that's fair. I can't imagine you'd have many people come in here regardless of spellcasting ability. Well, that's fun. Pretty much every weapon in my arsenal can't even function here.
Thankfully, we don't need them. Just gotta find this girl. Now that the parade of cursed nuns is over, and we find this little girl. And as he's saying this, on the edge of the forest, you see that. Find this cursed little girl, Ash, and not cursed little girl, but find this little girl. Get her out of the Ash. What's wrong with you?
He actually takes a step back. Do you see her?
How much did you have to drink? He looks over here. I mean, what are you? I don't see anything.
Rubs his, where his eyes would be on the helmet. That's not possible.
She runs off into the forest. Colonel Curtis, was that a little girl? He's watching too. Was that her?
If it is, then it's a hell of a bloody coincidence, sir. That's my little sister. Oh, it looks like her.
Tal, what's the description of the girl from these fucking parents that were crying outside? Colonel Curtis, well, they didn't have a picture. They said short, black hair. How they don't have a fucking picture of their own daughter? Colonel Curtis, they're frontier colonists. Tal groans.
Yeah, I just shake his head a bit. It must just be a coincidence. I'm sorry, sir.
No, you need to stay sharp. He, with his knuckles, like on his helmet, tapping his helmet with his knuckle. Stay sharp. That's what this place wants you to think. Whether you're seeing her or that was that little chick, the little girl.
Yes, sir.
Though the fact she didn't run towards us leads me to... Yeah.
Yeah, right. Will do, sir. It's probably just a little girl. She might have been scared or something and run away.
Tal, maybe, I guess we do look kind of foreign if you've never seen EarthGov military before, but either way, stay cool and calm and collected and stay sharp as we push through.
Yes, sir. Apologies. I'm sure.
No, it's fine. It's just you can't give in to this kind of stuff in here. If you do, it's gonna get you. It sticks into you like tendrils.
Yes, sir. Understood. I'm sure it was just a coincidence, sir.
Colonel Curtis, the fact she didn't run towards us leads me to believe most people see guys like us with guns and you're lost in the forest, so we stay in horizontal formation, right next to one another, shoulder to shoulder.
Yes, sir.
If you see anything, speak out.
Understood, sir.
You guys will move the direction where she came, and before you follow her, there is like a glow, just like on the map. Tal, don't tell me your little sister short. Well, she's a little girl with black hair and not white hair like yours.
No, we were I had black hair at birth. We both did. Little girl,
Oh,
black,
Christ.
raven black hair, and last I saw her wearing a little brown dress.
Colonel Curtis cocks the shotgun because that's what he's always used to doing. What? Yeah. Why do I even try? He just walks this way. Just stay sharp, Ash. Yeah?
Yes, sir. Can do, sir.
Good. As you guys follow into the forest. The rainfalls have collectively made their way to Watertown. The children are back in the car being looked after by Zanzibar and company. Tommy here pitching football. Wow, what do you think? Now it's clean. Streets are clean. Beautiful, pristine. It looks like a resort town now.
Julius looks around and just lets out a long whistle. It's certainly more different than I remember it.
Pequod taking Julius's hand, walking this way. It's incredible, really. This is where the gyro stand was. He walks over here. Julius does have a gyro. She bought you guys food, at a pretzel, at a soft drink.
Julius looks at where the stand used to be, holds the gyro up to Pequod's mouth.
Oh, I already ate 3.
He chuckles a bit and takes a bite from it.
You eat it. We indulged before we left. Our dress shopping didn't take very long. You got Towns his suit too?
I did.
Okay, good. You guys have dropped Towns and Sasha back off on Gateway duties to attend to. Tommy pitching the football. Cleaned up, very nice. The perfect place for wedding.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful, Tommy. Turns around to him. Thank you.
You're very welcome. We can get gyro stand, pull it right here, and my idea is you can, as I said, lock your arms and hold Euro up to mouth, and that's where we snap picture. And that can be a wedding picture of just the two of you.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful idea.
But I think we should hold ceremony itself up there. Overlooks beautiful water, gathered from Watertown. So that it does look like a nice view. She's actually gonna make her way up there to start looking around. It is a beautiful place for a wedding. You can't ask for a better place. You truly can't.
Definitely, and the memories associated with it are pretty good. He turns around and points towards this area. Just over there is where I got you your first scarf.
She looks over with a smile. Would be nice if we had a... Well, no. She comes over holding your hand. We don't want a scarf stand. Were the people that sold these still here, Tommy? Yeah, so as I said, everybody work here. Just bring more industry to town. But that
Right
will
on.
not be at wedding, though.
No, yeah, that's understandable, but right on, that's, in my opinion, how you do expansion.
Icy's feeding Banksy a soft pretzel. They're looking around. Tommy, you two can even have a wedding here. Icy, probably not a bad idea. I don't want to have my wedding in J-Sock. Banksy laughs. Hunk is just head down, leaning against the building.
Davine walks over to him. I need to talk to you about something.
Hey.
Hi, darling.
He opens up a Red Bull from one of it. He's got his combat belt on, pouches, no gun. He opens one up. Nice place. Look at this place.
Davine takes it from him and nods.
Hey.
You know what the best medicine for being tired is?
Work. Staying busy, keeping your mind occupied.
Davine puts a hand on his collar and grips it a bit. Sleeping.
Eyes wide.
You are going to go to sleep. Because you are worrying your children, your children-in-laws, your sister-in-law, and most importantly, you're worrying me. And whenever you feel like this, I start to feel like this. So, for not just your sake, but your children their significant others, your sister-in-law, and mine sake, you are going to go to sleep.
Okay. He nods his head with eyes wide, but only if you're sleeping with me.
Well, obviously, of course.
All right then. Let me get through the day. He looks over, Tommy talking. You guys down here are talking. Let me get through the day. I'll get through the day, and then when we're done, we go to sleep. I got this message from Terrell. He shows her the message.
Davine reads it over. She sighs. Do you think you would be able to handle it in your state?
I'm not going to be able to handle it in this state or a better state or a rested state. I'm not. I'm going to look pathetic. It's going to be terrible.
It won't be. Well, it's probably going to feel terrible, but it won't be terrible. It needs to happen. She fixes the collar that she messed up a bit, opens the Red Bull herself and takes a sip from it. I do need a bit more energy. It tastes not great. And she hands it back to him.
No, they taste like piss. He starts struggling. The only way I could do that and coffee. Actually, coffee is like having no effect.
Davine sighs. Yes, you definitely need some sleep. Runs her fingers through his hair, gives him a kiss. And you are going to get some.
I would have much preferred to spend the week sleeping with you. Yeah, or watching the little anime shows and then sleeping. Yeah, trust me.
Davine smiles. Again, honey, if you need to talk about something, please just talk about it with me, and we will get through it together.
Yeah, it's just like I said. I don't know. I'm dreading going to see that woman, but I shouldn't because it's just conflicted. I owe that. We talked about it, but I owe her you. He grabs her by her hip. I owe her Nicole. All you guys. There was a time I wanted to quit, get out of the military. If I had done that, oh God, where would I be? Think about it. She kept me going. You know what I'm saying? Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Davine thinks.
That woman. Let's go around here. I don't want them. They're supposed to be enjoying this day, so let's go this way. So they don't hear anything. Meanwhile, down here, Tommy. Oh, I think this deck is big enough for everybody. Everybody be here. We can even have Bolt come here. Shoot off fireworks.
Julius looks down at Pequod. Would you want that?
Pequod, that would be awesome. As Suletta is up here waving. The view up here is quite amazing. Tommy, let's go up there. That is where you will say, I do.
Julius nods. Yeah, that. And he smiles to himself. Sounds cool.
You guys make your way up, Pequod looking around. Tommy, I will be standing here with my Padre Sultan. Pequod starts struggling. This is why you will do it. Do the deed. Suletta looking around. It is a beautiful view. Pequod, yeah, when we came here a long time ago, we were on a mission. I really didn't look around. I just ate, mostly.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, all I did was talk to people that I had to talk to.
Tommy, it is wonderful here.
Yeah, it really is, as he's looking out across the view.
So that not to step on, I guess, your territory, but this would be a wonderful place for, should Tal ever propose to me. I see, I like this place.
Julius nods. It's a wonderful place to get married, and we wouldn't be stepping on our territory at all.
Tommy, rightful tradition, perhaps. Married here and then back to Tommy's.
Yeah. A lot A lot of rainfall traditions center around you.
Well, I'm the best, Julius.
Julius chuckles. It certainly seems that way, Tommy.
Pequod's hands are on the banister looking out at the ocean, leaning with a smile. You can't tell me this doesn't beat the fuck out of an airship. Suletta, yes, coming over this way. I see, I thought the airship idea was kind of cool, honestly. Banksy just grow.
Julius chuckles. He would think it's cool as he leans on the banister next to Pequod.
Pequod, you want to have your wedding with Ash and Saris? I see, no. Wedding is supposed to be about one couple, but it was a sweet idea. Tommy, you are too nice for your own good. She just and looks out at the view.
Julius chuckles, shakes his head. It might be something you might need to work on, Nicole.
Pequod, give in to the anger. You can get angry sometimes. It doesn't mean you're gonna kill us. I see, I know that. Just you should try working out with us again. You used to work out all the time. I see, yeah, I did.
Yeah, Julius leans forward. Punching a punching bag is a pretty good way to get angry, apparently.
And me and Julius will help you, and so will Dad and Mom. You might as well. Is he okay? I'm not getting up at 5 a.m. Pequod, yeah, that's the one part about it I don't like.
Julius shrugs. Yeah, it isn't the most fun, but for me at least, it has to be done.
Pequod, yeah, not on the weekends.
No, you sleep in on the weekends.
Everybody should sleep in on the weekend.
It's like the one time we're able to sleep in.
Suletta, as I said, that week off was wonderful. I hadn't slept in that many days consecutively in a long time. And when I say long, I mean lifetimes.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, I never really slept in that much either. My years are not that long in comparison, but I've never really slept in that much either over the years.
I see, back when we were on the Nova and Dad was in charge, I used to sleep in all the time. But some mornings I'd wake up early, go into his room, and blow an air horn. Tommy even.
Julius starts to laugh. You know, you were so mischievous back in the day. You still are, but...
And people, oh, Julius was so immature. I see, I never said I wasn't.
Yeah. Everyone always brings up I was the immature one, but they never took a look at you. You just grew up quicker than I did.
He shrugs. One time I had two of them. He rolled out of bed. His head went under the bed, hit his head off the bottom of the bed.
Did you ever freak him out with those, what you call them, kamikaze hunks that you used to do?
Yes, often. It only worked the first time. After the first time, he was just used to them. He got so used to them, some days he'd just eat breakfast with them.
That sounds like Dad.
Pequod, like I said, hand out, looking at the beautiful ocean. This beats a fucking airship. Hell, could even turn portion of the ocean frozen. She looks at Suletta, Suletta nods, and you could ice skate if one of the kids grows up to love ice skating or something.
Oh my god, that's a wonderful idea.
Suletta, it would be quite easy. Wouldn't harm the environment at all. It could be done and finished in an instant. Tommy, not a bad idea. Ice skate at wedding, but in summertime, powerful ice wizard, ice won't melt. Never been to a wedding, actually, where they ice skate. That would be first.
Yeah, it would certainly be an interesting idea. Awesome to see.
Last time I came here, I actually cried.
He tilts his head. Why'd you cry, Tommy?
Well, I had come here A few months ago to finalize deal, buy place, begin construction of city, make it better for people to live in, and build golf course and resort. But after Yellow Ash, I feel bad. I come here to remember when I first meet him. He disappointed me so much that they find me crying in the alley where we met, actually. And they guide me back to my ship. Well, Escalade. Pequod. Oh, I'm sorry. Starts rubbing his arm. I see rubbing the other one.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Tommy.
When I first met you guys here, I could see bright futures. Never thought we'd end up here. But, oh well. He pitches the football up in the air.
He chuckles. Yeah, never thought I would be in this kind of situation, honestly.
Pequod, well, he's not gonna be here on the wedding day, so that's all that matters.
No, he will not.
Tommy, what if some like polymorph as him? Actually, I'm pretty sure that person would get riddled with bullets.
Yeah, even if Banks is going to be a part of the wedding, I'm sure Reaper Squat's going to be off in the stands ready to rain hell down on Ash if he even tries to show up.
Banksy nods his head. Yeah, Lorelai's already. Yeah. It's a good thing you didn't want them to be part of the wedding. Any other members of the squad?
Julius laughs. Oh yeah, and the fact that Lorelai's probably going to be here.
Oh my god. So let a hand over her mouth. The balls he would have to show up.
Yeah, that... He shakes his head. I would honestly be somewhat impressed if he tried to show up.
Tommy, did you extend the invitation to Saris and Integra? I see. We tried. If you could, and failed. Banksy miserably.
Julius nods. Very miserably.
All you can do is try. And if they... All you can do is try your best. If they do not come, nothing you can do.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Yes. It is life lesson for everybody here to learn. You can drag good people down with you. You must always be mindful of yourself and your actions and how they affect others. Especially if you care about other people. Tommy, great man. Try to treat employees wonderfully, take care of them, take their concerns into mind at all times. That's why I overpay people. Life is hard. No need to make it harder, especially on the people you love the most. And if you do, you'll suck them down with you. Pequod groans.
Julius nods. I mean, he's right.
Yeah. She looks down at the water.
Yeah. He looks down at the water with her.
Suletta just shakes her head. It is what it is. There's going to be good food at this wedding, right? Tommy, all euros.
And, you know, I remember promising Lorelai something about me doing some cooking for the wedding.
Her favorite dish, perhaps?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely that.
Well, any other food you want, speak up now. Tommy takes mental notes.
He thinks for a second, looks down at Pequod. Anything you can think of?
Pequod. Besides chicken fingers and stuff like that for kids and well, baby food for most of them, but finger foods, cheese tray. I would just take gyros. Tons of gyros. Actually, no, I've changed my mind. Soft pretzels. Tommy. Okay. Soft pretzels, yeah. Pequod, yeah, but flavored ones like jalapeno cheese, bacon and cheese. Tommy's writing it down. I have to write this down. Forget the mental notes.
Julius chuckles. Soft pretzels it is.
I've never really been to a wedding where they had euros on soft pretzel. So that first time for everything.
Julius nods, leans over to Pequod. You know what? I don't think Hunk and Davine will have soft pretzels and euros at their wedding, so he puts his hand out for a high five.
She
We got
high
that one.
fives you.
I totally think we got that one over on him.
What's something else we can have that they're not gonna have? I see. Oh, come on.
Julius chuckles, turns around, leans his back on the banister. Oh, that is a good question. I mean, they're probably gonna have like the stuff that Hunk will make for Davine, that seafood soup, everything like that. Probably a lot of Mediterranean food because of animals, so
Tommy, rainfalls seem to have wide taste palette. How about burritos? Pequod, I could go for a burrito, actually. Yeah.
yeah, burrito. That, and maybe we could have some pregnant Pequod sandwiches.
Pequod perks up. It's been a long time since I've had one. I see. Yeah. Tommy, pregnant Pequod, trust me, I know the ingredients. Pequod just shakes her. Whatever. The finest luncheon meats.
Julius laughs. Then definitely some pregnant Pequod sandwiches.
Should be one hell of a spread. Looking around. Food spread, I mean.
Oh, most definitely. When you have the Ranger General coming to your wedding, you can't have anything less.
Tommy tapping the little notepad he's writing on with his pen. And of course, Sagathin will need his attire from your personal collection. He wants to be donned in his armor for your wedding. Okay.
Yeah, sure, no problem. We'll get it to him.
I see, it's an honor he's gonna put it back on just for your wedding. Yeah, you can say that. Yeah, I guess so. You know, he'll wear that when fight his son outside of high school and get shit beat out of him. Everybody starts.
Oh god, yeah. Like 500 years of fighting the domestic menace. And he never once won?
Well, he got fleeting victories sometime, like throw shield, hit Menace in face, hit the Menace a few times, Menace run away. But the Saint always fat, so could never catch him.
Right, makes sense. Makes sense.
And Saint couldn't drive because lost driver's license back in 1990 or 1989. Oh my god.
Yeah, he rubs his face. It's all coming together. All the Singate lore.
Pequod, we probably aren't allowed to know this kind of stuff, but I have to ask, what's been keeping him alive for so long? Is it really a divine source? Tommy, no. I drink vile. I work at tool and die shop. It was run by a wizard. He had longevity potion vial in it one day. He was handing it out to a manager who had accepted the potion. Saint accidentally drank it thinking it was coffee cream or put it in coffee. Don't tell him this. So it's not a divine source? No.
Julius starts to laugh loudly.
Why does he call himself the Saint? He speaks up. I got hit in the head like 70 times. Why do you think?
Okay, so wait, does he have like permanent brain damage or something?
Of course. Have you seen him? He is good man now. He was bad man back then. But when first war started with Sun, he realized he created his own monster. Much like Ash, actually. Create own monster, come back to get you. And that's what happened to his son. Mistreat son, come back to bite him. And so, he tried to change his ways. He was good man. No more racism, nothing like that. Unfortunately, tasked with defeating his son. Now, his son, other kind of worms. Don't know who cursed him or really what happened. Maybe one day we find out.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe good old General Sasha will open up a ranger investigation for us.
Because he drank a vial of longevity potion. I see. Back then they did make potions out of it. Before there was probably only Master Yen and whoever taught him could do it exactly, just from the mana plant itself. It was a long process, needed tons of different ingredients, and I guess they, here, I'll drink this potion. Sank come over, put it in coffee, and drink.
Oh, I would hate to be the manager that day.
He did get fired that day.
Oh yeah, I could definitely see why.
That is such a lame origin story. We're gonna make a comic book and an animated series about him, and he's gonna touch like a cross that was blessed by an actual saint, and that is how he's gonna actually be Saint Guillotine. Tommy, yeah, probably for the best. What? Truth, very uneventful, actually.
Julius nods. Imagine like our kids growing up reading those comics and then coming up to ask us like, so Mom, Dad, were these comics like actually true? And we have to tell them the actual origin story of Saint Guillotine.
Pequod, or we just tell them it was true. A little white lie never hurt.
I mean, yeah, I suppose so. That might be better for him.
Tommy, he will be guarding your children. Do not worry. I think you'll just fib to them a little bit.
Yeah, Julius starts to laugh. But like, imagine the look on their faces like, well, Carter, no, he just accidentally drank a longevity potion because he thought it was coffee cream.
Coffee cream? I see. Pequod, yeah. Tommy, he has sworn life oath to Julius. Lorelei had spelled done. So even in death, he will be looking out for you all. Hopefully that doesn't happen, though.
Yeah, hopefully. How long do longevity potions last?
As long as one has the will to live.
Oh, okay, damn. He shakes his head. Yeah, so as long as he has the will to live, he won't necessarily die unless
old
I
age.
assume. Yeah, unless I assume by an outside source.
Yeah. In many cases, it depends, but in many cases, you do grow tired of living after a while. And so eventually, you lose will to live and die. But, luckily, that is nothing anybody here has to worry about for a long time.
Yeah, that's very good.
Accidentally drank fucking potion thinking it was she's still caught up in that. She was taking notes for the animated series.
Oh god, I couldn't even like imagine the intro to it. Like, one day, ordinary man, Mr. Guillotine, drank a longevity potion thinking it was coffee creamer, and he suddenly became Saint Guillotine.
You should look into a show called Inspector Gadget. Inspector Guillotine. Good idea. Make a show out of that. Pequod, duly noted, I've already purchased the rights to Mr. Melky's neighborhood.
You learned about it today.
Pequod looks up at you and shrugs. I want my own streaming service.
Julius raises one eyebrow. Right, okay.
Gonna purchase the rights to that and some of the other animated Malcolm crap.
Julius chuckles. And then we could have all the Rainfall production stuff on there too.
Hell. Yeah, that's the idea. She gives you a kiss.
He gives her a kiss and puts his arm around her.
Down here, Hunk has... they've been talking. There was just a time I was ready to quit and get out. And that woman kept me going. And why I wanted to quit was every single unit she sent me around to try out with, I just... Believe it or not, I didn't... Because I couldn't adapt and I couldn't be like part of the team. Communicate effectively, let's just say. I would, he's great in a fight, but no lone wolf stuff. And I was like, well, it's time to quit. And I told her, I'm gonna quit. and she saved me.
Davy nods. By sending you to the SIS because they're all lone wolves.
By telling me, yeah, by sending me to the SIS, but by telling me that it seems weird to say, and I know it took me a long time to get there, but I mean, I was a leader, I was these type of things, and I worked effectively with everybody after she told me this, that I was a handsome, good-looking young man, and all I needed to do was... He looks down at the ground and kicks a fucking rock down the street. All I needed to do was apply myself and stop being so self-conscious.
Davy nods. It's certainly good advice. To apply oneself and not worry about what other people think of them.
Think about you, yeah.
She nods. It's the best skill one can have.
And from there, I started actually, effectively working with people. And rising through the ranks, and the rest is history. But pointless history, really, but yeah.
She holds his hand. It's difficult to see someone you care about go through something difficult like this.
Yeah. I still remember I was coming up on my re-enlistment, so you can't just quit because you'd go to jail. I was coming up on my re-enlistment. She handed me the paper. Re-enlist. No, I'm gonna quit. She got up, looked me dead, made me take off the mask she had given me off, looked me dead in the eye. Just hand on the shoulder and... Yeah. He starts choking up, but not tearing up.
She holds his hand tighter.
Didn't make sense back then, even, in a lot of ways. But then things started to happen and roll into place. Nicole, oh, here's Julius, here's Ash, and it just... She was right.
She nods. It seems she is right about a lot of things.
She was, yeah.
This might be a dumb suggestion, but do you still have that old mask, the balaclava?
Yeah, I do. Yep.
I don't know if this would be great for her in her state, but maybe you could gift it back to her as a reminder for her about you so she doesn't forget you.
That's not a bad idea. Dear. He's still choking.
She lays her head on his shoulder and rubs her thumb across his knuckles. I've never had to deal with it. I ran away at a young age and then everything happened. She shakes her head. But I can't really imagine losing a mother. It's very difficult, and I'm going to be with you every step of the way. And you, she looks up at him, don't need to act like none of this bothers you or anything like that, like you might feel you have to do for the kids. I want to see you like that. I want you to get your emotions out. And I want you to be free with them.
I can, as long as you're here. Yeah.
And as long as you're comfortable with it. I don't want to force anything on you. Like, you have to cry in front of me because I think it would be good for you. No. Only if you're comfortable to do so.
If you're around, I will be.
She nods and lays her head back on his shoulder.
He puts his finger up, kisses Davine's head. As I was signing on the dotted line to stay, just remember I said to her, this is just the way I was back then. I wanted my own family. I wanted to be a good dad, and because my original dad, my biological father, wasn't there. That's what I wanted. And all she said to me was, well, you're not going to find one digging a ditch as a civilian. God damn. She was right.
She nods. Maybe you should thank her for that when you go to speak with her.
I will. He kisses Davine on the head. Again.
Do you want me in there with you?
Absolutely, please.
Of course. Of course, I'll be right with you.
You just gotta get through the Gulf. We'll have fun. And then I think we're gonna go see her.
She nods. Should we tell the kids about it now, or sort of just spring it on them?
I think we'll just tell them on the way back in transit. They should have... Let them have fun and enjoy it. They're having a good... He gestures up to everybody, talking, laughing. Tommy pitching the football to Julius. Let them have fun. This is supposed to be a big day for them. It's not the wedding day, but it's the second biggest day.
Right. She gives him a kiss on the jaw. Smiles up at him. You want to know something?
Mm-hmm.
Our wedding day is totally going to be better than theirs too.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be amateur hour. They're going to have crappy food, Japanese soda.
I mean, obviously, ours is going to have a certain sophistication that theirs just won't, and it's going to be all the better for it.
He strokes Davine's cheek with the back of his hand, almost an air of royalty to it.
Of course. I mean, it is a king getting to marry his queen.
I'm going to cover it, but this is going to be amateur hour, I assure you. I heard, what did Tommy say? Lock arms with Euros, please.
Yes, I mean, obviously, me and you are going... I will climb a tree just for you. Me and you are going to be sitting up in a tree, sitting on a branch with my head laying on your shoulder as the sun is setting in front of us.
Now that's a wedding picture.
Yes.
That speaks more than 10,000 words.
She winks up at him. I am sort of good at picture composition if you didn't know.
Well, you are an Oscar winner.
I am. I very much am. An Oscar winner who should have listened to her husband and wrote a speech.
You did fine with the speech anyway. I don't know how long he looks over at them. I don't know how long we're gonna be here, but if you let me just take like a 15-minute cat nap on your shoulder, we'll be good to get through golf.
She sits up straight and presents her shoulder to him.
He's gonna, thank God, start trying to get some rest. Probably won't get too much though. As out here, you've made your way even deeper into the forest. Colonel Curtis walks up this way. He's looking around. He is lost.
Trying to keep in between both of them. Any sign of anything, sir?
I thought I saw her run that direction, but yeah.
Okay, what?
Tal burial site points up here. Like I said, structures. He's looking, his head's darting around.
Have we carbon dated these?
We can, if you'd like. Colonel Curtis, stay close if you're gonna do anything.
If it's alright, I'm just curious, sir.
No, if you'd like, let's do it.
He'll take a carbon dating sample.
400 million plus.
400 million. This is the same as everything else we've seen.
Tal knocks on the stone with his fist. No sound, nothing.
God, it really does make you feel, I don't even know, like you're looking into the darkness at night, not armed.
Colonel Curtis, what's the saying? When you stare at the abyss, stares back at you. That's the feeling I get every time I've come in here.
Yeah. Yeah, what it feels like. Feels like I'm a 5-year-old kid in bed again, waking up in the middle of the night and thinking I see something on the wall.
Tal's inspecting this gigantic sarcophagus coffin. Yeah, I feel you.
Just like you're not in control and there's something there that you know, but you don't know. Scanning the area, just trying to pick up any sign of tracks or anything.
Curtis is doing the same thing. Knee to the ground, just looking around. You don't find anything over there. Tal, I don't like to leave anybody behind, especially a child, but we can't stay in here too much longer. He looks down at his wrist computer. I'd say we've got about an hour left, and then we should probably, Colonel Curtis, fast rope up out of here. Yeah.
Understood.
It wouldn't be the first time, Ash. Don't. I mean, you'll feel bad, trust me, but wouldn't be the first time you just don't find the person.
Okay. Had to be a kid this time, though.
Yeah. He looks down at the ground, walks over this way.
Take a look at the sarcophagus, see if he sees any writing or anything on it before moving off.
That's exactly what Tal's doing. He's clearing off moss.
You see any
over
writing?
here. No, not on my side. Check over here on this side. I'm having trouble pulling it off on his side.
He'll do his best to brush it away and look.
You really, really gotta pull. Tal, you need help?
Yeah, might be appreciated.
He comes over, starts pulling with you. You see King Malik Reagan.
Malik Reagan.
Like Ronald?
Maybe. I don't know how old this is.
King, well, 400 mil, probably the same, probably a little older, but king to the kingdom?
Whatever place this was, yeah.
Ash, check out around there. There's nothing over here. Go, stay within line of sight. Don't go behind anything.
Yes, sir? Keep an eye on me, right?
Well, they had a king here. Buried him here.
Means it's a kingdom.
Well, it was.
Or was. As he's gonna get over there and just start looking around. Trying to make it sure he can see them.
Al did move, but he's over here trying to clear off the moss. You hear the sound of a ripper going because he's cutting the moss away.
Oh boy. Just gonna move a little further while staying in line of sight.
You see footprint. Here.
Sir,
Lead here.
Sir, I've got some footprints.
Me too. He's over here though. Mine are in circles.
Mine seem to lead off past a partially broken bridge, sir.
Mine look. Yours look fresh, Colonel Curtis. Mine look fresh. What's she walking around in circles for? Tal, she's lost. Like Colonel Curtis, I mean, this is a tight circle pattern.
A scared little kid pacing, maybe?
Tal, yeah, or something. Yeah.
Ash is gonna look and see how big his tracks are.
They go up here and they start making circles.
Circles over here too, sir. They look like
Some
kids'
break off this direction.
They look like kids' footprints.
Right.
Great. Can you ping which direction they went? I didn't see it. I've got more going off, this direction, sir.
Curtis, I found another circle. She's just circling and circling and circling. Less than 5 feet.
That's what the circles look like if I see them. Do I have line of sight if I go off this way?
Oh, a little bit.
I'm going off to follow the footprints over here, sir. Letting you know.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, he's gonna keep
Tal will
following.
stay in the middle on Overwatch, on top of this sarcophagus.
Keeps following him. You got anything over there?
Dun, 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 dun.
There?
Leaning up against a tree, just smoking a pipe.
Oh. It's not real. Don't listen to it. And he's gonna back away a little bit. You're not here.
Hands on your shoulder.
Quickly move away from them. uh, you. No, this is the forest. You're not here.
Feel a tugging on your wrist. Like a little kid tugging your wrist.
Going to hit his radio. Sir, I need some help over here.
Look down at your radio and it's malfunctioning as the power's off on it. Ash? She comes up, puts her hands on your shoulder. Long time no see. Little girl tugging on your wrist.
No. This isn't real. You're not them.
How do you know? He lights the pipe.
Gonna try to back away. I've watched you die. This place, it fucks with your mind. Get back.
Ash, Mom comes up to you, trying to put her hand on your shoulder.
No.
That's no way to treat your mother or your sister.
I lost them both longer ago than I can imagine. It's not them.
Comes up smiling at you.
Why are you using her face? Just go.
Hand on your shoulder, you've done good, son. You grew up to be a man I could be proud of.
Fuck, I have. Gonna try and push him off. The fuck I have.
He doesn't move.
The fuck I have. I have nothing like what you'd be proud of.
Don't talk about yourself like that.
I have ruined the lives of everyone who cares about me.
Starts giggling.
And you'd know that if you were them, watching over me. You're not them. He's gonna try and move away from him this way. I need to get back to the Colonel and to Tal.
In the blink of an eye, she's already behind you again, hands on your shoulder. Little girl crying, starting to cry, asking why you're leaving. Again.
I have to.
Come on, Ash. Comes over, hand on your shoulder. We can be together forever.
It's not real. Trust me, I wish I could, but it's not real.
Real as day. He hands you the pipe. Tries to.
He's gonna... For a second, his hand's gonna reach up to take it before he puts it back to his side. No. This is the forest fucking with me. Using your faces to get to me.
I'm proud of you. Your mother's proud of you. Your sister's proud of you.
Proud of what? Treating his wife like meat? Ruining his mother-in-law's life?
Don't say that. She puts her arms around you, hugs you from behind. Lies! Just lies.
He's actually starting to tear up at this point. No living in the fun, happy delusion. It's the truth. And no, and me staying here is not going to change that.
It'd be easier if you stayed here, son.
It probably would. You told me nothing worth having is easy.
That I did?
So you know what I have to do. I'm gonna reach up and try to take his mom's arm off his shoulder. I want to stay here. I do. But I can't.
You'll make your mother cry, Ash. Make your sister cry.
Yeah, I will. But I have people depending on me. A wife depending on me. I can't leave her. I can't leave her. For all I've done, all the fuck-ups I've had, I need to be the man you taught me to be. And this isn't that man.
Bring her here.
Bring her here.
You have a wife. Family should meet your wife.
Bring her here. No, no. Why would I bring her here? To a cursed forest?
He's gonna put his hand on your shoulder and look you right in the eye. Perfect place to raise a family. Hmm? Gestures with his hand down to little sister.
Rubbing the side of his helmet. No, no. Get away from me. No. Gonna try again to pull her arms off his shoulder.
She's keeping them there, but you're able to move them as you hear rustling through the bush. And like a big-ass bear claw, Colonel Curtis's hand comes down on Ash, and he looks at all three of them.
Sir, Sir, please get me away from here.
Tal, I thought we were only... He kneels down. I thought we were only looking for you. She smiles at him.
Sir, that is very much my little sister.
He pulls you back one square. Tal steps back.
That's my mother and my father from Gallia.
They line up next to one another just like so, and start staring at you with a blank expression.
He's, at this point, got his hand, behind his head on Colonel Curtis's shoulder, squeezing it and trying to pull himself towards Curtis.
Yeah, we are backing up. As you back up, they walk backwards into the forest. Back all the way back to the Sarkov.
Once they get there, Ash's legs give out from under him and he just kind of slumps down. That was them.
Tal, looking in the direction they backed off to. Beautiful people.
Yeah, I haven't seen their faces in almost 35 years.
Yeah, I see the family resemblance.
Yeah. I'm sorry, sir.
Colonel Curtis, it's fine. You can let go of me now.
He's lets go at that point. I'm sorry.
It's fine, we're good. He's looking around. I don't think we're following a ghost, because there's fresh tracks, but that was your sister we saw back 2 clicks that way.
Yes. Her name was Eliara. I knew it was her. I'm sorry. They're not running back to you the moment I saw them.
Trust me. I saw my mother. It gets you. With his finger up to his temple in a circular motion. Long time ago when I came in here. It gets you. That's why you're on the clock when you're in here. I don't think we'll find this girl. Colonel Curtis, do you want medevac or do you want to keep going?
I can keep going. I'm just gonna try and stick by you two, so if I see them again, you can help me through it.
With the Fresh Prince, we got it. We have. I mean, she's walking in circles, but Fresh Prince, we can't. We gotta at least give it another hour. Tal. Yeah. But given the fact of what we just saw, I say it's just one more. I don't want to leave this girl, but he's not gonna last long in here. Colonel Curtis. Yeah, I know.
I can handle it, sir.
No, you can't. You really can't. Trust me. You'll die. It's your mind is weak. Your personal life's botched. Your whole life is botched. That's what this type of place preys on. That's why it's going for you and not us. Colonel Curtis, he's right, Ash. You're the most susceptible. It's not. I'm not saying it's your fault, but you know what I mean. They looked real as day to me. So I get where you're coming from. Trust me. Tal, I thought that was a little girl. All right. There's no shame in it. It's gonna go for you first, and then that's how this fucked up place works. He's looking around.
Weakest link, right?
Weakest link, not so much, mate. Just easiest to prey on. Feed off of whatever this fucking place does. So you can imagine a little girl ain't gonna last very long.
No, and I can... When you say to pull out, I'll pull out, but I can go for longer. I want to help try to find her, sir. I can handle it.
Colonel Curtis, if we didn't find any fresh tracks, circle or not, we'd be out of here right now. But since we have something to go off of, unfortunately, assume in that direction,
That's the way they were headed, sir.
then we'll go that way and we'll stay in horizontal formation.
Understood, and if I see them again, I'll let you know immediately.
Yeah, they're not real. Trust me. Until they ask you to stay.
I told them. They did. I told them I had a wife depending on me back home, and they told me to bring her here.
Tal, my mother was asking me to come home for dinner.
They said it's the perfect place to raise a family.
Yeah, if you want to be damned.
Yeah. And I don't know why. For a moment, I almost wanted to.
Yeah, and that's why I went for you. Because it, as sad as it is to say, the easy way out would be for you.
It would. But I
But
can't.
you'd screw Cyrus over.
That's the thing. I can't leave the people who depend on me, whether they want to or not, behind.
Colonel Curtis, just keep telling yourself that as we go through. Because if you stop...
Yeah. It's kind of ironic that yet again she's the only thing getting me through something.
Tal looking back at the sarcophagus. Well, let's leave the king here to his rest. Or unlife, and push through for one more hour. Lake is still hovering above us. He looks at his wrist computer, then up.
Understood. I'd say be careful because when I saw them, I tried to hail you and my radio wouldn't work.
EMP. Is it... He looks at your armor, plays with your radio, it's functioning now. They made contact with you?
Yeah, when I saw my father, I immediately tried to hail you and my radio just wasn't functioning.
Tal, I've never been touched by one, but apparently if they make contact or they're close enough, then equipment shuts down.
Like the coils of a snake or the web of a spider.
Yeah, a really fucked up spider.
Yeah, I'd say this is equally fucked up to the, Spider of Lang that we fought?
Colonel Curtis, I'd rather be fighting one of those right now, honestly. Because at least our weapons would work and we could probably easily dispatch it.
Yeah, I agree. Rather deal with something that looks fucked up than this. Oh, you see him kind of rub the side of his helmet. God, now I have a headache.
Yeah, I don't blame you. He's looking around. Unfortunately, we have to walk in the direction they went.
Unfortunately. Let's just hope I don't see them again.
Colonel Curtis, let's just move. We're gonna give this girl an hour. Well, less than an hour now. Yeah, the clock is ticking.
Right. He's gonna get up, dust himself off. Ready when you are, sir.
Oh, I'm never ready for this. He walks ahead a little bit. You guys will make your way up deeper into the forest, the direction they came from. The Rainfalls find themselves here at a beautiful golf course. Tommy's here with them. Hunk got a little bit of a catnap on Davine's shoulder. Tommy, what do you think?
It looks amazing, certainly. Certainly big enough to be a golf range.
I think so. Create many jobs for this colony. No staff, nobody here at the clubhouse yet, but it is stocked. You have the run of the place. Have some drinks, have a good time. There is even golfing outfits you can wear. Hunk, you don't say. Smiles and looks at Davy.
Davian looks at Hunk, smirks a bit. I'll have to try one on.
Pequod, yeah. Me and Icy will too. Icy, what? And she grabs her hand and takes her into the clubhouse. They go inside for a minute. Tommy looks at you. Go ahead, Julia.
Oh, Julius was going to lean over to Hunk. You know, this whole rivalry thing we got going on, it does have its perks.
Oh, goddamn right it does. As I assume Davine has followed those two.
Yeah.
You're goddamn right. Look at these. He looks down at it, gently kicks one of the tires with his foot. These Kids. I mean, yes. Safe to drive for children. Well, really only memory on. These ones too young. But yes. Coming over, setting all the kids down.
Julius chuckles. Well, that's actually pretty cool. They can spend some time all together. Maybe we'll see Memory Ann giving all of them a little tour of the place.
Tommy, she is large and in charge after all. Anyway, Tommy is out of here for the day. Wedding at Watertown. Reception, Tommy's house. Food planned. Guest planned. I will cover everything else in terms of planning. Hunk has already told me he'll be covering costs. Hunk nods. Yeah. Struggling to keep his eyes open.
Julius walks closer to him just in case he falls. Yeah. Thank you, Tommy, for everything.
No problem, Julius. I'm going to my Escalade, go back to the restaurant, have many things to plan. Have an excellent day. Just be sure to put golf carts back where you'll find them.
Oh, we'll make sure we do. Don't worry about it.
Very good! Throws up his hand and walks this direction, leaving. Zanzibar. It goes and curls up in a ball and lays here.
And Julius turns around, looks at the entire golf course, back at Hunk. You know, I've never been golfing before.
Hunk, I used to golf a lot, actually. Believe it or not.
Yeah? You gonna give Mom a lot of pointers?
I am gonna straddle your mother's behind. That's what I'm going to do.
Right, of course.
Basic starts laughing. I'm gonna straddle her behind. Hopefully, it's a short golfer's skirt, and I'm gonna have a wonderful time. So that just comes over here, starts inspecting. There's a small open bar. She's looking around at the bar.
Julius chuckles, walks over to Sletta. You want me to make you anything?
She's looking around. Ooh. She pulls out some mana water. Mr. Wiseau truly never spares any expense.
He whistles a bit. I mean, he does own the company now.
He owns everything. Suletta looking around. Look at this. She opens up Miller High Life.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, he does not spare expense.
She cracks open the beer. Hands it to you.
He looks at it. Not a fan of beer, Auntie? Takes a sip from it.
No, not at all. She starts mixing a drink. Banksy watching her. Hunk just watching the direction Davine and them went. I'm just gonna sit down here. He gets into one of the golf carts. There's golf clubs already on the back and stuff. And he's nodding off at the wheel. Siletta, oh my god. What?
Julius shakes his head. I really hope Mom had a talk with him or something.
I hope so, too. Banksy, yeah, this is pathetic. I'm not carrying him.
Tell God, you're gonna make me carry him?
He starts laughing. You are his son. I'm technically son-in-law.
He goes to say something, closes his mouth. God damn it, you're right. Just takes a sip.
Banksy, has he ever gone this long without sleep? Siletta, not in my time knowing him.
Yeah, and she's known him longer than I have, so he shrugs.
Banksy just shakes his head as Suletta mixes an old-fashioned for herself and takes a sip.
He smiles. Oh, a fan of the classics.
Suletta, indeed, we are going to have a bar at the academy, right? Just for the instructor staff.
I mean, I'm sure Davine and you are gonna have to go out and get some drinks every once in a while together, so it would only make sense.
Banksy, top floor of the academy is reserved for the, oh, I almost said cadre, that's the wrong word, instructor staff, and there's a lounge and a bar. Suletta, excellent planning, Spartan. Sipping.
Julius laughs. Yeah, pretty good planning. You really did think of everything, didn't you?
He nods his head as the girls are going to come back out in their golf costumes. Hunk is sleeping. Pequod comes up. What do you think, Julius? Shortest skirt.
Julius looks over at her, drops the beer from his hand, but catches it with the other. Hello, Mama.
You need to teach me how to golf. Even if you don't know how. Just stand behind me and...
That's not a problem. Not a problem.
Banksy, I didn't really want to wear this. Banksy, you didn't have to. She just lets him pick her up. Hunk is in the golf cart.
Davine's just gonna walk over to him, sit next to him in the golf cart, and lean on his shoulder.
Her leaning on his shoulder wakes him up. Ah! Hey.
Hey, Pat.
Oh, you look good. Exposed legs and thighs, huh? She's looking.
Yeah, you like it?
I do. And goes right onto her thigh.
She even pulls the skirt up a bit more just for him.
You look good. You look good as a golfer.
Maybe I should get into the profession then.
I'll join you. Where are we going this weekend after all this? I see. Wherever's quiet and you can rest all weekend. Good thinking, daughter. Rubs David's thigh.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, so probably just... maybe the cabin this time around. It is a bit more quiet around there.
Suletta, quiet, cozy, excellent place to take multiple naps.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Nap next to the fireplaces. Oh, it's so nice.
Hunk, is that beer? Looking over, Pequod holding the can, taking a sip.
Yeah? Do you want one?
Hunk's gonna, hang on, drive the golf cart with Davine over. Kind of fun.
It is. Do you want me to drive, though? You seem pretty tired.
No, I got this. Give me a beer. Actually, I gotta get out and make something. He gets out. Suletta, it's like his brains are, no, Pequod, it's like his brains are scrambled.
Julius chuckles, shakes his head. I think they are, to some extent.
I see, that's what sleep deprivation will do to you. Watching him go around the bar.
He nods, keeping an eye on Hunk. Yeah, he even seems a little drunk with how he's stumbling around.
Dog, I hear you. I'm standing right here. So that we know. Just rolls her eyes.
He shrugs. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm sure Mom would say the same thing. Looks over at her, and she looks up and starts whistling.
We're gonna get through this. Then we have one other thing we have to do. Then we're gonna go get some sleep. But you said the beach house. He points at Julia.
Ah,
Cabin.
yeah, cabin dad.
Okay, then we're gonna go get some sleep at the cabin.
Good, very good.
That went through SEAL basic underwater demolition. They keep you up all week, basically. I mean, I got through that. I see they let you sleep in usually intervals of 30 minutes every couple hours. True. Looking down, he's mixing a drink.
Julius chuckles, shakes his head, leans over to Pequod. Thank God, I was actually starting to really be worried for him.
Pequod, I have never seen him like this.
Yeah, he grabs his collar, pulls it slightly.
You take him to the cabin, he'll be okay.
Yeah, definitely.
This is just more of a reason why we should. This needs to end, Julius. You beat Terry Watt. She's squeezing your wrist. You beat him face to face once. With her there, she gestures her head over to Icy, who's just playing with Banksy's visor. Just get it done and over with, for everybody's sake.
He looks at
Even Ash's sake, to get him away from everybody, because I'm sure he feels terrible.
her and nods. That's not gonna be an issue. Gonna get it done as quickly as we can.
Just break his neck for me. She starts chuckling.
He chuckles. I've already done that like 3 times.
Pequod, well, you could do it 4 or 5 more. Eventually it'll stick.
Though hopefully.
Punk has mixed Davy and a kiwi martini and comes over to her and hands it to her. You need your drink first, then we can have fun.
Of course. She holds the martini. Starts to take sips from it.
Punk rests his hand on the dashboard of the golf cart and his head in his hand. God, I'm so glad I'm not in towel shoes. Sletta, what do you mean? Punk, I mean, I just said have fun. If I was like, the introductory member, oh my god, I could not keep up with it. Sletta, he's doing a fine job, but yes, it's a lot to impose.
Yeah, maybe we should give him the list in like sections instead of all at once.
Pequod, yeah, I think it was too much at once, but he did study it. He only had one slip up, and that slip up wasn't even on the list when he said Trailblazer.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's sort of impressive. I would have messed up like so many times.
I see, or we could just not have a list. Banksy, we need a list. She just stops.
Juliet starts to laugh. We can't not have a list, Icy.
I'm looking at Julius. No, we need one. We definitely need one.
Yeah, exactly. What if, I don't know, he gestures over to little Leslie. What if she gets a significant other in the future and they just start calling her, gestures to Pequod, who would be his mother-in-law, Mom.
Pequod shivers.
Right?
Please don't do that to me. Please.
No, and that's why we're gonna have the list.
I would hope I would like her significant other. I would want to embrace him and bring him into the fold and the family. But if he called me Mom, I think I'd slap him. So that's the spirit. Handing her a mix.
Julia starts to laugh when she says that, and Davian shrugs. That's the right idea right there.
Pequod, what if Ash had a kid and then one of our kids and oh my god, that would be as Hunk hearing this gets so mad punches the steering wheel. No. He just looks right over at her. Pequod, it's just a joke. You broke the steering wheel, the horn is just continuously going.
Oh god. Julius rubs the back of his neck.
It just keeps honking. He punches it again. It stops on the second punch, but the steering wheel is mangled. So that I didn't know you could hit that hard.
Yeah, neither did I. Are you sure you're not able to limit brake or something?
Hunk looks down at the steering wheel. I'm just exhausted. No. If they have a kid, good for them. He deserves a fair chance, a fair shake to get out of the fucking shadow his father cast on him. But no child in this family. No. If you don't like it, you know where the door is. Pico, jeez. It's just a joke. I see a really dumb joke. Looking at her.
Julius chuckles. He shakes his head. I mean,
Pequod, I wouldn't approve, trust me. I have nothing against him, anybody's child, but I would want to keep the distance. So yeah.
Julius nods. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. And Davine looks at the steering wheel, looks at Hunk. Are you stronger when you're exhausted?
Well, yeah, you do reach your limits and then exceed them kind of thing, and just like dumb strength at that point. I fucked the steering wheel up. He's looking down.
Davine starts to laugh. Yes, you did, sweetie. Yes, you did. How are you going to explain this to Tommy?
We're not. You see that lake over there?
Yes.
Before we leave, I'll drive this one into the lake.
Okay, but how are we going to explain to Tommy that there's suddenly only 3 golf carts instead of 4?
Must have been the UIR. They showed up and stole one. So that's believable.
Julius clicks his tongue. Goddamn UIR. Yeah, they're crafty bastards. Got one over on us.
I see. Given the fact Nemesis are in charge, I'd believe it, honestly.
They stole one singular golf cart. What kind of master plan do they have?
As Julius says that, he sees Memrian and Carter driving off very slowly. Everybody watches them, even Hunk, resting his hand on the steering wheel.
Julius smiles, looking at that. That's honestly pretty cute.
Icy in Banksy's arms, hands out to her side, grinning.
Julius chuckles and shrugs. Yeah. She definitely seems pretty attached to him and him attached to her.
They're having a good time.
Definitely. Definitely a good time. And she takes a very long sip from her martini.
Hunk, holy shit, I ruined this. You know what? We're not even going to drive it. We're just going to have Zanzibar chuck it into the lake.
Julius starts to laugh as Davine pats him up on the chest. What a wonderful idea, darling.
You look really good. When'd you put that on? He looks down at Davine's leg.
She tilts her head. Oh, darling. Like 10 minutes ago, and I showed you that I had it on.
Let me have a sip of that. Is it made good? I know I'm out of it, but...
It's made perfectly as always. She hands it over to him.
He takes a little sip. Not bad. And she seems to be a pretty decent driver. She can negotiate turns. Look at her. She's just driving around.
Yeah, she seems like an old pro. Better than me when I first started driving.
Suletta, who's going to teach Frederick and Krellin how to drive?
We could all play rock, paper, scissors for it.
I see. I'm not teaching them. Watching Memrian and Carter driver. Choo-choo.
Julius covers his mouth and starts to laugh. Davine looks very confused. Choo-choo?
Hunk's pulling Davine on top of his lap. What?
They said something about Fwedwick and Krellin and Choo Choo. What's going on? Julius shakes his head. Krellin and Fledwick decided to try a new way of feeding each other the choo-choo train.
Honk the choo-choo train, you don't say. And what's that involve? I see really weird stuff.
It involves taking the spoon, he holds his hand up like he has a spoon, turning to them, putting the spoon out and saying, choo-choo, as you push the spoon towards their mouth.
Pequod cracking open another beer, drinking it. It was sweet, but disturbing at the same time.
A nice balance between the two of them.
Suletta will be planning their wedding next. Pequod, oh Christ.
What kind of wedding do you think they would want?
Suletta probably just copy the first one they've seen. So in this case, it'll be yours.
Probably.
Except filled with banana smoothies, since it seems to be what they both enjoy the most in life. I saw them carrying on a conversation with Frankenstein the other day.
The statue Frankenstein.
Suletta shrugs. Apparently they think Frankenstein is a good fellow. I believe they referred to him as Good Ash.
He seems certainly reputable, I suppose. Not too good for conversation, though. Sort of somewhat silent.
Suletta, maybe that's why they referred to him as Good Ash.
Maybe.
Banksy, at least Ash can shoot, and he's good in a fight. What the hell would Frankenstein do in a fight? Is he stand there, get shot, and then we'd send him back to the comic shop we stole him from?
Julius starts to laugh. Can you imagine those two poor kids standing there getting a box from Gateway Station onto their back porch or whatever and just says, sorry, I got a little messed up, but here you go, we're giving it back to you. They opened it up and it's just Frankenstein all shot to hell.
Hunk, I'm sure those two... Oh my god. He's still trying to reposition Davine on his lap, legs running across the golf cart. Could you help me a little bit?
She repositions herself for him.
Thank you. I'm sure those two are still in awe of that day. Those people terrorizing their comic shop for a couple weeks, and then we show up and in under 30 seconds it was all over.
Yeah. Julie stares forward. One of them really just ran towards us and collapsed on his own, didn't he?
Yeah, Ash basically mercy killed that guy.
Oh, that was a weird day. Really weird day.
I literally walked by them in full Earth God garb, and I heard the one guy say something like, he's a civilian, ignore him. Then I climbed the thing, and there was this fat guy who smelled like marijuana, and I broke his neck.
Julian starts to laugh, all because you had a stupid fucking shopping cart.
I knew it would work, just looking at him.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what we were expecting from that fight, a tactical chess game.
I see, I didn't even look when I shot Nemesis.
I bet you didn't even have to use your telekinetic abilities to make the shot hit either.
No, he was just standing there on the horse, on top of the building, sitting there on the horse.
Julius starts to laugh. Most impressive shot to me, though, was, looks at Pequod. As you shot a cannonball and it blew that one guy up.
Yeah, and then all we heard was like, oh!
What kind of death scream is that?
Pequod, you notice she's looking down at her wrist computer, typing with great intent at something, Julius. She's handed you the beer.
He takes a sip of the beer, looks over at what she's typing.
She is pulling up through the Earth Government military. It's something Sasha mentioned to us earlier when we were, getting fitted for dresses for the bride.
Uh,
I
that's
see. Who the hell is that? Like, oh, is that Ben guy? Who?
the card says Nixama Ben Autiste.
Pequod, and then there's this. Suleta, yes, that's who Sasha was referring to. Apparently, they're the next family vying for power over the Nemesis, causing tremendous amount of infighting. That is Nixama Autisane. The one with the AK-47.
Does he have a Dragon Ball beanie on?
Hunk is got Davine on his lap, rubbing her thigh. I know I'm basically drunk because I haven't slept so long, but is that beard fake? Or is it Pequod has blown up the image so it's like a hologram on her wrist computer?
It looks edited on, yeah.
Pull them in like
Davine shakes her head. And the mustache seems separate from... Could this just be the same person?
they look similar. They both have the same hat. Pequod, apparently they're brothers. But they look so young. I don't know why they'd waste their lives in the UIR.
Julius shrugs. Why would anyone waste their lives on the UIR?
Pequod, fair point. I see that beard is totally fake. Pointing at Ben Nick Sama.
The real question is it edited on? Or does he actually have a fake beard that he puts on?
Looks like just a bush of pubes.
Davine starts to laugh. Oh god, it does.
And then you got that guy down there with his AK-47 and his dictator outfit on. This is propaganda material for the UIR, Pequod. It's classified SIS stuff, but yeah, this is the propaganda stuff they hand out to try and vie for political power and votes over the UIR geoscape.
Julius shakes his head. Well, we better get ready for the UIR Civil War. The Nemesis versus the twins, we'll call them.
Suleta, Nick Sama Ben Autist? What do they hope to accomplish wearing hats like that? What is a Dragon Ball? Hunk, I don't know.
It's an anime. Me and Pequod would watch it. One of the earlier ones. The fight scenes are cool, but I really wouldn't recommend it.
Pequod closes the picture. Yeah, well, I guess they're next on the horizon for the UIR. Since eventually we'll kill all the Nemesis, I think.
Hopefully. They seem to breed like goddamn rabbits.
Shaletta Tal told me that they went... Well, Lorelai briefed us. They killed corrections officer Nemesis last week. Apparently he did a line of coke and then Ash shot him.
Davine starts to laugh. And Julie shakes his head. Yeah, that sounds like a Nemesis.
Line of coke. Soletta just chuckling to herself, sipping the drink. Hunk, alright, it's time to straddle you. This thing can still kind of drive. He's driving Davine this way, but they are swerving everywhere. I think the number one hole is this. She sees the flag.
It's over there, darling. Near the kids. She's holding on for dear life.
What, you look nervous? He's driving. Pequod watching this. Jesus Christ, Julian. Maybe you should just go knock him the hell out now.
Yeah, maybe.
Hunk pulls up here. See that flag, sweetheart? Flag 1.
She holds both of his cheeks in her hand, looks him straight in the eye. Darling, please don't tell me you actually think that says 1.
There's a 1 there, isn't it? He's squinting. Everything's like blurry beyond 5 feet.
Oh god. It's 14, darling.
Ah, shit. He's squinting, looking at the flag. Well, whatever. Straddling you on 114 doesn't matter. Come on, he's gonna help her out of the golf cart.
Davian shrugs, steps onto the golfing green.
I might be on my last legs, but we can still enjoy ourselves. He hands her a driver.
That we can. She holds the driver by the, I can't remember what it's called, the hilt, I guess.
Pequod watching this unfold. Come on, Julia.
Yes, ma'am.
Thinks he's just gonna drink beer and watch. We'll go to actual hole 1, and you will drive not dangerously, as Memrian and Carter are still driving around.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be a problem. I'm not dead tired. As he starts to drive towards hole 1.
You guys will drive up this way. Pequod will get out, and she's watching what they're doing. Okay, he's just gonna straddle her. His hunk is gonna come behind Davian, and you have to put your hands like this, overlap your thumb. He's teaching her. He knows how to golf. Overlap your thumb over the other one.
She does so.
He's got the ball in the ground on the peg, and when you swing through, he's just mimicking swings. Swing like this. One fluid motion. Twist those ankles and those perfect thighs.
Yes, of course, of course. Should I drop my stance lower? She drops her stance lower, and then she stands straight up. Or keep it higher, like this.
I'd say keep it higher, right? Actually, just he'll readjust her so it's right. Full frontal contact with her rear end, right there. That's the perfect stance.
Of course, yes. Sounds perfect.
Now just practice swings with me, and he's practicing guiding her through the motion.
Julia's staring at them. This is a little weird to be watching, isn't it?
God, we have to do it better. So we have to watch. So let's do it. I actually don't need practice swing.
Oh, do you actually know how to golf?
Nope. But I'm gonna pretend like I know how.
He shrugs. Alright, yeah, I'll pretend I know how too.
They've moved back around the clubhouse. Another bar down here. Pequod, alright, so practice swings. She's watching them with great intent. How long are they gonna do this?
Knowing them, probably forever.
Memrian and Carter just driving all over the place, ruining the golf cart. Pequod, you know you're not supposed to drive the golf carts on the greens.
Yeah, ruins the grass.
Oh well, straddle me.
Yes, ma'am. As he'll straddle her, put his arms around her, onto the golf club.
And there, she starts practicing swings, you helping her. Hunk, look at them. He looks over his shoulder. They're imitating us.
Well, I have to say, imitation is the best form of flattery.
That is true. Very true. And we're at hole 14. That means we're winning, I think.
I mean, obviously, we're going far faster than them. It's not at all that we just skipped the first 13 holes.
The objective of the game is to get the ball in that tiny asshole up there in as few swings as possible.
Okay.
So you're going to have to follow through with your swing, and you want to try to get it as close as possible without overshooting. Or you can get a hole in one, which hardly ever happens.
Devian shrugs. Yeah, She looks at how far away the hole is. It does not seem easy to do that.
No, it's nigh impossible. It happens very rarely. But I know somebody who knows a thing or two about telekinetics that can help us. Because they're not going to get a hole in one, trust me.
Davian smirks, looks over at him.
He looks back at Icy, who's not even looking at him. God damn it.
Huh.
He's too busy sitting there drinking her water.
I mean, we could always try ourselves and then lie a few times if we don't get the hole in one.
Let's go for it. One fluid swing, I'll let you go.
She cracks her neck, gets into her stance, and tries to swing for it.
She gets it pretty close. Not a hole in one though, but she gets it on the green. Pequod watching, squinting. Okay, Julius. I think we have a farther distance. I was never good at range finding. That's why I wasn't Sasha's spotter when she was first in. Yeah. Anyway, she points out this way. Limit break, and let's hit it up there.
Are you sure you want me to limit break?
You're not gonna hurt me.
Well, trust me, babe, I know that, but I might hit the ball way too far.
Pequod looking up there. Julius, that's a long way away. And I just started working out. I don't think I can slice a ball that far. Well, I guess I could, but just a little oomph.
He shrugs. All right, yeah, sure. I'll give it a little oomph.
Go for it. You limit break, you swing with her on leg hunk, and the ball goes flying into the fucking Pequod. Wow. That's what you call a little oomph.
Well, He stops talking, looks at her. Yes, that's a little oomph.
I'd hate to see a big oomph. I see the ball would probably go into the stratosphere.
Julius chuckles. A little oomph was also the one time we threw the football through the glass.
Pequod, oh dear God. And then just Lorelai scream.
Oh, I've never been more scared in my life.
She sets down another ball on the tee. Golfing, even though I have no idea how to do it, this is kind of fun.
It's certainly relaxing, having a couple drinks, just doing this.
Suletta, they say it's a gentleman's sport, or the sport of kings. I don't know, one of the two. Never a fan myself.
Julius shrugs. Yeah, I always heard golf stood for something stupid like gentlemen only, ladies forbidden.
Suletta, how archaic. Master Chance was a fan of golf.
Oh, you don't say.
PGA Tour is on every time they were being broadcast at Sword Base. She rolls her eyes as Hunk. You got it damn close.
Davine looks at where the ball landed. I did get it surprisingly close.
So when you get it on the green, he comes over here, pulls out a putter. Ideally, you take a putter and you go up there and you putt. He's imitating a putt the ball into the hole. That's ideally what you do. What we do is we just stay here. He puts his arms around her and straddle you again and let you hit more balls.
I think that's a wonderful idea. I have to get the hole in one somehow.
Best to go for a hole in one and you can stay. He tightens his grip around her waist right here.
Yes, sir. She drops another ball down and starts doing some practice swings.
He's practiced swinging with her. Pequod, let's just see how far we can hit it. What the hell? Give it a big... Here. She hands you the club. Give it a big
Julius looks at her. Looks at Icy. Hey, Icy.
Do it. Oh, yeah.
Why don't you try to pump me up or something if we're really trying to see how far we can hit it?
If you want, she pulls up her fingers as if she's ready to snap.
Alright. Yeah, let's do it.
3, 2, and she will pump you up as she always has. Suletta, dear God. Rolling her.
And he will limit break and give it the biggest hit he can.
It goes flying off this direction, straight up into the off the horizon, I should say. Not straight up in the air, off the horizon.
Julius keeps on watching where the ball went.
Pequod whistling, watching it. I see, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Wow, that's... He looks at the golf club. Maybe golf is sort of fun.
I see. I don't think we do well on a mini golf course, but regular golfing, I think we'll have fun.
Julius laughs. Now it would be really impressive if I somehow hit it from here and got it all the way into the hole 6 over there.
I see. I can make that happen.
He looks at her. Then let's do it.
She taps her temple. You hit, I'll make it go. This hunk is enjoying just straddling Davy.
Julius chuckles, spins the club around, drops the ball, and hits it.
Pequod watches it go. You slice to the left, but as if somebody's intervening with magic, as these two are just now driving up here, it right into the 6 hole. Pequod, you see that? Mom, Dad, hunk is... You smell really good today. I mean, you always do, but maybe I'm just so tired you smell even a bit... Yeah.
Thank you, darling. You didn't smell half bad yourself.
You look really good today, as per usual.
And trust me, baby, you look even better.
Minus the dream, you have fun watching the show, Nicole.
It's always a fun time to spend with her. No matter what we do, but yes, it was quite fun spending time watching the show together.
He kisses her on the cheek. The fact that you took her in as a daughter is really sexy. Because they're not even fucking paying attention to us.
Yeah, they are. Very engrossed with each other.
They are not even paying attention.
Why do I feel a little bit insulted by that?
We just got a hole in one. Granted, you cheated, but they don't know that. I'm kissing Davine's cheek from behind.
I'm sure they'd be able to guess.
Pequod groaned. Oh. Just start shaking her head.
Oh, come here. Maybe we can learn something together. Actually,
I thought we
try
could
to.
just straddle each other.
Yeah, we could just straddle each other. Here we go. He puts his arms around her waist and gives her the golf club.
We could always, actually learn how to golf if she's looking down at the ball, practicing swings, trying to imitate Davine.
Yeah, maybe this is something we might actually be good at. We just never knew.
I mean, there's still time, Banksy shrugs. You want a golf course at Rainfall Lane, you can have one. Pequod, I'll think about it.
Yeah, we'll think about it. If we get a golf course and we aren't any good at the game or it isn't fun to us, then he shrugs. What's the point, you know?
Pequod, having a golf course just seems kind of pretentious, don't you think?
Yeah, and then with the giant lake in the middle and all the foliage and all the rules for the golf ring, it doesn't seem very fun.
We don't have to play by any rules. It's our golf course.
Oh, well, yeah, I suppose that's true.
I see. We'll probably end up having one. Nodding her head. Pequod, it is a good excuse to wear outfits like this.
Yeah, and I'm sure the parents would not complain about it.
No, I don't think so. Suletta speaks up. Not at all, looking at those two over there, on kissing Davine's neck. I don't even know why she's still practicing swing.
I don't either. Do you think this is just because he's that tired, or how they'll always be with each other?
Suletta, oh, they'll always be that way, trust me.
Julius chuckles and shakes his head.
You two will always be this way. Points at Pequod and Julius, and she'll always be this way with Mr. I won't take off my helmet. Banksy just meh.
Julius chuckles and leans over to Pequod. It does remind me of Dad sometimes.
Pequod, she fell for him, hunk. Makes sense. They say girls go after guys that remind them of their dad.
Julius looks down at her. And is that true in your case?
Pequod, Dad was very handsome. Very robust facial features when he was younger. At least that's what Mom always says.
He chuckles a bit. Well, I suppose you did then. You know.
And as Lorelai said, he was somewhat of a miscreant. And he always says about Lorelai yelling at him, some things never change.
Oh god, man, I really hope that Sasha, when she's the general, isn't gonna be yelling at me like that all the time.
Pequod, oh yeah, looks up at you. Speaking of which, she wanted to know if her and Towns could take Laz one of the weekends. I said, sure.
Yeah, sure, that's not a problem. Both of them are good influences. I trust them completely.
I see why she wanted to take her. Pequod, they're well, close and all that, I guess, and training for whenever they have a kid. I see, good. Smiling!
Julius nods. Yeah, that sound. Do you ever wonder why she's so close to Lass?
Pequod, on the movie set, she told us. Well, she did want to be there when I had my first kid, but Lorelai offered her and Saris a QRF mission, and I don't hold it against her. She took off because she was always hyper career oriented. And like she said on the movie set, she just regrets it.
He nods. Right, yeah. Well, I'm happy she's having a relationship with her now.
Pequod nods. She said they had some making up to do. I see. Some good things came out of the Ash drama. She came to realize she should prioritize the important people, not career.
Yeah, and that's a very important thing to realize.
Icy nods her head as Hunk, we're gonna do this for probably another hour, as long as you're up for it, and then we gotta tell the kids about Integra.
I do not mind.
But I am not ready to leave as he presses himself up against Davide. Ash, unfortunately, has come to what seems to be another horrible portion of the fort.
Oh boy. You see anything, sir?
Colonel Curtis looks around. Negative. Do you?
I'm gonna look around, see if he sees anything. Not that I can point out, sir. I don't see the little one.
Tal bouncing his foot off the cobblestone. See? Cobblestone path, road. Probably a village around here, or was.
Right. Looks not too dissimilar from forested areas I saw back on Gallia, sir.
Colonel Curtis, yeah, it was probably some type of civilization. Notices there's a a break in the bush line here as if somebody went through. Uh-huh. He's starting to look at.
You think it's her, sir?
Looks like somebody went through. Tree breaks, or branches, I should say, leaf breaks are recent. Tal walked around in circles, got lost, ran off in a direction, hopefully not following anything being projected to her mind.
Yeah, should we go through and look, sir?
Yeah, absolutely, but we're going together.
Yes, sir. Understood.
You guys will slowly start creeping through the bush. Tal, this is creepy.
You could say that again? Ooh, feels, like you're being watched, doesn't it?
You always are in here.
Yes, you are. You know what it kind of reminds me of? When we were running from the Lycans. That feeling of, something really wanting your blood.
Colonel Curtis, God, I'd take a battalion of Lycans over being in here.
Lycans die to bullets, so yeah.
Bullets, explosions, mate.
Here.
Tal starts looking around.
Here, what's your bet? Get the bloody hell out on a ship, that's your only way of fighting back.
Place should be nuked.
Really should.
I figured you'd agree after seeing your family. Colonel Curtis walking this way.
Yeah. I agree, especially after seeing that, yeah. Would prefer nobody else has to go through That.
Colonel Curtis starts walking up this direction.
You see anything, sir?
You see his head sink into his shoulders.
He's gonna come up next to him.
Dead little girl. Lying against the tree, hand reaching out for something. It's on her thigh, though, because she's reaching out, as if she was reaching out for something.
Young girl. Black hair.
Tal, that'll do it. Comes over and kneels down.
God's poor thing.
How long ago did she slip into the tree line? It took us less than 20 minutes to get here. Colonel Curtis, she's been in here, looks down at his wrist computer, 4 hours. 4:22 to be exact, in 0.5 seconds.
That's all it took.
She made it pretty far in. He just shakes his head looking at her dead body.
There's no way to tell how long she's been dead, is there?
Tal, I can give you a rough approximation.
I'm curious.
Give me a minute. Pulls up his wrist computer, starts scanning her. Colonel Curtis, idiot parents.
Idiot parents, indeed. You look away for one moment and she's here.
Yeah, you didn't get a chance to talk to them, but they were out here having a picnic. They're from the colony here, so they should know better. This place is cordoned off. I mean, you probably saw some of the signs. I mean, we can't put up a fucking barrier or something, but there was a sign within line of sight a little bit from where we were speaking to their parents, like her parents. They should have known better.
Idiots. Going to have a fun little picnic next to the cursed forest of death. Wonderful.
Tal, she's been dead for 2 hours. 2 hours and some change.
So there was never a chance we'd get her in time.
No, I don't think so.
Well, what do we do now, sir? Do we bring her with us?
Tal's looking down at her boots or her little shoes, lifts her leg up slightly. Soles of her shoes worn out. It's like she's been in here for months or years. Something puts his hand out, got into her, and pulled her in.
Same way they tried to get into me. Poor thing didn't deserve that.
Colonel Curtis shakes his head. No, she didn't.
And all because, her parents, who live on, well, from what I saw on the flyover, a beautiful colony, had to have their picnic here.
Friday afternoon picnic. Colonel Curtis looks over at you, shakes his head.
Oh, it's a picnic they'll never forget, sir.
No, they won't. Too bad we never know what she saw to get her in here. Tal, it could have been anything.
Could have been anything. I mean, can these things here replicate people who are alive? Could have been figments of her parents drawing her deeper, even. Who knows?
Colonel Curtis, wish I had an answer. I don't know. They can replicate the dead, for sure. At least the dead in your mind. The rest of the spooks and specters you see in here were most likely people that, I guess, lived here at one time. But, don't know. Don't know the intelligence we're dealing with, beyond the fact that it's definitely malevolent.
And knows the buttons to push with its prey. So at least some level of emotional intelligence.
Yeah. And Tal, I'll put her in a poncho. Starts pulling out his poncho.
Okay. We're going to carry her out with us then?
We'll take her up on the fast rope. Yep, at the very least, they'll get the body back.
That's good. They at least deserve the chance to bury her.
Yeah, most people don't get that lucky if somebody gets lost in here.
I can imagine not. I mean, based off what you described, it almost seems like time, I don't know, dilates or something around them. Like it progresses completely differently.
I have no idea. Few scientific studies done here on the borders of the forest just call it the shimmer effect. He shrugs. If you want to know more, find a paper, find a book. There's a few books written about this place, but it's all conjecture.
Will do. Honestly, you know what it sounds not too dissimilar from? The same kind of way time behaves weirdly at those sites, the anomaly sites.
Tal, yeah, it's true. But you see the ghosts in those sites, if you will. Ghosts, probably wrong term. He's doing the horrible deed of wrapping her up in the poncho. Those ghosts, you see them relive the events over and over and over. These are like legit ghosts, spooks. So, specters is what we call them, but rangers call them spooks as a nickname. So,
Condemned to a different kind of horrors.
yeah. God knows what.
I'd prefer not to know. What I will say is, it's probably conjecture, but I get the damnedest feeling that this is connected to those.
Oh, I'd say you're right. Colonel Curtis picking up her body in the poncho. I'd say you're right.
At this
Setting
point,
her down over here.
it seems that there is a very large amount of what you boys deal with on a weekly basis that's connected to that thing.
Colonel Curtis, if all this crap goes away when it's all over, the frontier will be a lot safer. You know that.
Oh, I can assume. Let's just think. Right now we have anomaly sites, the Dread Forest, and lichens that all seem to be connected, so... You know?
Yeah.
Oh, and Spiders of Lang. And just watch. Next week we're gonna go on a mission and we'll find something else that seems to be connected. Whatever that thing did, it left a massive scar across the frontier, so...
Colonel Curtis nods. At the very least, it's just one kid. As brutal as it sounds, but I've been on rescue ops in here where it's like I said, idiots, like tourists. Oh, let's go see the forest. 20, 30 people. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
That's what you get when you don't have enough respect for things you don't understand, sir.
Tal, yeah, well, I think a long time ago he's looking over his shoulder. A long time ago, I think there was talk about trying to, like, have you ever seen police tape like they do at crime scenes? Well, big police tape, and then yeah, how is that gonna work? And then they put up a fence. When EarthGov first found this place for 400, Colonel Curtis 500 years ago, they did put up a gigantic gate, but these idiots would just climb the gate. You could still find portions of the gate round the forest, but a lot of it, since nobody was maintaining it, coming to check on it, became dilapidated, fell over.
Right.
So you're not gonna. She's not stupid. This wasn't her fault. It's her parents' fault. But you can't keep idiots out.
No, you can't. And I can't help but wonder if it's a bit of a... maybe part of the reason people come is something like the call of the void. You know what I mean, that... You look over the edge of a cliff and for just a brief moment in the back of your head you have that urge to jump. Maybe it's something like that.
Tal could very well be. Yeah. Uh, I know I have a mind to just knock her father out. Colonel Curtis, not worth it.
Not worth it. Believe me. The punishment he's gonna receive from this, looks down at her, is worse than anything we could ever do to him.
Yeah, you're right. He's looking down at her body wrapped up in the poncho. You're right. It's always the worst when it's kids.
It is.
In anything. Sex trafficking rings. Fucking scum.
Kids and animals. Because they can't. What's a kid gonna do? They can't defend themselves. It may sound callous, but I'd much rather it have been a grown woman or man in here than her.
Colonel Curtis, yeah. The two crying outside on the edge of the forest that are going to be crying for the next years, once we come out.
Yeah, may sound callous, but it probably should have been one of them.
Should have been. Fucking picnic. He's looking down at her wrapped up in the poncho.
Priciest picnic they'll ever have, sir.
Tal, as I said, always approach with the utmost respect, frontier colonists, Earthgov colonists, whatever. But there is a reason people say he's looking down at the poncho. The farther out you get, the more fucking bumpkin people fucking get. It's the truth. And we're not even that far out.
Yeah. No, I've noticed that. Some of the ones we went on the Majestic, they were almost as bumpkin as the centaurs back on Gallia. But this, I just don't get it. When I got near this place, every fiber of my being was telling me to get away from there. I can't imagine coming here willingly.
As you guys were talking, a stretcher lowered with a rope. Colonel Curtis typing on his wrist computer. The girl's body, put it on the stretcher, lift it out. It's like lifting, from the dropship. Colonel Curtis, yeah. Well, the first time I saw this place, I didn't get those feelings. I didn't see any ghosts. I was like, oh, it's a cool looking forest. And then my captain at the time, well, it was a lieutenant in charge of our squad back then, but he went on to be captain soon after. He told me I'll never forget it. He had the mask on, so it was different looking gear back then than what we have now. But he told me, you're gonna walk in here, and I'll make sure you walk out, and you're gonna dread every time you have to come back here, and you will. And he was right.
Yeah, I hope we never have to come back, sir, but
We will.
I've resigned myself to that. Who did you...
Well, at the very least, we got a dropship above us.
That's true. We can get out quick. If you don't mind my asking, sir, who have you seen?
Me? Curtis looking over at you.
Yeah, who have you seen in here? Or if anyone.
My sister.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
She died in combat against the UIR.
Sounds like a good person, then. A hero.
She was in the shock division, not frontier, but yeah, she died in combat against the UIR.
So there's
27 years ago. Now, as of now, 27 years ago. Yeah.
I'm sorry for your loss. Wish I'd known.
He nods his head. Long time ago.
That doesn't make it any easier.
No, it doesn't. And she almost pulled me right into. We didn't come across it because we came in a different. This place is huge. Almost pulled me right into the lake with her. And if I followed her into that lake for a swim or whatever she wanted, whatever that thing, because it's a thing that runs the intelligence here, I would have ended up just like her as he gestures up to the body leaving the tree line.
Same way that they wanted me to stay. Did you feel tempted to take her up on her offer for a moment?
Oh, of course. He looks back at you. I joined the military because of her. Of course. Following my older sister's footsteps. Of course.
But you couldn't because you had people counting on you.
Had people counting on me, and I had somebody that pulled my ass back to reality. Like he did for you.
I guess you paid that forward, didn't you, sir?
Wouldn't be the first time, trust me. It's almost like a sick rite of passage, really, since we're QRF for rescue missions in here. Almost every Frontier Ranger does one in here, minimum one. It's just gonna happen.
Well, let's hope when we kill that thing, that makes it the last time. Because I'm all for baptisms in fire, but I don't think anyone needs to go through this.
A rope drops with a foothold. Tal puts his foot in. Yeah, and I'd say it's beer o'clock when we get back after having to see that poor little thing. And I am not delivering the body back to the family because I want to throttle mommy and daddy. Colonel Curtis, yeah, trust me, I do too. Tal, going up. Rides it up!
At this point, I'd be willing to buy some cheap vodka or something toxic at this point.
I got some Mohawk vodka. It's the worst.
Will it get you wasted, sir?
If that's what you want, we can go back to the barracks and get wasted. He starts chuckling. Yeah.
At this point, sir, I just kind of want to forget. Don't want to think about what I saw here.
Another rope drops with a foothold, and you see them all lined up looking at you. Colonel Curtis adjusting the rope.
He's gonna lean back into Curtis. I see them again.
Huh? He looks over his shoulder. Where? He's looking around.
He's gonna point over to where they are. Over there.
Another rope drops in front of Colonel Curtis. Well?
Can I have the rope, please?
Yeah, there's two of them. Go ahead. You first.
He's gonna take it, hook himself up, hook his foot in. May I see them in the next life. Ready to go up.
Yeah. He puts his foot in the holder. Yeah. God willing. As you both go up. And you'll make your way back to the barracks very soon. Lorraine Falls have concluded their day on the golf course. Basically just all straddle and loving. They got the Nova. And Hunk is struggling to stay awake in the chair.
Davine is just letting him sleep for a second as she taps him on the cheek.
Hmm?
We should tell the children about it now, don't you think?
He looks at Davine. I don't want to go. I really don't.
She blinks a couple times. Would you rather not go right now and feel more comfortable, but then she dies and you don't get to say the things you wanted to say to her? Or embrace the uncomfortableness and say the things you've always wanted to say to her?
You're always right. He puts his hand on her cheek.
She shrugs. Do you want me to tell them or you?
If you could do it for me, please.
She gives him a kiss on the cheek, turns around. Kids, we need to talk about something.
Pequod, just flying the ship casually, sitting on Julius's lap.
She, Darling, if I may, gestures for his wrist computer.
Hunk holds his wrist up. Ugh.
She pulls up the message from Tal. We got this message today. In fact,
Pequod perks up. We can see Saris? Is that what that says? I see Saris's name there. Hunk, oh.
No. Saris won't be there. She looks at Hunk. She won't be there. But we'll get to go see Integra.
Pequod smiles for a second and then loses the smile quickly. Oh god.
Julius bites his lip, taps his foot a couple times. And we're going to go see her.
Pequod, now?
Now.
Okay. Pequod nods her head. I need that message. I assume the address is in the message? Yeah.
Yes, it is. At the very end, she sends her over the message. And just Pequod feels Julius's arms go around her waist and hold her a bit tighter.
She's wide-eyed, typing in the information into her nav computer. So let her just shake your head, holding memory hand.
Pequod can feel Julius's breathing quicken just a tiny bit. Davine looks over at Hunk and shows a bit of her teeth and shrugs a bit with a worried look on her face.
Hug just pats his lap for Davy to sit back down.
And she sits back down.
I think it's cliche to say, and it's probably because I don't even know how I'm still going at this point. But we're family, so we're gonna face whatever we see in there together. And we'll deal with the repercussions, how it affects us together. So let it well said.
Davy nods. Very well said. Very good. She pats him on the cheek.
God, I just... Yeah. Looks away.
Julius just keeps on staring out into space. And he nods. Yeah, I get what you mean. And Davine leans forward. We have to do this. We might not get another chance, you know. You don't want to roll the dice with this sort of thing.
Zlata nods in agreement. I went through something similar with my mother, though she wasn't quite in Integra's shape, or, completely different set of circumstances, but it's better to be there.
Julius nods. Yeah. He rubs his face. Yeah, it's better to be there. We need to be there.
It was a prolonged, almost siege for my mother, succumbing to cancer.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you had to go through that.
The cancer was quite severe, to the point where I don't like to give the man credit. I hate him. But Master Chance even tried to heal her. And I don't hate Master Yen, but Yen had tried. They all had tried and failed. It was her time.
He nods. Yeah. Sometimes it's just someone's time, I guess.
Nods. Yeah.
Davine shakes her head. Well, like Hunk said, we'll get through it as a family. Because that's how families do things. Together.
Pequod, this doesn't necessarily have to be the last time we see her, right? She starts looking around. Right? She looks over at Icy, and Icy just looks away.
Davine thinks for a second. We have to be prepared that this might be the last time we see her, darling.
It's ridiculous. Pequod sticks her nose up in the air.
Yeah, it's pretty stupid, but it's true.
So don't bring the children. Let them stay on the ship with the pets and Zanzibar. They shouldn't have to see something like this.
Julius nods. I wouldn't want them to. Plus, like Tal said, it might affect Integra for the worst overall.
Gilletta nods her head. Yes.
Davine bites her lip, looking around. It'll all be okay. She nods, looking at Hunk. It'll all be okay.
Hunk looks at David, rests his head on her shoulder. When my mother was dying in her final week of life, my sister was busy at a fighting competition. So there's that. Hunk, and that's another one. Should be her dying, not Integra. Never mind.
Julius chuckles
Why
a
the
bit.
fuck couldn't Ash take her down the drain?
Well, can't necessarily take someone down the drain who's already down the drain.
I see she did kind of flush herself. Yeah, true.
Davy nods. But I'm sure we all definitely get what you mean.
I just know what's gonna happen with me. Not talking about, I just know we're gonna go do this, it's gonna be rough, bad, we'll get through it, and then the next time I see Ash, it's all gonna flash before my eyes. Because that's what's happened to me with friends that I've lost in combat, and I've had to go inform their parents or their mother or their wife it's all just gonna flash like one of those things you hold up to your eyes and push the button, those old style toys. Every fucking moment, that idiot. And I should have stepped in and said, what do you think you're doing, Ash? Pequod, we'll all have that, I think.
Julius nods. Yeah, we definitely will. And Davian holds Hunk's hand, squeezes it 3 times for him.
Hunk squeezing her hand very tight.
It will certainly be rough, but all the more incentive to get everything done and over with.
Hunk nods his head. We have a date for our final showdown with the freaks. I see, and I already have a plan. We'll just devoid Tewaz and then he's human. And once he's human, not getting away. Hunk finishes her sentence. I see, exactly. And he can't survive his neck being broken more than once in that case. She looks over at Julie.
Julius looks over at her and smirks. Yeah, I think I could do that pretty easy.
Pequod, please. Yeah.
He looks back at Pequod, gives her a kiss on the back of the neck. I'll get it done. Don't worry.
I just want to move on.
And
Enjoy our life. We enjoy our lives on the weekend, and we do throughout the week, but just it's like a looming dread or shadow hanging over us, Ash. I'm so tired of living like this. Suletta sighs slightly.
we will move on. We'll start a chapter of our life, a new chapter of our life, all together, and put this one behind us.
She nods her head. This is gonna be miserable.
Yes, it is. He leans back in the chair. But we'll all be miserable together. And Davian chuckles. Is that not what a family is?
Pequod nods and smiles. Saris doesn't want to see us. It's a text message. We can talk to Talmor when we see him. When we get back, we'll make sure we get him for the weekend or whatever we want to do. Wherever I don't care. But oh no, he's stuck with Ash. Never mind. They're on quick response. But next time when Monday rolls around, we'll get the particulars. He just said she's not willing to see anybody. So
Julius nods. Yeah. And Davian shakes her head. That could mean multiple things. Maybe she's just not ready to see anyone yet? And Julius looks out the window again. Yeah, maybe.
Pequod, I wish she just let somebody try and help. Nobody says anything. Julius.
You still there, bro?
Hello?
Hey, there he is.
You lose it.
Oh, we lost internet.
Well, lucky for you. Shifting back to the barracks, Colonel Curtis is gonna come right in and start drinking.
You wanna toss me one, sir?
Absolutely.
Actually, you said you had that vodka, right?
Yeah.
You wanna toss me that?
Goes under his bed. Pulls out Mohawk vodka. Underhand pitches it to you.
Well, let's see how bad it can be. He's gonna open it and smell it.
I mean, it smells more like nail polish remover than vodka.
Excuse. God, it smells like... It smells like something I used to clean guns, not drink.
Clean guns or the hull of a ship.
That too. But he said it'll make you forget, and he's gonna take a nice big drink.
Colonel Curtis taking a drink of the beer. Yeah, it'll do the trick. It'll put you out. You'll wake up with one of the worst hangovers you probably ever have.
I'll take that over how I'm feeling right now, sir.
Tell, yeah, bad day on the home front. Then you go see the home front from 400 million years ago coming at you, trying to steal your soul.
Yeah, feels like I got hit in the head with a baseball bat.
Well, at the very least, you walked out of it.
I did. You know, it's kind of weird. A small part of me is almost happy that I saw what I did. As strange as it sounds.
Tell, why? Just to see them again? It's been literally 400 million plus years.
That'd be why. I didn't have a picture or anything of them. I'd almost forgotten what they looked like.
What was your sister's name? Colonel Curtis. Drinking. Lake's gonna come over here and start playing on one of the computers.
Aliara.
And your mother and father?
My father's name was Bronson. He was a human from the area. My mother's name was Latana. She was, to my knowledge, I never got the chance to ask much about where she came from, but she was an elf from one of the neighboring countries. She came down and met my father, and they just settled down. I never got much of a chance to ask them their whole story, and I kind of regret it now.
You always it says here in your bio, you like to tell people about your past, and doesn't mention anything about how they died, just bandits came through. How did they die? What'd they do to them?
Well, it was midday when they came through. Most people would assume night, but no, they just came. They rushed through and started killing people left and right. My father saw it and pushed us into the house. We all went in and he pulled the lock over the door, but it didn't stop them. They battered the door down. My father tried to fight them. He was a big man, you saw. But a big man doesn't do much when an axe comes down into your shoulder. They, killed him. Almost started cutting him up, how much they swung. They pulled Mum off of me. And my sister. Said that they could sell her for a high price, and that's before Mum hit one of them in the groin, trying to get them off her so she could cover us again, and he just hit her with the butt of his rifle, and there was a crack And then no more. No more Mom. She didn't move anymore. As for my sister, they separated us. I tried to stay near her, but I got hit in the back of the head, and when I came to, I was just in the back of a wagon. I never saw her die, but I found out from listening to the bandits that she just broke. That's all they'd say. Little, the little bitch broke when they handled her, and that's all I heard them say. So I don't know what happened to her exactly.
Colonel Curtis shakes his head. Scum on the frontier long before our time.
Well, I'd say there's always going to be, right? The fringes of society attract the worst of us.
Tal nods his head. It's ancient fucking history, but your buddy Towns filed a report that apparently the Dale guy that Laura like, because no prisoners orchestrated that hit. You ended up with him years later. That's something fucking else.
Yeah, that's some luck, isn't it? If I may ask, did Towns say why the hit was orchestrated?
Hey, I mean, it's all secondhand account from Dale, and Towns just heard him talking about it, but it was to murk somebody in the town. So create the distraction, flush out the people that he needed murked.
And my family got caught in the crossfire of somebody's petty vendetta.
Seems that way, yeah. It was, at least, who knows if it's true or not. I mean, that's what Towns heard Dale speaking of years later. And he was 16, and he admits he was a mind job at the time. So, because apparently this Dale fella cursed him.
That sounds about right. Gonna take a
Malcolm's ancient ancestor from beyond space and time.
chuckle partway through drinking, having to stop. You're lucky I stopped, because that almost went up my nose. I think you would have had to scrape me off the floor at that point.
Tal laughs. Colonel Curtis, yeah, that's rough.
Yeah. But I try not to think about it. I saw it again and again in my dreams enough that I just try to push it back.
Yeah. He takes another drink of beer.
I again appreciate you pulling me out, because much as I'd like to say I was steadfast in wanting to come back, that little part of me that wanted to stay was growing bigger with each passing second.
Tal, yeah, well, forest wouldn't be called the Dread Forest if it did.
No, it wouldn't. Ugh. But for better or for worse, there are people depending on me, and I have to live up to that. Couldn't live up to it a whole bunch in the past, but I guess for once I have to actually be a man, right?
Yeah, and who's to say either here nor there, but now you've seen how it works in there. You see what it does to you. You gotta go back in. Feelings of guilt. Feelings that make your mind weak and soft. Easy pressure points for that place to push. You'd be seeing Integra. If she's passed, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. That's not gonna be easy should it happen, but I'll have to try to get over those feelings of guilt. I don't know if I ever will, though.
No, yeah, it would be hard.
But all you can do, I guess, at that point is push them to the back of your head and just get in the game, right?
Yeah, stay in it or get taken.
Yeah, that's all I can do. never really had a moment like that where it just... It was strange. I went from there, focused, to just almost blubbering in an instant. I've never felt anything like that. I don't know. Now that I've gone through, I'd like to say I can handle it the next time, but... I mean, like you said, do you ever really handle that place?
No, that place handles you.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It seems like the place that never gets any easier to go into.
Well, that's the one place in the world where the geese chase you.
Yes, it is. What about you, Lake?
Hmm? He turns around.
What was it like for you going in there?
Yeah, I've never actually been in. He shrugs. Colonel Kernitz, the benefits of coming out of Ranger fucking selection with a pilot's license.
You lucky bastard. Oh. Well, at this point, what I wouldn't give to have had the pilot's license today.
Blake shrugs. SOP is always a bird in the air to get down there and save people, Rangers, whoever. So, yeah, I didn't get my pilot's license knowing it. I was a crew chief a long time ago. I was a crew chief on vertibirds, and then from there, crew chief healing, basically a glorified medic, really, healing people as they would come on the birds. And the crew chief of the bird operating the turret. And then from there, I was like, well, I think I'd like to apply for flight school for verties or drop ships. And then I applied for ranger selection.
So a happy coincidence that it also means you don't have to go into the cursed forest.
Exactly. He's very lucky. Very smart, too.
Yes, you are.
Like, I am the one person in this room that knows nothing about any drama you have created with your family. Tal, like I said, the smartest.
Yes, you are. Yes, he is. Oh, what I probably should have learned that all those years ago in the Headhunters. Should have applied for some schooling. I just was stuck in the moment.
Colonel Curtis, it's... Well, I mean, you can, for sure, but I think the path you were set on was good. There was the big obstacle of that other guy with the beard and all that stuff, but had it been any normal Arcane Council captain, I mean, he's Colonel Curtis drinking more beer.
Gonna take another swig. No, you're right. Anyone else would have, it would have been fine. Maybe things would have turned out different, but when you get into what ifs, that's just how you get yourself crying drunk at the foot of the bed.
Tal, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think even wondering if things would have turned out different. You are responsible for your own actions.
Yes, sir.
At the end of the day, the mud you find yourself in, you prayed for the rain. And you got it, and now you gotta deal with the mud.
Yes, I do, sir. Gotta deal with it the best I can, and right now the best I can is giving my family every bit of space I can. Which unfortunately means you three are stuck with me a little bit more often. Sorry.
Integra. I mean, any normal human being would feel sorry for her, but I could see it. The way she talked. What she said. I think she truly loved you at one time. You don't have that type of response unless you really feel let down, disappointed, betrayed.
I think you're right. I know you're right. She told me as much. And I think that hurts the worst, because not only did she cover for me, I know she did, but she did her damnedest just to help me, and I wasted it. And I ruined her daughter's life, so I can't blame her for hating me now.
Colonel Curtis opening another beer. He sighs. I always try to reach for some advice in my mind, and then it's like, what the hell am I supposed to say? This is fucked.
What can be said? Do what I'm doing, make money for them.
Yeah.
The more I think about it, the more it comes back to, like, when you break a cup, you can glue it back together, but will it ever be the same?
Tal, yeah, I don't. It's like the Colonel said. I don't think your marriage will ever be what you wanted it to be, and yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I still stupidly hope that we can fix it, but I don't know. Maybe I still want kids, even, but I don't want to ask her for that.
At least not right now.
Yeah. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe it'll never be the same. Maybe she'll serve me with papers in the coming weeks, but hope for the best and get ready for the worst, right?
The door slides open. Old Saris, throwing up her hand, would have been smart enough to serve you with papers. New and less improved ruined Saris is essentially a lump. She's staring right at you, and trust me, it pains me to say.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
Like a broken wind-up toy. You can wind her up all you'd like, Ash. She's staring right at you. Never fix her. You'll never be able to. Report. Colonel Curtis. Dead girl, ma'am. Long, shitty day.
Yes, ma'am. Dead girl. And saw things prefer not to have seen, ma'am.
Not the most savory of places.
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Normally I would reprimand drinking while you're the QRF response force. That's quick response. But I'll let it slide this weekend, given what you've been through and the hell Colonel Curtis has endured trying to secure some type of sequestered entrance. It's ridiculous, honestly, the situation you've created, Asherion.
I agree, ma'am. It is.
We have a date and time for what I hope, though I can't assure you, will be the final confrontation with everybody's favorite crazed mercenary and band of lunatics that would like to worship evil forces. When that day comes, I know you'll be ready. I know you'll fight with honor alongside your squad. I trust you'll make do now that you've learned your lesson the hard way and ruined other people's lives along the way. After which, you'll be given a month to prepare for selection. So I would enjoy the drinking while it lasts, because somehow I doubt you're going to pass the physical standards and conditioning. So I would start training very soon. She smiles at you.
Yes, ma'am. Will do.
Good. And I'll be there to watch you every step of the way. I enjoy instructing on selection. I love it, in fact. One of my favorite things to do.
Sounds good to me, ma'am. I'll do my best to live up to your expectations.
She throws her hand up. Enjoy your drink. She leaves. Colonel Curtis opening another beer. Well, hey, she said enjoy.
Yeah. He's gonna take a big drink from it. Oh, although I don't think it's very possible to enjoy this.
Colonel Curtis, you know, I've seen her disappointed in a lot of people. He drinks his beer, but I think you take the cake, because I think she actually had high hopes and expectations for you. She made you a ranger without really earning it. Like, she really thought. He's pointing at the door. He's just talking casually at this point, because why hide it?
He's gonna look down at his ranger emblem. I think she did. I think they all did, and that's why they hate me so much now, because I didn't live up to anything.
Tal, up until you and Julius, he's opening a beer too. Up until you and Julius, there was no such thing as an honorary ranger. That's basically what it is. Though to us, you're full-fledged rangers. I know you got the badge, you got the rank. She gave it to you. That's good enough for any other ranger. But you gotta go through selection. Now it makes sense with Julius. It truly does. He is. I, I can't even describe. I've seen him fight. I've seen him spot. He is. He's come such a far way. He went through hell of a. He went through years of selection. You reminding him of how shitty he was half the time. He earned it, you know. But up until you two, there was no honorary rangers. You know what I mean? It's never been, here's your badge, here's your rank, congratulations, then you fuck up back to selection. Never happened before, mate. He starts chuckling. And if you don't make it through, you go into the slammer. He starts drinking his beer.
Well,
Never happened.
there's never been a fuck up quite like me, sir, so
It would make a hell of a book someday, mate. You make it through selection, you earn the rank, the traditional way. You write a good book about it, make some money, pay off Mr. Wiseout.
that's a good idea. Get a nice royalty check each month for Ceres.
Blake takes off his headset. Yeah, that's true, actually. And when you're on the frontier, there's so much downtime. Pen, piece of paper, or wrist computer. You could write a hell of a book.
Oh, I can just see it now. A Sherry on Valorious. Memoirs of a Muppet.
That is a good fucking title.
I thought you'd like it.
Memoirs of a Muppet, first edition, New York Times bestseller. How I fucked up endlessly and somehow made it through hell on earth.
Yeah. How I fucked up endlessly and, live in hell on earth.
Colonel Curtis, well, if you could just sorta like jury rig your marriage, kinda even a tenth back together and have a kid, you teach him what not to do. Because at the very least, you learned what isn't going to work, what never to do. Teach him and let him do his thing.
That's what I'm gonna try to do. I, really hope it works out, because it'd be nice to leave at least one positive impact on somebody's life, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Curtis nods. Teach him or her, whatever. They don't have to join the military. You just teach them life. Because a lot of your lessons are life lessons, really, that I think you've learned. And if you still have breath in your lungs, if your lungs are still drawing breath, then you're still in it.
That's a good way to look at it, sir. Even if things seem hopeless, you're still alive, right?
He nods his head, starts chugging a beer, shifting back here. Pequod said, I just wish Ceres would let someone help.
Davine shrugs. Sometimes it might be bad to say, and I might be thinking too much into it, but sometimes people don't really want help. You have to want help to gain help. You have to go to a psychiatrist or a psychologist or a therapist. They don't come to you, if you understand what I'm saying.
Pequod reluctantly nods her head. Yeah.
Julius also shrugs. Doesn't mean we can't have that want or anything like that. It's good to hope for someone to have, to at least try and get some help. That's pretty much all we can do right now. Hope.
Pequod, yeah, hope and pray. We're gonna need a lot of prayers. Jesus. She's thinking of the picture of Integra.
Julius rubs his forehead. Oh, trust me, with this entire family, maybe the armory folk will join in. We'll have enough prayers to get through it.
Maybe we should have brought Scar and them down to let up. Not now. Maybe another time. If there's another. As the ship sets down, time. To let it even stutters twice.
Davine's breath hitches for a second, and she grips Hunk's hand even tighter. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go. Come on, we can get through it. Let's go. He starts making his way off the ship. Pequod types on the computer, lowers the boarding ramp, and the rainfalls find themselves. Kids are staying on the ship outside of Rainfall Manor. Banksy's on his way, just securing the ship one more time. Pequod's standing behind Julius. Well, Ash has a nice house. That's something. So let a
Yeah.
good taste, if you ask me. You know.
Yeah, Tommy really hooked him up. As he draws in a deep breath and lets it out. Yes, a very nice place to live. She holds a hunk closer to her.
Banksy scanning the area, looking around. Yeah. He'll walk up this way and go open the door. Pequod takes a deep breath and Hunk does the same at the same time.
Julius rubs his hands on his thighs. Alright, yeah, no time like the present.
Pequod grabbing Julius's wrist.
He looks behind her, himself. Are you ready?
She nods her head. Banksy will hold the door open as the rainfalls go in. Make your way in here. Pequod's looking around, just awkwardly. It is a very nice house. I will, even though Ash has made things terrible, compliment him on his taste.
Julius nods. It is, very beautiful. I love these floors. These are great floors. Davine shakes her head. Do any of us know which room she's in?
I see Sarah pointing that way. She's going down the stairs. You can see through glass hallway, panel glass here. Sarah sees you guys and just down into the basement. Icy, not Sarah.
Julius clicks his tongue. Oh, God.
She looked terrible. Icy says under her breath. Pequod, that was not Sarah. Sarah's is not that skinny. That looked like somebody who's like almost anemic. Icy, that's Sarah.
Yeah, that was Sarah's.
Violetta's eyes are wide, just looking where she walked down. Crosses her arms. Yes, that was her. No, it's not her. Pequod refuses to believe. Hung staring where, same like Sulette.
Davine also holds Pequod's hand in her free hand. I think that was Sarah's, darling.
What did Ash do to these people? I mean, we've talked about it, but... Oh my god. She's squeezing Davine's hand, too.
Davine squeezes her hand as Julius grabs Pequod's other free hand. He fucked up their lives. And I guess that's the best way, at least I can put it, without knowing the entire story.
Suletta is trying to poke her head in certain doors without disturbing anything because she wants to be respectful of the property. She pokes her head in here. You hear her let out a slight whimper. Hunk, huh? He breaks from looking at where he saw basically anemic looking Sarah.
Julius turns to Soletta. Is that where she is?
Gilletta crosses her arms and stands against the wall. Yes. Closes her eyes.
He rubs the back of his neck. So, how are we gonna go about this? Like, in groups or all of us at the same time?
Hung all of us at the same time.
Alright, yeah, sure.
I see.
And
Maybe you should try to talk to Saris. Looks at Banksy and Banksy just shakes his head. No.
Julius rubs his temples, or his temple. Yeah. Yeah.
You are her favorite to train. She points at Banksy and Banksy. No, not doing that. Let's just get everybody in that room and get out of here. Leading everybody down this way.
Davine takes one last deep breath, holds Hunk's arm. Are you ready?
He runs his hands down his face. Yeah. His hand. Yeah. Let's go. Julius Pequod, front and center. Let's go in together. Come on, Nicole. Soletta will stand out of the way.
Yes, yes, sir. He'll hold Pequod's hand and gesture for Icy to hold his other.
She comes over. Soletta and Banksy will stay out here for now, hoping Saris comes up to talk to them. But they know it's probably not going to happen. Oh god, you go into the room and the smell hits you. Pequod's hand let go of David's hand to cook her nose and his mouth.
Julius's eyes widen immediately, and he shakes his head as Davine does basically what Pequod does with her free hand and tries to covertly cover her nose.
She heard the door open, but head slung over. I told you to go away, Ash.
It's not Ash, Integra.
Her head doesn't shoot up quickly, but it starts bobbing.
It's still holding Icy's hand. She could feel it shaking as he grips it a bit tighter and he walks up in front of her. It's Julius, Pequod, Icy, Hunk, and Davine.
She looks up with a smile on her face. Pequod's gonna kneel down next to her, hand on her arm because she's resting them on the chair. Julius.
He chuckles, wipes his eye for a second, shakes his head. Hi, Integra.
She looks up at you and winks with her one good eye. What do you think of the place? She gestures with her hand. Good decoration.
He looks around. I would have to say so. Takes a step forward and kneels down next to her, like Pequod does. It's beautiful in here.
You came to see me.
Of course, Integra. Of course we came to see you.
Pequod's lower jaw is trembling like never before.
He, if she would allow him, holds Integra's hand.
Oh, she lets you. How are the children?
They're doing good. They're doing very good. Marianne and Carter seem to be getting along quite well, and he just looks at Integra for a couple seconds, and his lip almost starts to tremble as he bites it. the other kids, they're doing well. Sasha and Towns seem to have taken a liking to little Leslie. And he just looks down at his feet. Looks up at her. They're doing really good.
Pequod squeezing her other free hand. Commander Integra, I didn't see it live, but I heard your Oscar speech. She winks at you, squeezing your hand. You look very handsome up there.
Hey, thank you, Integra. I had to thank you, and for every Oscar speech I ever give in the future, if I get one or not, I'll thank you forever and always. As he takes her hand and gives a kiss on the knuckles.
I appreciate that. She smiles at you. Now, Pequod, tears streaming out of her eyes, jaw just trembling like crazy. She can't even talk. Icy's just cleaning off some of the pictures of the kids, taking them off the wall, covered in dust and smoke.
He wipes his eyes again, sniffles a bit. So, are you doing okay, Integra? Have you been eating?
Every once in a while.
Do you want me to make you something to eat?
I do miss your cooking, but no. I don't have any appetite, no desire to eat. I'm okay. I'm better now that you all are here. She's squeezing Pequod's hand. Pequod's still just losing it.
Of course. Well, he bites his lip again. Very happy to be here, Integra.
Integra looks at you again, turns. She was looking at Pequod.
He bites his lip. Did I ever tell you that I left you?
She looks at you. I don't think so, but I always knew you did. You treated me well, let me look after your children. You'd cook for me when I needed something to eat. It's a lesson I tried to tell Ash. Long ago, actions speak louder than words, honey. She kisses your hand.
He looks down at his feet, and they can all hear him hick a couple times as he takes a deep breath in, looks up at her. It's still good to hear sometimes.
Oh, it is. I need it, trust me. Ash did us in.
Yeah. Yeah, he really did.
He got us good in the end.
He chuckles slightly. Shakes his head. Integra, what if you come live with us down at Rainfall Lane?
We both know I won't make it that far. She gestures to a pack of cigarettes.
He reaches for the pack of cigarettes, takes one out, holds it up to her.
She puts it in her mouth. You have to light it for me. I don't have the strength I used to. She holds her mouth out.
He snaps his fingers, lights up one of his fingers, and lights it for her.
She takes a drag. Pequod breaking at this point. What if we just... She is losing it. Forgive and forget. I'm more willing than to just pretend like nothing's ever happened. Maybe other people aren't, but Commander Integra, bah, just does that. Which makes Icy turn around. You can't fold on your principles or ideologies. You can't. Not to a cretin like Ash. She smiles at Pequod, who's just bawling. If you fold and give up to something as low as Ash, how will you ever be able to lead? She smiles and chuckles a little bit. Pequod breaks and just runs out of the room crying.
Julius takes a couple deep breaths, gives Integra another kiss on the knuckles, closes his eyes, looks at her, and puts on a smile that doesn't necessarily reach his eyes.
Don't worry about an old fool like me. She winks at you.
Integra, even after everything is said and done, I think I'll always worry about an old fool who's given me everything in my life.
You just needed somebody to grow up with. That's all you needed. That's why I was in charge of the headhunters. I knew what was best.
He chuckles. Yes, you did, and I hope I can live up to even a percentage of what you were.
You already have. She smiles at you, rubbing your hand with her thumb. You already have. Gestures with her other hand to the pictures around the room.
He puts his face into the crevice of his elbow, and he starts to cry a bit. Plays it off like he was just coughing, and looks back at her.
She looks at you. Everybody's time comes and goes eventually. She winks.
He nods. Yeah. He stands up, still holding her hand. I love you, Integra.
I love you, Julius. Icy comes over watching her. Pequod has run out the building crying. Integra's gonna... Two Rainfall siblings. Give me a hug.
He smiles at her, bends down, and gives her a hug.
Icy gives her a hug. Rubs her forehead up against Integra's. Goodbye, little one. Icy smiles at her and snaps her finger and hands her a carton of cigarettes. She chuckles under her breath lightly. Take care of the family, little one. Icy nods, and I'm gonna go check on Pequod.
Yeah. He rubs his eye. I'll join you.
She going out this way. As Julius is leaving, Hunk is taking his turn just breaking down. Gives her probably a little bit of a too forceful of a hug. And he apologizes and says, I'm sorry I let Ash do this to you. And that's the last thing Julius hears as he leaves. Icy holding Julius's hand, waving it back and forth.
As soon as they leave the room, Julius covers his mouth, starts to cry, shakes his head, looks over at Suletta. Where's, Pequod?
She went back to the ship. Icy waving her hand back and forth like a little kid almost. Let's go see her.
He nods.
You guys will leave, and Davine just sees Hunk. Never seen him break down like this before, and Integra's just rubbing his back.
She stands beside him and goes over and holds Integra's hand.
You don't have to apologize for what Ash did. I had a gut feeling a long time ago, and I didn't trust it. But do you remember what I always taught you? You follow your gut. Hunk nods, sobbing like a baby almost. Followed your gut to get rid of that hag Lazuli, didn't you? Oh, God. And he just keeps crying.
Davine rubs the knuckles of the hand that she's holding.
You're gonna take good care of him, right? She winks up at Davy.
could do nothing less than take the best care of him. He's too good of a man.
He needs it. I always told him he was special. I think he thought I was insulting him. I did. But I meant it.
Davian chuckles. He is certainly a special man.
He's gonna grab it, not grab harshly, but just try to lift Integra's head up. I am so sorry I let Ash do this to you. She nods her head. Nothing to be sorry about. I should have stopped him a long time ago. My mistake. She winks at Hunk. Everybody makes one every now and then. Just look after the family. Be a good dad. Hunk is just hugging her, crying.
Davian kneels down next to the both of them and puts her arms around the two of them, then covers them in a hug.
Hunk holds the hug really tight. I'll be okay wherever I end up. I can take care of myself. Maybe not in this condition, but just promise me, whatever happens someday, look after Saris. I don't know what she's going to do, if she's even still around 10 years from now. If she can ever get away from that man, please take care of her. Hunk, absolutely.
We will do everything in our power to take care of her.
I appreciate it. It was his job to do this, but he chose. He chose what he chose, and he'll be damned in the end.
She nods her head, rubs Integra's knuckles a bit more. Yes, he will be.
Hank, we're gonna come try to see you more. This isn't... I don't like saying goodbye, so we're gonna come try and see you more when it's applicable and try to spend some time with Saris. Integra nods and smiles.
Davian smiles.
Worry about the future, worry about the family. Don't worry about me. She winks one final time. I'll be good.
Davian smiles. This really can't be the last time. I really do have to learn how you look so good with an eye patch on. She shakes her head. I might just start wearing one and look so cool.
Would make the kids at your academy I hear so much about think you're pretty hot shit. Oh.
Davian chuckles. Yeah, I'll have to take a page out of your book for that one.
Integra smiles. You've built a good family, a good thing. Guard it with your lives.
Who got it to hell and back, Integra?
Don't let Ash near any of them. Please, for my sake. For their sake. I wasn't planning on Mom doing it, Mom? Good.
Davian smiled. We won't let him within 12 miles of where we're going to be living.
Good. She smiles. Very good. Best go check on the children. Like I said, don't worry about me. She gives one more smile. Dunk won't let her go. Yeah.
Davian starts to tear up seeing that. She squeezes gently the hand one more time, nods at Integra, walks over to Hunk and rubs his back. Honey.
Integra's rubbing the back of his neck. We'll see each other again. Here? Or later down the road. It's time to go. Hunk will let go and storm out. Boom, 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 boom. Basically like Pequod. And now Integra looks at Davine. She puts up 2 fingers. The perfect woman for them. All of them. I didn't believe in fate until I met the rainfalls. She winks at Davy.
Davine smiles, tilts her head, and gives her a deep bow. That truly means so much.
Take care of yourself, love.
We will, and she walks towards the door, puts her hand on the doorknob. We'll miss you all dearly.
Integra smiles. Go ahead.
All of us will.
I'll miss you as well.
She smiles at her, gives her a wink this time, and walks out looking for Hunk.
And Suletta looking at the ground with her eyes closed. Banksy's doing the same thing even though he has his helmet on.
Davine with her hands behind her back. Where did Ricardo go?
They went to the ship. Suletta speaks up. You okay? Looks over at her.
Davine looks up at Suletta and nods. Yes, I have to go check on the kids and my husband.
Let's go. Right this way. Take it back to the ship. Davine's here, though. Pequod's locked herself in here. Banksy tries to open the door once and just... and stands here leaning against the wall. He's not going to force his way into the room. Julius knows she's locked in the room. Icy's just rubbing the back of your neck, sitting on the table.
She could feel his entire body shaking, hands clasped together, almost like he's clapping with his pointer fingers against his lips, eyes wide open.
Suletta with Davine coming aboard the ship. Icy just rubbing the back of your neck. You know, a long time ago, when we first met, I thought I was the strongest person ever. I used to say things like, wow, Julius is hot, but I'm way cooler and stronger. But nowadays, and I think what Integra said, it made sense to me, actually. Pequod always was the strongest of us. We don't have to make sacrifices to lead. Sure, we have to make decisions, but... And you think back to her baseball sliding up behind a predator. A clan leader predator, an ancient predator, no less. Space Hunter! You think back to her fighting the xenomorphs. Icy, we don't have to make sacrifices like she does, or concessions to take on huge responsibilities. We're really lucky in the end, actually.
Julius nods, rubs his face. She was always my better half and the best of us all. I've always said it. A lot braver, stands up. A lot kinder, a lot smarter, a lot everything. She was always the better half. Nini smiles to himself, playing with his ring a bit. I think she'll always will be, and I have to help her with it whenever she is bothered by things like having to sacrifice things.
Icy takes your hand and swings it like a little kid again. She'll need our help. Big responsibility to get through it. So I think we have to be strong for her.
Yeah. He looks up, draws in a deep breath, lets it out. Yeah, we do. He clears his throat.
Icy, God, that was depressing.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, it was.
It really was. She jumps off the table. Let's go see people.
Yeah, let's go.
She'll lead you down this way. Door locked. Suletta pointing around with her finger. Points at this door. He's not. She looks into the med bay. And then she hears the sound of something like a wall being punched multiple times, and Suletta jumps. Well, he's in there.
Right, right. She pats Suletta on the shoulder and then gives her a big hug. Thank you for
She
being
hugs Suletta back. Go ahead, go ahead.
thank you for being here for the family. I mean, you're part of the family, but thank you.
Oh, I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm here to help. I just didn't. I've been through it with my mother. Didn't want to see it again.
That's understandable. She pats her on the back, lets go of the hug, steps forward. Alright. She'll
I'll
knock
be
on
right
the
out
door.
here. Door opens. Hunk has trashed the room. Holes in the wall. Didn't know he could hit that hard.
She looks around the room, enters it, closes the door. Looks at him, and opens her arms to him.
He turns around. He was punching the wall where the bed used to be. Now the bed frame is in the corner. He turns around and just falls into her.
She holds him tightly, gives him a kiss on the head, and wherever there's a somewhat comfortable place to sit, she'll sit down and hold him there.
I am so exhausted.
Then we must sleep for hours and hours and hours, just so you can catch up. She gives him another kiss on the head and smiles.
He nods his head, resting his head on her neck. Different type of exhausted. Physically, mentally. But she's right. Living like this is ridiculous. I can't do this much longer.
Then you don't have to. She pets his head. It's okay. You don't have to be like this. You need sleep, darling. You need all of that. Don't. She holds his head up to her. Don't put others in front of yourself. If it's going to hurt you in the long run.
Nods
You-
his head. Yeah.
You may be the father and the head figure and everything like that. But remember, you are too a person who has needs and needs to be taken care of. And I will be there to take care of you. And be there whenever you need me. Gives him a kiss on the cheek. Remember, you need things too.
He nods. I love you very much.
I love you too, darling.
We gotta stay awake to get to the cabin or just crash here.
You can fall asleep right here.
There is one bed they can lay on. Hug looks around. You sure?
Yes, of course. We won't even wake up. When we're at the cabin, when we want to wake up, we will.
You'll stay with me?
Forever and always.
He's gonna clip off his belt, and then I need to sleep.
She smiles, lays him down in the bed, covers him up, and lays down next to him.
The door won't open for poor Julius. Casey, oh. I can
He-
override the lock. We are captain rank, so could you.
I know. I know we can. He knocks on the door, puts his ear up to it.
You hear sobbing.
Igwad? May I come in?
Silence, and then the door slides open.
He looks over at Icy, and smiles and steps in.
She'll stay out for now. Maybe want some alone time. She'll stay out for now. Pequod's just sitting on the bed crying.
He closes the door, locks it back up, sits on the bed next to her.
It's pathetic.
What is?
I'd be willing to forgive and forget with Ash. But she just won't relent.
He sighs. You are the strongest person I have ever known. In my life. You do things that I could never imagine doing. He shrugs. I would bend and break so fast right now. And yet, because she told you not to, you're being steadfast with it. She isn't relenting, not relenting, because she's stubborn or anything like that. But because this is what has to happen for you to become a good leader, I think. You're already an amazing leader. Better than me, better than Icy, better than all of us. Just, I think it's one of those classic Integra lessons.
Good leader. She looks at you.
Yes, good leader.
Clearly, you've forgotten the indoctrination of basic training. Don't leave anybody behind. Don't leave anybody behind. We're leaving them behind. Her and Sarah.
He shakes his head. I know. But sometimes you need to make some sacrifices. And yeah, it fucking sucks. It does. I don't want to leave him behind either. He looks at her, holds her hand. Leading is sort of a give and take, I suppose. You have to weigh your options, weigh everything in front of you, and know when to bend and break and know when to stay rigid and steadfast. I think this right here, not giving Ash any type of satisfaction from whatever, being with us, getting what he wants, anything like that. I think if we did that, Integra herself would be so angry at us.
She falls on. Well, she's already sitting down, but leans right into you. You have to hold me.
He holds her tightly.
I cannot live like this, Julia. You gotta kill him, please. Not Ash. Daywaz. I can't keep this up. It's one
Julia-
thing to see friends die in combat. I wasn't as close as I should have been with the last Alpha 9, but it hurt. Gulchin was a nice guy. This is a completely different level, and they're not even dying in combat.
He breathes in deep, gives her a kiss on the head. Since you want it, it's already done. We got the date. And he will not live 1 second further than that day.
Thank you. She's just still crying. I can't pilot like this. I can't do anything. I don't want to do anything. I haven't felt this way since you were gone.
He nods. Will you know the difference between then and now? We have a couple new things. Like Banksy, Soletta, Icy, which, she's not really a new thing, but she's here for us. Davine's around. We have a gigantic support structure to help us through this and persevere. Because all throughout life, things are going to happen to us, and we have to persevere through them. And sometimes the only way you'll be able to do it is with a support structure.
She nods her head.
That's just the human nature of it all.
She pushes herself on you to lie down on that bed. I don't want to get up. Can we just stay here?
I mean, yeah, as long as you want. Smiles, gives her another kiss on the head. As long as you need, we will stay right here.
And you will. At least for tonight, Friday night, and we'll cut there.